Hello and welcome everybody to another wonderful day of the Great Push. In fact, it is potentially the most wonderful day so far by virtue of sheer drama alone. It is the final day of Group C. It is the final time we will get to see what teams make it out of the group into the Global Finals, and this could be our closest day ever in groups.
It could, and I think it probably will be, just looking at how that day one, how that day two looked. All of the teams that are in this group are incredibly close, and Tettles was saying earlier that I don't think we ever had like elimination after elimination coming down right to the wire at the end of the day, and I think we're in for yet another one today.
Yeah, I mean, look at how close all of these teams are. Only 2 points separates fourth place from first place, and if you look across the keys too, I mean, everybody kind of has either a faster time in one that they're tied with other teams on, or they're like one key level higher than the other teams, so it could really kind of go any way. I mean, obviously, I would say last minute Echo, Sheesh looking like the three primary ones that we could expect to get through, but Y has been putting on some strong performances as well. They just seem, to me anyway, just like slightly below the other three, but not much. Would you agree or disagree with that, Tettles? I'll put myself on the line here. What do you think of that statement?
I don't know. I feel like this group is just so incredibly close. I feel like there are four possible teams that can actually come into this group pretty reasonably. I do think Y has a bit of an uphill battle today, but if they have a perfect day, I don't see a reason that they couldn't do it. Say they one shot like 31 Neltharus or something like that, and then if they're able to get that done within a timely manner, yeah, I think that there's opportunity for Y to come back.
Well, it's ironic. You obviously have high hopes for Y as you picked them as your runner-up. Are they still delivering to the degree that you think is going to get them there?
Listen, I'm a simple man. I look at our group, I see two previous TGP winners, I put them in first place and runner-up. Now, Y, obviously, they haven't, performed as much so as the other top three teams. But like Tettles was saying, they put almost 2 hours into the 31 Neltharus yesterday. I see no reason why they shouldn't be able to come in today, probably go to that as their first dungeon of the day, get it done relatively quickly, and then they have that leg up on the other teams. Then they can go, push up whatever our final dungeon of the day will be today.
Yeah, if they can do it, that would be huge. That would be a statement, and that would definitely make me feel like this is going to be a lot more of a tight top four than that it might be otherwise. Dradnos, who do you think is going to make it through? Are you going to stick with your predictions, or do you feel like changing it a little bit?
I want to change the last minute. I think last minute are looking so strong. Looking across the score between them and Echo, it looks like the same score, but last minute are actually dramatically faster in Neltharus, Underrot, and Neltharian's Lair, which is crazy. I mean, the amount of time that they've opened up in those three dungeons, they are a little bit slower in Ruby and Halls of Infusion, but not by as much. So 3 minutes 38 faster on the tie breaks for last minute. The Underrot in particular, I'm pretty sure is going to hold. The problem for them maybe is that those other dungeons are going to potentially get upgraded, and so we'll have to look at the new timers in the higher level keys. But the way the last minute have been playing, I'm confident that they're going to be able to put up some impressive times if they have good, clean runs in those dungeons. Today, we might just be looking not only for the highest level keys done, but we might be looking for clean runs in those very highest level keys so that teams are coming in under the time by enough to win a tiebreaker.
I do have a little bit of spice here to add, because I heard from last minute that they for themselves think that they can absolutely do that Ruby Life Pulse 30. And they also think that Echo is playing a little bit too defensive from everything that they've seen so far. So for them, getting that 30 Ruby Life Pulse on the board seems to be the win condition. We're going to see how that fares.
I mean, another thing too is like the team last minute wasn't necessarily well known coming into TGP. Like some of their players are known, like they have a little bit of experience in other events, but never as like a full group. But I think that one of the things, like we send out like pre-weekend surveys to the teams, and one of the things that they talked about is how much practice and preparation they've really put into it. And they were saying that they were super proud of their practice and preparation, really feel like they can put on a good show this weekend. And they really have. Oh my gosh, they have exceeded expectations by a significant amount, and they have looked phenomenal.
Yeah, I think this is the first time since I've been part of the MDI in general broadcasts that we've seen a team just kind of come out of quote-unquote nowhere a little bit and give the top teams, especially a team like Echo, a run for their money. It's very, very cool to see. So we'll see if they can keep it up, right? Because, I mean, today is the day with all the pressure. They're in a very comfortable spot right now, But, you know, you still got to get top 2 at the end of the day, and all these teams are good. So here's where we get to see if Last Minute can keep performing under this extra level of pressure that's going to be on them, as we see that they could be one of the last 2 teams to make it to the Global Finals. Excuse me. We had Perplexed and Mandatory make it through from Group A, NA's Last Hope, and Legendary from Group B. And now today we will find out who from Group C will go on to fight for that $300,000 USD Global Finals. Prize pool, pretty awesome. And here's our calendar going forward. Next week there is no great push. We've got the Arena World Championship coming up, the Grand Finals for that, and then the Global Finals for TGP. So next 2 weekends especially, lots of really, really great World of Warcraft esports going on. I used to do a bit of
write that down.
PvP back in my day.
Noted.
Dude,
I
with
remember
the,
back when you could use a two-hander as a shaman, and you just run around and Wind Fury crit all the cloth wares and Warsong Gulch and one-shot them. Ah, yes. Those were the days.
with the balancing changes coming next reset, I wonder what, like, maybe Global Finals meta is going to look like. Is it going to shift? Is it going to be something similar? Like, what is that really going to look like? Because I think that we've seen through, like, Cup Weekend is a pretty similar meta. I do think there's maybe opportunity for it to change a significant amount over the next couple of weeks.
Well, Dranos did a video on this topic, actually, so it's natural to go to him. He's been the most outspoken about it. What do you think? Do you think you're going to see significantly different comps?
I think there's definitely some possibilities to see some of these other specs starting to take some of these spots. That mage position is definitely one where you could play a bunch of different kind of big carry DPS type things that that you're kind of focusing as the main damage dealer. We already saw Enhancement Shaman last weekend filling that role, and that might actually just start to become a commonplace way to do that. But there's also some Warlock specs, Affliction, Destruction, both potentially options in that spot as well that I think could be pretty exciting. So also just opportunities to maybe move the entire comp around, doing stuff with, rogues again, perhaps, switching off of the entire package, moving your priest maybe to your healer is an option as well. If you want to, the Holy Paladin's got a reasonably sized nerf coming in, so maybe you can play your priest there instead and get some more kind of balance across all three of your DPS.
True.
I think the Shadow Priest disc conversation that you're talking about is actually one that's pretty interesting. It seems like, priest as a class is pretty notable for these dungeons. But then it's a question of, like, where are you supposed to get it from? Are you supposed to be getting it from the disc now? Disc was, like, really hyped up coming into the season.
And they buffed it. It's getting buffed as well, so, it's getting buffed. Shadow's getting nerfed. It could be time. Could be time to bust out the Disc Priest.
I would never complain about seeing more Enhancement Shaman again, too. That's a spec that's near and dear to my heart. But you know what else is near and dear to my heart? Questions about dungeons. Just random questions about things you might spy here and there. So here's another one. What musical instrument is on a platform near Spore Collar Zancha? Is it A, a drum, B, a gong, C, a pan flute, or D, wind chimes? This is in Underrot. In case you forgot where Spore Collar Zancha is.
I'm pretty sure it's a gong.
I want to say gong too. Although I would respect the pan flute, to be honest. Like that'd just be funny. I think it's a gong.
I also think it's a gong. I think the drum is a Nelthslayer thing, not
There's
a
lot of
Underrot
drums in
thing.
World of Warcraft.
That's
Sometimes
true.
players just carry them around themselves, too. To get everyone excited.
Although, that begs the question, is a gong a musical instrument, or is it just something you make a loud noise with?
Did you
course a
know
gong
that a
is a musical
hammer can
instrument.
be a musical
It
instrument?
is a gong.
Wow.
Good
All
job,
right, so
everyone.
we're just going for it. It's a gong. There you go. It is a gong. A gong is a
feel like
musical
these-
instrument. Come on.
These BFA dungeons is my personal strong suit because I spent so much time running them. I feel like if you give me questions about those
I hear
dungeons,
that.
I'll have a good chance of knowing them.
Oh,
Oh,
speaking of
Oh, are we
dungeons,
about to find out?
Time.
What's it going to be?
It's leaked. It's a 24. Production. No, I'm kidding.
man.
It's always a 24 on Sunday.
All right, we have less
we
than a
got?
minute to go until we find out, and it's going to be
Bolstering
bolstering and
and
tangling,
Ugh.
fortified.
Oh.
Bracken High Hollow.
Oh my god, it's bolstering.
all right.
bolstering fortified. Okay.
Bolstering
So-
Fort Brackenhide.
This probably puts
Yikes.
a reasonably low ceiling on the key compared to, like, we saw Brackenhide go up fairly high the last weekends we've seen it. I don't know if it'll go up that high with Fortified and Bolstering both active, although maybe it still can. It's going to be a very lethal dungeon. The trash in that whole dungeon is going to be super, super deadly. But it looks like our teams are not going to head there right away. Oh, actually, Y are going straight there. You can see.
Ooh. What do you think the cap's going to be, like 29? And then just bail?
Yeah,
like,
I would bet on 29, I think.
Okay.
I agree.
Very nice.
I think we're going to see the 24 probably be 3-chested, so +3. And then the 27 teams will strive to get that +2 and do the 29 and just be done with that key. I think that's not going to be, maybe not going to be the main focus of today's Zyro, but would you agree?
There's a lot to focus on today. I think the fact that we've given them this particular dungeon with this set of affixes actually opens up a lot of the day to pushing higher end keys, because like we were talking about, with these affixes, this Brackenhide probably caps at 29, which in an ideal world, like you mentioned, should be just 3 runs, right? 3 chests to 24, 2 chests to 27, then you have your 29 run, which might not be one-shottable, might be. Maybe it's easy enough to where 30 is potentially possible. But again, that's a situation we found ourselves in last weekend, right? Where they attempted the 30, and it was just too difficult on the final boss. And you don't want to spend 30 minutes in a key only to wipe to the final boss and then have to go over again and then wipe for another 30 minutes to get another attempt at the final boss. It's not an ideal pushing scenario. So, I don't see Brackenhide going higher than 29.
I would agree with that. However, you already mentioned it, it's going to be important for teams to kind of cut down time that they spent in this dungeon. So this +2, +3 that they can potentially get in the dungeons is going to be a big, big point if they want more time to actually focus on dungeons that need a little bit of progress time. Yesterday, when the day began, we saw Y go right into that 31 Neltheris, and that was definitely a little bit interesting. Didn't really work out, but looked doable. So if they can go back and put a little bit of extra time in there and time it, they might actually have a big, big upper hand on the other teams. But for now, they're going to be spending their time in that Brackenhide. We're going to see Last Minute and Echo both in that Ruby Life Pulse, and notably, Echo changing their lust timing here in that Ruby Life Pulse.
Yeah, I think they actually did this a little bit near the end of yesterday, where they were lusting on the very first pull just to try to save time, because it does become such a time-intensive dungeon. We've already seen, they end up killing up the second boss, Kokia Blazef, at like the 21-minute mark on a really good run, which means you only have 9 minutes to deal with that final platform. Any extra time you can eke out at the beginning of the dungeon here, if it does make the boss a little bit more difficult, you have to go for the faster routing. Now, again, making this first boss more difficult, it's not that big of a deal. Because if you do end up wiping to the first boss, right? Like, you only lose, 5 to 6 minutes overall in the dungeon? It's not that big of a deal. So I actually like this play, going for a bigger first pull, consolidating pulls.
Hold up.
Making it a little faster.
Hold up.
This is interesting, though. Are you noticing what Sheesh is doing on the top left?
Yeah?
Yeah,
First I was like, okay, we're not playing the Prot Warrior. Interesting. That was rough yesterday. They went into this dungeon on 30, and it looked to be an absolute piece of work with that Guardian Druid at Dark Roll. Andy was taking hits like there's no tomorrow, and it, to me, didn't really look doable, but they ran it back once more. Now, they're opting to go for that 29 instead of the 30.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier. We had other stuff to talk about, but we're going to get there eventually. Yeah, that's 29. Interesting that they decided just the 30 might be too difficult for us to do without swapping our comp, and we'll just do the 29. 30 looks possible, and it's definitely something that I believe at least one team will end up doing today. But for them, seeing how difficult that last boss was to live on the Bear Druid, yeah, I kind of like the idea of just saying, okay, we'll do the 29, get our +1 score, and if we do have to revisit the 30 later on, we'll do that later on. But yeah, it kind of sucks to see them just kind of have to take the L here and go for the 29 instead of go for the 30, which looked doable on time as long as they could live through that final boss. Already though, first run of the day, death for Stove on the first boss. Have to battle res them up. We'll see how this 29 goes for them. Honestly, this should be a one-shot for them, based on how they played yesterday.
I agree. I think it's absolutely doable, and of course they're going to tie in with every other team. No other team has done the Neltharion Slayer on 30 just yet. We just believe it's possible based on what we've seen in the 29s. But if no other team decides to actually go for the 30, then they aren't losing out by just doing the 29. Question is, will that happen? And with the Brackenhide on the board, I'm being a little bit suspicious because I think there is more time for keys like that 30 Null Slayer, but we're going to see how teams decide. At the same time, Echo dealing with Melojusa here. We said it before, they were lusting that shield previously, and they also played defensive trinkets on this dungeon. The question is, are they still doing that, is what I'm wondering.
Oh, that's a good question. Let's take a look and see if they are. Using our handy-dandy tool in the top left-hand corner of the Warcraft Steam, you can go ahead and click that arrow mark.
Oh, they are.
Bring out the list of dungeons. We'll look at Echo and Ruby Life Pools. Take a look at Zalia. Yep, still has that Talisman of the Crag Shaper on, giving him versatility and a nice little 1 minute on-use Absorb Shield. Click's also using it on the Augmentation Evoker. So yeah, they're still playing those defensive trinkets, which we know isn't necessarily needed to live through this dungeon, right? We saw, if you look at last minute, also running the same dungeon, that same 30 Ruby Life Pools, they are not opting to use a trinket, or at least they weren't yesterday. Let's see if they made any changes today. I imagine since they lived through it yesterday that they wouldn't opt to swap to it, even if they saw Echo was doing it. And yeah, AJ is opting to run the Rashox instead, and Soda is running the Iridius Fragment.
On Soda.
So yeah, they are not using those defensive options, which means they're going to be a little less safe, but if they can make it work, they're going to have higher output because of it, and you need every little bit of that output you can possibly get in this dungeon because the timer is going to be extremely tough to get the dungeon done inside
Celia
of.
going down here for Echo now will follow. No battle rests available. That's going to go again for Echo, despite having a little bit of a more defensive layout. It wasn't enough to survive that boss here. I'm not quite sure what killed him. I assume was just a little bit of an unlucky overlap where he wasn't topped quick enough by himself. I do think that there's one thing in the 30 Ruby Life Pools that we've yet to see, and that's the final boss with the flame splits. We've seen it on the 29 thanks to Sloth, but I'm not sure if it's livable without the extra defensive trinkets. So my idea is that Echo is doing it mainly because of that, because they can't go out of the dungeon, put another trinket on, come back in. That's not allowed. So I think that's why we're running those, to help live them later down the line. And obviously they're also helpful at like Meladrussa and Kokia and so on. But I think the main reason is that final boss and the damage that goes out there. We haven't seen it yet, so we can't know for sure.
I don't know. It's definitely useful for that, for those two particular players. But for me, the people that would be the most worried about would be the mage, as well as the augmentation evoker. And I mean, that trinket's only going to be able to be used on, I believe it's every third flame spit. So if you're getting more than 3 flame spits, I'm already worried for being able to complete the encounter in a reasonable amount of time. Of course, it remains to be seen. That boss hasn't even been pulled yet on the 30. The furthest we've seen teams get is attempting a mass pull on top of High Channel or Ivadi, the little mini boss that you have to kill off to spawn the final boss of the dungeon. So hopefully we can see that today. Again, this dungeon looks timeable, but it's going to require a near perfect run with, almost perfect output and pulls from the teams. And I've seen a little bit of discussion about what Sheesh is doing, going for the 29 in the top left-hand corner here. And a lot of people are like, well, why don't they just play the Prot Warrior? Shouldn't that solve their problems in the 30? And I think it's important to mention that it's not as easy as just swapping your tank over to another spec, right? At that point, you have to completely change how you're pulling the dungeon as well. Bear is capable of doing much more different pulls in the dungeon. They can go for bigger pulls. They're a little sturdier on the pulls. And yes, the Prot Warrior provides a little extra DPS on the bosses and a little bit more safety on the bosses because of that. But if you can't pull off the same pulls, which were getting you to the bosses faster, does that even time the 30 for you? It's not as easy as just say, oh, just swap the tanks and do the exact same pulls. It requires a little bit more thought than that.
It absolutely does, and it's not even just this pull that they're doing right now. After Ularok with all of the others, I think is the scariest moment for me in the entire dungeon, where I'm always like, oh my god, everybody's gonna die, and eventually they make it through somehow, but that definitely is a little bit more sketchy on that Protection Warrior that we've seen from other teams. So I do think that if they were to change it, it would require some practice. Now, we're not letting them practice between tournament days. The tournament server goes down. They cannot log in and like do some keys. So if you haven't thought about it before and you maybe don't have a lot of practice on that tank class, on that tank spec, and maybe it's just safer to go with the Guardian Druid and see how you can make it work, find the points in other dungeons, and so on. And Sheesh seems to be saying exactly that. Yeah, we're going to tie in with every other team that's here, get the 29 on the board, then we're going to look for other points in other dungeons, like that 30 Ruby Life Pulse.
Yeah, they're essentially saying, show me to the other teams, right? Like, everyone else has done a 29. If they think a 30 is possible and they do end up timing a 30, then, okay, then Sheesh can think about going back and doing a 30. But, yeah, tying the 29 is the important thing right now. And then probably move on to other greener pastures, such as the green pasture we see Y in right now on Treemouth in the bottom right-hand corner, making good time through this 24. Yeah. You know, I was worried about the trash packs leading up to this particular boss here. Bolstering is particularly nasty when you're trying to mass pull in the tree area, but seems to not be too much of an issue for them, at least on this 24. I think we'll definitely see a little bit more, difficulty on the higher key levels, but for now, this is looking pretty nice for them. The 3 chest timer and a 35-minute key comes out to a nice even 21-minute timer that we're looking for them to get to here. It's going to be difficult. Remember, this is a little bit harder than our normal key starting levels. It's not a 22 or 23, it's 24. So we'll see how close they're going to come to it, but it looks like they're making good time right now.
Yeah, it looks really good from Y. Also looking really good from last minute here. Got through Meladrissa with a timer of 8:26. For comparison, the only other team that attempted the 30 before and got Meladrissa down was Echo, and their time was 8:56. So roughly 30 seconds faster than what Echo did. But sheesh, having a little bit of problems here with Andy going down during that pull right before Olarock. They did get him back up, but that cost him a battle rest eventually.
Yeah, okay. And now we have no more battle reses for them either, so we need to play safe for the next 8 minutes. No deaths, especially on the bosses. Could be an issue. Oh, no! Stove going down. This is going to be a reset. You can't do this boss with the DPS down. They could potentially just reset the boss, but I don't see any particular reason to continue with this dungeon. They are resetting the boss. No, they...
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
I think they were trying to reset the boss, but a little bit of extra chaos. Gonna go again for Sheesh. Unfortunately, this dungeon costing them some deaths and obviously also a little bit of nerfs from what it looks like with all of the extra stuff that's going on in there. But here's Echo trying to get through Meladrissa, and I'm wondering if they were able to speed up a little bit just on the back of that bloodlust timing on Meladrissa, and if they can keep up with the split that last minute is presenting to us here.
I suspect it's going to be difficult for them to do so, especially since they're missing a lot of potential main stat coming out of their augmentation of Ochre, because they run that defensive trinket option instead of the Iridius fragment. So their overall damage burst whenever their 2 minutes are active is going to be quite a significant amount lower. We'll see though. They're making good time right now. Now, of course, this boss is going to be just that much more difficult for them because they're using their lust on the first pull instead of on the boss now. So we'll have to see how they're looking here. Zalia's mana looking relatively okay. Half mana, about a little over halfway into the fight here. Only have one more really, really tough damage event to live through, which is going to be this next channel spell that comes out when the whelps spawn.
Mm-hmm.
See how they deal with that. They have a lot of their cooldowns available for that, though, it seems, and they might actually be... Yeah, it's going to be a nice lineup here. We're going to have the Power Infusion coming up in 10 seconds for this as well. It's not going to be up just yet, though. This could be pretty bad. They could be in this Frost Overload phase for quite a long time here. They have the VE active to help them with that. Genji just now combusting as well on top of the PI. As long as they break through this shield, they'll be okay. They'll get a couple more ticks of it. Zaylee will have to do a little bit of extra burst healing here. They have it up. They're not interrupting, though. They're letting it channel.
Yeah?
They're just going to heal through it. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if healing a couple extra ticks of AoE damage is easier for them to do than have now tank these whelps plus also getting frigid sharded at the same time. That's probably got to be what the reasoning is there.
Yeah, maybe it is. I was under the impression that the little bit of extra health bars do help that druid to be a little bit more tanky as well, but maybe it's just an unlucky overlap of like what you have and what you're willing to give here, or just, I don't know. They just didn't mind the extra ticks, I guess. Celia said, bring it on, who cares? Something like that. But yeah, why? On their way to the K-Triarch now. They have a little bit of extra trash still to do, are in that last part of the dungeon, and we know teams often go pretty big here and get that extra trash count looking good on the percentage. If I'm not mistaken, then we're going to see them deal with that final boss and looking to be on the +3. On the back of that, Y is going to rise up in our leaderboard and currently take place 1, just on the back of the extra 24 points that they get from this dungeon, which mentally must be nice to see as well.
Yeah, reset the meters, take a screenshot of the leaderboards. We're in first place. Woohoo!
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, we know there's still a couple of points behind the other teams, but this is going to give them a nice little peace of mind. If they can get this Brackenhide done early on, and they can say, okay, we've got that dungeon behind us, we don't have to worry about going back there unless somebody else starts to attempt and go for a 30, then they can just spend the rest of the day pushing up the other keys. It's a little bit of a differing strategy from what we're seeing the other 3 teams do. Now, of course, the idea here is that these other 3 teams will have practiced and put thought into these dungeons beforehand coming into the day, so they already had the idea that we're going to go into these 2 Ruby Life Pools, we're going to go into this Neltharian's Lair, regardless of what the new key is, and just do that key until we time it, and then we'll go to the new dungeon. But, Y came in with an open mind and said, yeah, let's do this.
Echo being able to undermine their own time by quite a bit. Not as fast as last minute, but I still think shaving off
Better.
20 seconds of a short timer like Ruby Life is very good. I like seeing that.
Considering they have the defensive
You would like
options.
them to be even faster?
Well, no, I wouldn't expect them
Faster
to
is
be even
always good.
faster. Faster is always better. But the fact that they're only 11 seconds behind running those 2 defensive trinket options, pretty good spot to be in for them. And this is a lot faster, like you mentioned, than their runs yesterday as well. So, good spot for them to be in. Got to stay clean in this upper circle area as well, so they can have 2 battle rises up for Kokia Blazeup, because we know how difficult that boss can be. There's so much ticking damage that happens there that you have to heal through. Even these trash pulls on the 30, just so much damage. Every single time the Inferno goes off from the Blazebound Destroyers, got to look at the health bars for the team, using all of their AoE team damage reductions and healing cooldowns to live through it. VE, incredibly useful here, even in its nerfed form. I think it's been nerfed twice since the Season 1 MDI that we saw. All of the externals being used back in the day when Nature's Vigil and VE could top the teams on their own and their healer didn't have to do anything, and that's not quite the case anymore. But yeah, here we go, last minute, 15 minutes in, on the second boss already.
Yeah, that's exactly where they're going to use that second bloodlust of the dungeon, right at the start of Kokia, when they have everything ready and available here. That's where we're going to eat into the boss and try and get as much damage to Kokia Blazeup right from the get-go. Now, there is a little bit in this dungeon, if you faithfully forgot on how it works, that could technically go wrong with Kokia Blazeup, notably some rogue boulders coming for your team sometimes, but also the damage to the ads and all of these need to be dealt at the very same time, so it requires a lot of coordination on the limited space that they're having, because they're not playing any of the dragons in that upper ring, which means you need to really watch your feet. And Last Minute was a team that yesterday in that dungeon unfortunately fell victim to Flamme Goulet before.
Flambe Goulet. Love that dragon. Yeah, there's a really interesting scaling issue when it comes to Kokia Blazeup in the overall timer in this dungeon that you're dealing with, where if you actually hard focus down every single one of these ads, you don't end up getting that much boss damage in. And it becomes a long affair. I think some of our kills of this boss that we saw yesterday were approaching the 6-minute mark. In a 30-minute dungeon, that's a lot of time gone. But the problem as well is that if you don't hard focus down these ads, number one, you're going to get a second Inferno cast, which is what Last Minute is getting right now. It's a lot of extra damage on the group that AJ has to heal through. And also, if you go even slower than that, you'll get a second ad spawn during the first ad. So here we go, ad just now spawning for them, and they just killed off an ad, and they have to burn down another ad now here. So you're really not getting that much boss damage, and that's one of the reasons this boss is so difficult to deal with. The ads just have so much HP, and you don't really get any time to chip down the boss.
Yeah, you can see how much damage that is. AJ carrying his entire team here with massive healing, trying to always get them back to full life because of how consistently there is more and more AoE damage going out to the team. For now, they're able to slow the pace a little bit, got that ad down before the second cast came through, but a new one is right on their heels, and Echo will get into the tree of having that same fight happen to them in just a couple of seconds as they are making way towards Kokia.
That was their 2-minute burst that they just used to kill that last ad for last minute.
Yeah.
And they did 10% of the boss's HP in the 2-minute burst. 10%. It's not a lot. Especially considering it was their big burst with Breath of Beyond's Power Infusion Combustion, all of that stacked up together. That's the second Inferno on the ad just as it dies. Extra dot healing for AJ to heal through. Not going to be an issue for them in terms of their actual, mana healing, but still, the boss, HP, just crawling downward ever so slowly here. Another Inferno goes off. Lots of ticking damage to heal through. AJ's able to keep them topped up here. Yes, Hearth checks look low, but there's no more incoming damage for a little while here. Not too big of an issue here. Gotta make sure we're getting the boulder baits in the right spot here. And then get away from that boulder. Very good. They're gonna get a second Inferno cast on this ad, or we kill it off? Oh, we killed it off before the second Inferno this time around. That's very useful. We'll let AJ get a little bit extra healing off. But there's another ad.
Right, it just
so
keeps happening, right? There's
It's
no stop to it. You
relentless.
can see the dragon nearing in the background. That's where you don't want to go. You need to really make sure you micromanage your space during this fight by so much to not get into that dragon's territory. But in the meantime, we do have some good news to foretell. Why? Getting that 24 plus 3. And as we said before, they are going to get to the top of the leaderboard on the back of that. No other team having done the Brackenhide, the new dungeon just yet, is going to give them 24 extra points. That for now, they're going to look like the leader of today. I'm sure other teams will catch up though, and Y is probably it back until they have the dungeon on 29.
Yeah, I agree. There we go. Already into the 27 here. Of course, they were 2 minutes under the 3-chest timer. They looked like they had plenty of time there. We're very, very efficient. Now, imagine the 27. We're not going to see a 3-chest. Remember that we're already getting to the higher key echelons here in this Brackenhide Hollow. We're looking for a 2-chest still, though. 28 minutes on the 2-chest timer. Not going to worry about that until we see how they progress through this dungeon later on here. But that's what we're looking for in the 27 from Y here. Let's check back in with last minute, though. Now 5 minutes into this Kokia Blazehoof encounter. The boss is at 14%, so we're nearing the potential area where you could consider burning the boss. Maybe on the next ad, maybe on the ad afterwards. Need to finish this one off here. Are they going to get another Inferno? No, they do not. They skip the second Inferno. We'll get this last ad spawn here with the boss at 10%. I think you burn boss here. I think this is a go boss, 8%. Yeah, this is going to be a go boss for sure. Just need to interrupt the ad. Just have to heal through the
like
Infernos.
that. I think they're extremely fast. Yes, sir, we did see some Kokia
Oh,
with
Heartcheck's
Heartcheck
okay, he's good, he's
solo. Does have cauterize should anything happen here, but is backed up by AJ. We saw some Kokia fights taking up to 6 minutes yesterday. The fact that last minute is able to finish off the boss in under 540 is really, really good, and their split is looking extremely strong with 2042 as well. Now, the dungeon difficulty is not going to get any lower from here on out. First, you have to manage this skip here, with Soda is going to do for the rest of the team, just easily gliding over there, making sure no extra pots are needed to back up the team. And we're going to see last minute go a little bit slower here in pace. They don't want to go for the scary everything onto Rivali. I think that is respectable from what we've seen from Echo yesterday. It's a massive pull to do, and if you are having trouble with these, then it's just going to go bad. I think last minute have the time to take it just a little bit slower here with the 2-pull.
I don't know about slower. This last boss is going to be similar in length to what we just saw from Kokia Blazehoof.
Yeah.
It's got similar amounts of HP. Now, of course, there's no constant ad pressure that you have to worry about, so it's going to be a little bit easier. You don't have to worry about making sure you swap all the time. But you do need to make sure you have a specific burn phase whenever you push the bosses into phase 2. You really need to make sure you get Karaka down as quickly as possible. We'll see them using their Lust there. We'll see them using probably a lineup of 2-minute cooldowns there just to burst as much as possible. Of course, that's a few minutes away here. But with 9 minutes left after killing the second boss, in Season 1, this was a fantastic spot to be in. This is exactly how much time you wanted to have left on this final area of the dungeon in order to be able to time it here. We'll see how well that's going to be able to carry over into Season 2.
We will see, and Echo is seeing the same boss that we saw from last minute just now. On the left top corner, you can see them fighting it off, and I'm curious how their timer is going to look like on the boss fight once they get through it. So far, their run is looking really good as well, with 0 deaths on both teams. Last minute now reaching that mini boss here. Rivali is a challenge in itself, and even though it is tyrannical, there's so much damage going out. Mirrors is going to get battle rest by Team Echo here, and we'll be back with the group. Good boulder bait coming in right on the back of that battle rest, but it did cost him 5 seconds here.
Yeah, it cost them 5 seconds. Also, he's a little bit scared. I was going to say he would be scared for that first Inferno, but was topped, was ready, was rebuffed, so good to go there. I didn't see... It looked like he actually died on his Power Infusion, so it's a little bit unfortunate. Lost his Void Torrent and Power Infusion there, so it's going to be a little bit of boss damage that they lost out on too. But it ended up costing them in the long run. Looking at the timer, we can extrapolate out. They pulled the boss 3 minutes ago, which means they pulled the boss at pretty much the exact 15-minute mark, which is actually a little bit faster than when Last Minute pulled their Cookie Ablasive encounter. They pulled their boss at about 15:10, so Echo did a very good job on their trash in this second section of the dungeon. And I suspect that they might actually be able to kill this boss off at roughly the same time Last Minute did, even with that death. So if they can get that 21-minute timer, I think they'll be in a good spot here. We'll have to keep an eye on what Last Minute is doing, though, to see if Echo can also recreate exactly what they're doing here. High Channel and Ravati still in combat. They have it pretty low. It's at 10% here. Then they've done a good job of making sure they don't have to worry too much about that Tempest Storm Shield, using Master Spell to make sure that the boss doesn't actually suck up any of those shields and make himself more difficult to kill. This will be the final Lightning Storm they have to deal with, and even on 30 Tyrannical, not even fortified, that Lightning Storm does so much damage to the group that AJ deals with cleanly. 24:20 on the timer here. A little over 5.5 minutes to deal with this last boss encounter.
Yeah, and of course there's a little bit of RP that we need to get through before we can pull, but as soon as that is over, Last Minute is gonna go into fight, and if you're looking at that Bloodlust timer, it's looking to come around right when they need it, with that 50% mark of HP, where they really want to burst the boss as quickly as they can, but the overall dungeon timer is nearing as well. You said it already, we're close to the 25-minute mark, and this boss definitely can take a little while. Let's see how these flame spits are actually dealing damage to the entire group. That's the one thing I'm super scared of, as we are watching Last Minute in the top right-hand corner, hopefully getting through it. Sheesh is dealing with Ularok this time, looking good here, getting down these totems, and will probably be fine on the split as well to get him finished after that intermission.
Yep, and we're going to try to very evenly push these two bosses. We want them both as close to 50% as possible. When you push one of them sub 50%, that way you're in the last phase for as little time as possible. We also want to try to push the boss as close to our next set of 2 minutes as possible, because we want to use those essentially on cooldown, so we get 2 more uses of them before the end of the dungeon. That should be easily doable for them. Yeah, Echo was in a very nasty situation there. They were wrapping back upon themselves with fire, and they had to bait boulders in very specific spots, but it was going to be very rough for them. Sheesh on Ularog. Not sure what the full screen is for, but very quickly swapping to the far more important last boss pull. Last Minute here. This is going to be incredibly important. Let's stay on Last Minute here as they deal with this final boss here. Remember, once they push to 50%, it is a race to kill off Karaka as quickly as possible. Every single one of these flame spits is going to be destroying 3 of the members of their group. Be doing so much damage over time, over the course of like 3 or 4 seconds, that Age is going to have to deal with. They have a lot of utility buttons to help with that. They've got AM, they've got Obsidian Scales. Should be fine here. We're going to wait a little bit longer. A little more damage on Urquhart here. And actually, you can eke out a little bit of extra damage onto Karaka here. If they push the boss the next time that it starts breathing here, yes, we push Karaka right here.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They are using that Bloodlust here to make sure to make the most out of that cast time of the roaring fire breath that's blazing upon the battlefield here, as they are sending all of their cooldowns into this. PI has been used as well. AM so coming out now of AJ. Flamespit is coming in. Check out this damage. It's so much. But of course, that Bloodlust, that AM helping so much in keeping the team up here, keeping everybody alive. VE also being used, trying to help the team. And Kiraka is falling falling apart in front of our eyes.
Oh.
3% to go. The dragon is about to be defeated.
They skipped
Now
the
it's
second
only
Flamesmith?
Urquhart that they need to deal with. That's massive amounts
This is
of
free.
damage coming out from last minute.
This is free. The only thing they have to worry about is their tank getting storm slammed. They just need to make sure their tank does not die. Do not forget to dispel. This Cloudburst is going to do a little bit of damage, but they're home free. Over 2 minutes left on this key. They only have 30% of a boss. This is going to be a timed 30 Ruby life pools. Easily.
Wow. I mean, that's the fact that they come into this dungeon as first dungeon of the day, say, all right, this is our win conditioning. This is win condition. This is what we need to do. This is what we're looking to do to beat Echo. None other than Echo. They come in here and they just nuke this dungeon out of the park with so much time to give yet still.
This timer might be a little easier than we thought. I didn't think this boss was only going to be a 4-minute boss, but I guess with the first two bosses, there's so many ads that you have to kill off that it makes it so that you can't really focus so much damage into the boss. But I don't want to take anything away from last minute here. Extremely impressive start to the day. Only 5% left on Urquhart Stormvane, and it's going to be a 30 Ruby life pools completed within the first 30 minutes for last minute. Incredibly impressive start to the day for them, and they are very clearly in that favored top spot. Yes, on the leaderboard, Y is ahead right now, but that's only because they've completed the extra Brackenhide Hollow. Last minute, they've made themselves a favorite for this competition with that timed key.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you weren't a fan before already, this is what you needed to get over that line. We are getting word from our admin as well, saying that he asked the team what their plan of action was today before we started. The team apparently replied with one-shot Ruby life pools. And that's exactly what they did. They come in here and they knock it out of the park. How much more of a Giga Chat can you actually be? I'm very impressed with this team. But of course, question is, where are they going next? Are they actually going to get that Brackenhide up? Or are they looking for some more harder points?
I think you go Brackenhide. I think they don't need to do anything too difficult right now. They've already done their insanely difficult dungeon. I think you go Brackenhide, push that up, get like your 29 done, and then you can start thinking about potentially pushing something like a Neltharis. That's probably going to be where they can really cement themselves into the top spot of the weekend here. If they can get this Brackenhide pushed up and then, push one other key plus one, I think they will have all but guaranteed themselves a spot to the grand finals.
I agree, and here we go. The Brackenhide is going to be on the board for last minute. Once again, same as for Y, it's going to be important that they get these +3 in the 24 and the +2 in the 27. We are seeing Y in that exact 27 on the right top-hand side for now, as they are making way towards Treemouth. This was the area that we were speaking about, because these wilted oaks, they are not very fun to bolster up.
You definitely don't want to bolster them up. Now, don't be too worried. Most of these little slimes are just spawns from the tree. They don't bolster. But there are a lot of other lower HP mobs that will bolster the oaks up here. You can see this fortified bolstering key, the massive trash pack's so important that they're just opting to use the lust on this double oak pull, because it is that dangerous of a pull. One of those breaths goes off from the oak, could potentially one-shot someone on this key level. So, just using it here, making it safe. And of course, the Shadow Priest and the Fire Mage gonna enjoy this. They're just gonna blast their AoE away here. Look at these oaks, though. They are giga bolstered.
Yeah, those are some big trees. We are using Bloodlust for this specific pull as well to try and finish it off as quickly and efficiently as possible on the side of Y. First one is going to fall over, and the second one is just going to go into the boss. We've seen this in the 24 as well. Glad to see they're not changing that. I'm always a fan of getting a little bit of extra trash count on bosses where possible. That Necrotic Breath, of course, is going to get interrupted, and then the Wilted Oak should also fall.
Yep, just now getting it down, and of course, remember the bolstering change boss is no longer bolster. Been that way for a while, but maybe there's some people returning that are wondering why you're pulling trash on top of a boss in a bolstering dungeon. That's been changed. Bosses cannot be affected by bolstering anymore. Very useful change if you weren't aware of it. And they're on their way to a fortified tree mouth. Of course, can be an issue if nobody gets eaten by the boss. That could cause some issues for you, but they're seasoned enough veterans to know how to deal with the mechanics of the bosses here, so I don't see them having any issues with that. But let's take a look at our other teams here. Sheesh. making great progress in this 29. Best attempt we've seen of the day so far for them here. On to Neuraxis, should get it done within the next minute and a half or so, giving themselves plenty of time to deal with the final section of the dungeon here. And as long as they're able to live through that final boss, should get a 29 Neltharian's Lair on the board. Last minute, after their one shot of the 30 Ruby Life Pools, doing exactly what we expected of them, going to the new dungeon, pushing up this Brackenhide Hollow.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Null's Lair timers to see how we are doing, but I would agree with you that I think the timer is looking pretty good here. In the 29 from Echo that we saw yesterday, they had 23:51 on Araxas and were well under that for Sheesh. We know they're not pulling the extra trash pack that Echo is doing, so they even have a little bit more wiggle room once they finish this boss here. I'm just a little bit worried about Dark Roll, but I think it's much more livable on the 29 than the 30 we saw yesterday.
Yeah. We'll see for sure. I think that's something we'll have to see the teams attempt more often to see if we can get a good gauge of it. This Echo Ruby Life Pools, I wonder, though... I don't know, it's... with seeing Last Minute having zero issues whatsoever with the offensive trinket options, do you think Echo should potentially think about making a swap? Or do you think they'll continue doing what they're doing? Because it seems like it's not needed. Now, that being said, Last Minute did have... a pretty significant amount of time left in the key, over a minute. So,
yeah,
maybe the defensive options are fine.
The point is, you kind of need the damage to make that time, right? If we're just looking at what Last Minute did, the way that they dealt with Kokia Blazehoof, the fact that they were able to skip multiple of the second casts, the fact that they were able to skip the second Flame Spits on Karaka, which I think is massive, cannot even be overstated. If you need the offensive trinkets to actually pull that off, then I think you should be playing them, and the dungeon timer isn't as free as it looks, because if you aren't able to get these kind of push timings within the boss fights, it might be a problem later down the line.
I know for a fact having a Radius Fragment on your Augmentation Evoker for bursts
so
like
big.
that, it's huge. It can't be overstated how massive that is, because that massive amount of intellect that you gain access to, remember with Augmentation Evokers, your int is your team's int. So...
yeah, that's
it's
our
huge.
main stat.
Our main stat. Your main stat? No, my main stat.
Our main stat.
Yeah, we were seeing things from
it's
Last
true.
Minute. It is 100% true. We were seeing things from the full offensive comp from Last Minute, where I almost called them Last Moment. That's a different team. From Last Minute, like for instance, their Kokia Blazehoof kill time was like 5:20, whereas Echo's kill times that we saw yesterday were approaching the 6-minute mark. And if that's if that's just because of the offensive trinket choices, that's a lot of time lost because of that alone. And we know it's possible without them. So I don't know. It's a rough spot to be in. I think they can time it with what they have right now. And I mean the raw splits suggest that they can do it, but I don't know. It's a hard question to ask. You know, finding ourselves questioning Echo, it's a weird spot to be in, but when someone else is doing it and doing it better than you, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a question that needs to be asked. I think it's just fair. We would do the same with any other team, so why not with Echo? Definitely is something that we're going to keep an eye on, whether or not they stay with these defensive trinket options that we see them running in that Ruby Life Pools, and how that is doing for them right now. They finished Melodrussa, once again, a little bit faster than before, which I think is really good. Like, if they can shave a little more seconds off and off and off, it's going to help with the overall dungeon timer not being as close, despite running a little bit less offensively. Sheesh, in the meantime, has reached Dark Rule, though. We're down here. We have that Bloodlust pumping right now. All of the cooldowns are going into boss right at the start, and the timer is looking pretty good as well.
Oh yeah, this timer is free. It's just about living through the boss here. Gotta make sure and doesn't have any issues with any of the smashes. We also have to make sure that we're properly killing off every one of these char skins. On the 29 Tyrannical, especially without the Prot Warrior, we're going to be getting the 4th ad, which is, of course, the bad lineup that we've been talking about for the past couple of weekends. But I believe that she should know the timings and how to deal with that. We'll see here. approaching the first magma wave. Good opening burst from the team as well here. Getting the boss sub 70% before the first magma wave is incredibly good. But of course the damage is going to slow down now with the lust running out and the 2 minutes running out. We'll have to see how they end up dealing with that nasty part of the encounter. It's going to be a couple minutes away still, though.
Yeah, it is going to be, but they are making their way through that boss fight. Why in the 27? I'm just looking at their timers. Of course, for the 27, we don't 100% know the timers, but I think it's looking pretty good. They just have a little bit of extra trash to do. Then they can do the Patriarch. They're rounding out that trash right now. It's going to be one more very big pull that they're going to finish off here. And then the Patriarch is on the menu. If I'm seeing that Bloodlust timer correctly, it's also going to be available once more in the next couple minutes to make sure that they can get through everything.
Oh, lots of damage here as the boss is moving, but they're able to keep everyone just barely alive. A little bit of a scary moment for them. Oh, Wildy goes down! Did he take a melee from the Charskin? What was that? They've got a battle res for him. That is their final battle res, though. We cannot afford any further mistakes.
Yeah,
Charskin is out.
They don't
they have no spikes.
Come on,
they have
come
to finish
on.
this off. What is going on?
Oh, no! I'm at a loss for words. That's Town Portal from Sheesh after spending another 30 minutes in this Nelt's Lair.
Just
Wow.
no words. That is a rough spot to be in for Sheesh. And you have to remember, they already are consolidating by going for the 29. They could go back to attempts on the 30, a key where they were in timer. They just had to live through the final encounter. They were on the last boss with 6 minutes left on the 30 yesterday. But it was just tough for their bear tank to live through. And if I'm not mistaken, that's what just happened just now as well. Andy died again to this boss. This boss is just so hard for bear druids to live through on the highest key level. Like, that's just such a rough spot to be in.
I'm not sure if it was because of the death and then the battle rest. I assume that's what happened, but because he got rest, the angle on the boss was a little bit weird when the frontal came in, and I think it clipped the spikes, and that's why they didn't have him. But that's so unfortunate. That's so incredibly unfortunate for them. Hopefully they can persevere here and get through that dungeon once more with eventually an extra point on the timer. But Echo having a little bit of problems with themselves here as Celia goes down in the trash leading up to Blazeth. They will be able to just naturally res him back up. After this, no battle rest needed. As the spell comes in from Maris, making sure the team is not taking any additional damage in their back.
Celia insta-declined that B-res. He's like, nope, res me after.
Yeah. Now that's the right choice. I respect that.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Why?
so worried for Sheesh now after that. That's
Yeah.
40 minutes at the start of the day, and they're in a spot already where they need to get points on the board. I would say they're behind. They're actually behind Y now, honestly, in terms of like time progression.
I would agree. Why? Doing something, I mean, I don't think it's out of the ordinary for this tournament in particular, but it's still something very cool that I want to shout out. They were sitting here waiting for all of their cooldowns to be available, notably that Bloodlust was on like 20-second cooldown, and they were just sitting. They know their timer is super fine with the +2. The +3 is out of question, so just sitting there, making sure you have everything lined up for the pull. Then the Wyrnstone goes out from your evoker here, making sure that there is a little bit of an extra connection, and whenever needed, they can use that. They're sending everything into the boss right at the get-go. It's only the totems that they need to mainly deal with here, and that's what they're going to do.
Yep. Name of the game is kill off the totems so they don't explode and kill you to overall rot damage. They've got a great comp for it. This Fire Mage actually doing a fantastic amount of burst swap damage to them. I'm curious, once we get to the higher key levels, how many beacons we're going to see added to the team. I doubt we'll see too many on this particular key level, because it should just be able to be dealt with by most of the damage from the team on its own right now. But potentially on the 29, we could see like maybe the tank swap to it. Maybe the healer swap to it as well to help as well. Not sure if that'll be needed on the 29. Now, fortunately for them, it is a fortified key. And yes, I know fortified tyrannical doesn't matter for the totem damage, but the boss having an extra percentage of HP means you have to kill a significantly higher amount of totems in order to finish off the boss. I was actually watching a 29 tyrannical Brackenhide on stream a couple days ago, and over the course of a 5.5 minute encounter, they had to kill off 17 totems in order to finish the boss off. Each of those totems has like 2.5 million HP, so
Yeah.
pretty nasty. It's a lot of burst and swap damage that you have to do.
That is nasty.
Maybe something we'll see in the global finals with changed classes, I'm curious whether that's possible.
I think we're being
But
kicked off.
I believe Noah, sorry.
I'm so curious. I'm going to ask Tettles what he thinks about it. There you go.
Think about killing totems?
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
on the
Or-
higher
or-
Bracken heights, right?
Or do you have any
What do you
extra
want-
insight
Might be
into what we saw
possible
at the
with a
end?
different
What are you
Oh,
asking
hold
the
on.
Moonkin for? They can't do any damage to totems.
Oh.
Well, this comp isn't particularly good at
It's
killing
uncalled
totems.
for.
This isn't the best totem killing comp.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it definitely
That's what
isn't.
we were saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Question
know.
is if maybe that's going to change for the finals when there's maybe a different meta that's coming for us with the class changes.
I think it depends
Why
on the meta.
finishing that dungeon +2 though?
I think that's a good call. I think it really depends on the meta. I think that before 10.1.5, you would have seen like triple melee in this dungeon. I think that was maybe the best comp.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to go back there, Melee is something I'm always fond of. Hopefully that can come back for me and my Melee friends. Y is going to go right into that 29, I believe. We're looking at last minute being really good on their timer here in the 24 as well. After that, last minute is going to go back to first place in the leaderboard. And Echo having some problems with themselves in that Ruby life pulse, but now they're on Kokia. They already spent 4 minutes on this boss fight and haven't even gotten it
What
to
is
the
this?
50% marker. This is taking really long for them.
Is this Koki attempt 5? 6?
Yeah.
Maybe?
I didn't count, to be honest. It's definitely one of those.
It's certainly more than 3. How many more than 3
Yes.
This fight
We're
is
back to
very,
doing math.
this fight is very hard for Echo.
Yeah.
I mean, this fight is just hard in general. How long did you say it was? 6 minutes? For
So
last
for
minute?
Echo yesterday, it was 6 minutes. Last minute was able to deal with it in 5 minutes and 38 seconds. So they were a little bit faster even. Gonna see how they do, but Echo, of course, on the back of playing these defensive trinkets, I think they're gonna spend a little bit of extra time here. I do like how they're handling their space, though. If you can see how they're baiting all these boulders and AoE patches, they're making sure they're not getting too close to that dragon, and actually only use one side of the hallway leading up to the green marker. And this is where we're gonna turn around and then go back.
Yeah, I really do like the wraparound.
Next ad is spawning for them here. They need to make sure they survive this and
Indeed.
possibly get it down before the second Inferno cast. But these ads have quite a
Hey.
lot of HP on +30 Tyrannical.
Mix, what is Y doing? They've already timed the
Y.
27. Did they put the wrong key in?
Yeah, maybe. Question mark? I was thinking they were gonna go into the 29. Maybe they were thinking.
Well,
yeah,
why are they?
yeah,
Oh.
I think that's what we're doing.
Dude,
Wrong key.
dude, I'm just sitting there like, am I? I had to refresh our leaderboard because I was like,
Yeah.
I swear I
No,
saw
they
them
did
just
the
time it.
27.
All right, yeah. Okay, well, huh?
It was just to show off. They have the extra 2 minutes.
Okay. That was weird.
Somebody that might not have the extra 2 minutes could be Echo, though. In the overall dungeon time, I don't think they're looking too bad here with 20 minutes surpassed on the dungeon timer. But they're still not through this boss fight. And they've been in fight for over 6.5 minutes with Kokia Blazov. The wraparound, like you said, working out great. That rescue kill, there's a dragon waiting for them. But they do have the backway there that they can still use as Kokia is finally in the single digits. We are going to come out to roughly 7 minutes of boss timer. And this time we are focusing boss. We don't care about that last ad, even though there's a rogue boulder coming for them.
You don't care about the last ad?
No, kill the boss, please.
Okay. So now we're getting a return or revive on Zalian and Mirez. We've seen Echo mess up this skip a couple of times.
I think once. Was it a couple of times?
I've seen it twice.
Okay.
We've adapted and now we are full sending
I
in
only
potions.
saw the yeah, okay. So Click's actually playing it a little bit safer here than what we saw from last minute, opting to use the invis rather than flying over. Previously, we did see Click's flying over as Evoker, and then Mirez levitating over and getting rescued, but it didn't really work. So this time, everybody going for invis potions, but they're going straight to Rivali.
I think this probably just depends on your offensive CDs, right? Like you want to be sending those cooldowns on this mini boss here, and you can see like kind of small, but the power infusion is going to be coming up here in just a couple of seconds, and so I think that's why they wanted to like full send on Rivali, like you were talking about. How do you feel about the timer with 5 deaths? Their split is pretty good on Kokia, 2048.
Yeah, that is pretty good. That's what I was saying, right? In the overall dungeon progression, they're not bad with the timer. It's just astonishing how long this boss fight takes for them. But if they can speed up in the rest of the dungeon on like trash and everything, it's actually good. So the big question is, how are you dealing with Karaka and Urquhart? Because what Last Minute did, I thought was incredibly cool. The way that they were able to actually nuke Karaka out of the way before getting a second set of flame spits on the back of just having massive amounts of damage is really, really helpful to surviving this fight. Now, if Echo can do that with defensive trinkets, color me impressed. If Echo can survive it a second time on the back of defensive trinkets, I also don't mind it. But I think if we're spending any longer than 2 flame spits on Karaka and Urquhart, after that 50 marker has been broken, it might be bad.
I mean, their time is competitive with Last Minute. Last Minute killed Kokia at 2042. Echo having it killed off at 2048, and Last Minute was how far under? A minute and a half under. I mean, Echo's time, even though they have 5 deaths, is looking fine, assuming that they can play safe. Now,
they still need trash, though.
They do still need a little bit of trash. They also only have 1 battle res, so those are potential pitfalls. Is like there's still potential opportunity to die or to wipe, but I think that assuming that they don't die on the boss, they should be okay timer-wise.
So, Last Minute pulled the boss at, like, I think it was 25-20 or something, so...
Yeah.
No, it was 24 something. So, like, they had 5.5 minutes, pretty much on the dot, and they were well under that because of how fast they could deal with the boss.
Their boss was 410 exactly.
How long is it going to take for Echo?
Yeah, I mean, Last Minute's boss was 410 exactly. So I would assume that Echo's likely going to have a similar boss kill time. I mean, obviously there's some variance, but
like that's the question, right? Because if Kokia for Last Minute took like 5.5, and for Echo it took 7, then why are we expecting them to be just as fast?
Well, I don't think that 7 was real. I don't think they dropped combat before they pulled the boss. So I think the damage. I think the timer on the damage meter is a bit wrong.
1 minute till that Bloodlust comes around. That's definitely how we would like it. Making sure you have it for that 50% push. For now, they're going to try and get damage dealt to both of these bosses equally. But there is going to be extra damage going out to the group with these flame splits. Of course, this one's not as horrible as the ones we're going to deal with later, but is going to add a little bit of added difficulty to this fight here. Sheesh, dealing with Ularok, right hand corner there. Totem face. Lots of damage going out to Stove back there.
Mm-hmm. Bottom right, we also have Y, finally in the 29. They messed up the first pull also in their first attempt on the 29 and had to zone out. This dungeon's timer pretty lenient, but I will say quite annoying on bolstering. I think that the first area on bolstering is tough, but if you're able to get through the first area with minimal, if zero deaths, you probably should be fine to be able to see through the rest of the dungeon. Obviously, a large majority of the difficulty of this key is Decatriarch.
Yeah, it definitely is. Let's see how it goes for both of those teams. I'm, yeah, like you said, quite curious about that 29 and how we're dealing with it, but based on the fact that there was a fortified before in the groups, I think the 29 should be well within the realms of possibility. More nervous about the Echo split up there on Karaka. They do have that Battle Rush available now. There's 4 minutes to go, and they need to get both of these bosses down to 50%. Of course, the Karaka push is going to be the one that's more important here, as that determines the phases, and they're trying to get lots and lots of damage during these extra casts that the boss is doing. They might even get another one that during... They're going to push one more. That was not it.
We don't have all of our cooldowns up. Like, look at the Breath of Eons, the Power Infusion, the Combustion. All of that comes up in 30 seconds, but the boss is going to be pushing here in just a few more seconds. Maybe we just stall out here intentionally?
I think that's what they're doing. I think they're trying to hold back a little bit, because otherwise we would see that Bloodlust, same way as we saw from last minute, right as that war comes, but the dots are ticking. There is the Bloodlust. We don't have the PI ready, but cooldowns are going into the boss with that Bloodlust right now, and Flame Spits are coming out. Check out that damage onto the team is going to get right out of them straight away. Bloodlust still there to help them. They don't want to get a second set here, ideally.
So I'm really concerned if they get a third set, because the AoE...
They have shields now.
Well, it's more like the AoE is going to line up with the Flame Spit. The AoE cast from Urquhart might line up with the Flame Spit here. Yeah, you have the Interrupting Cloudburst right here. So you do have... there is a little bit of leeway here. I guess if they went to a fourth, they would have the Interrupting Shout line up perfectly with the Flame Spit, which is a potential problem. Like, you can
down
die from that. But Echo going to be able to down this 30 Ruby Life Pool is very good. It took them an hour to be able to get this done, so they weren't as fast as last minute in here. But I think that there was time that they have to spare. I think that, and this is looking really good for them, especially if you look at it contextually. They're trying to get top 2 on the weekend. Sheesh, failing their 29 Neltharian's Lair on the last boss is actually very big for Echo, and Echo is able to get +2 to go all the way up to 148 points.
I agree. I think the fact that she was unable to get through that Nell's Lair is not great. Although Echo already spent a little bit of time on this dungeon here yesterday, so it's not just the time that they spent here today, but also some time that they spent here yesterday that is going to factor into the bigger picture. But now they can definitely also go for that Brackenhide and build up on that lead that they have on Sheesh right now. And it's actually Sheesh that need to come back here and get these dungeons pushed through as fast as possible, as Echo is the second team in this group here to get the 30 done.
You think they're going Brackenhide now?
I would expect them to. You don't think so?
I'm not sure. So I think it's reasonable to go to Brackenhide. I think Brackenhide caps at a 29 here, so you only need 3 keys realistically to be able to cap that dungeon, and then you can go and prog other dungeons. But I think that if Echo was like, we're playing the game plan that we decided on before the day started, and our next dungeon is Neltharis 31, I would also kind of accept that from Echo. I think it just kind of depends on what they prepped for at the beginning of the day.
No, we're seeing them phase into that Brackenhide. I think it's easy, right? Because, like you're saying, that Brackenhide caps out rather low.
Yeah.
So to say, it's an easy dungeon to put on the board without needing to show any crazy tech or any crazy strats. So they can just get in there, get the 29 done, and then look for other dungeons, because it's just you put a tick behind it, right? And then you're good to go. Of course, for them, same as for the other teams, it's going to be important that they get the upgrades on the keys, so the 24 plus 3, 27 plus 2 that we are seeing teams do right now, to be in that 29. That Y is challenging right now.
Sheesh are pretty cleanly making it through Ularog again. But Naraxis is, or not Naraxis, but Dargrul has kind of been what's walling them a little bit. So I think that while she's sure looking pretty good in this Neltharian's Lair, I don't think that you can really write it off as a successful key until you do see them realistically get through the final boss. More often, I don't say more often than not, but a lot of the times, like, you can kind of phone it in on the final boss of a dungeon, or, you know, the final boss is kind of like a point of relief because you've already made it through the hardest parts of the key. But Dargirl definitely one of, if not the hardest part of Neltharian's Lair, which it happens to be like 30 minutes into the dungeon. So I think it's something that you have to look forward to. You can't be like, oh my gosh, Shisha's insane right now. But they are looking good. You can't really complain about this run that they're on.
Yeah, they have a really good time. I think they had a really good time in their previous attempts in this dungeon as well. You weren't here when they first faced into the 29. How are you feeling about them having that 30 available, but opting to go into the 29 and basically saying, like, all right, we don't think the 30 is doable. We'll wait for other teams to do it first?
It's tough because the 30 looks doable on the timer. But it didn't look doable on their timer yesterday whenever they were pulling Dargirl, and they were also having tank deaths. It's one of those keys that I think it's possible to be able to be doing a 30 Neltharian's layer on Tyrannical, but then there's a question of, like, how many hours would it take? How many attempts would it take? Is it because it's not something that you one-shot. Is it something that's going to take you?
Sorry. It's just a niche little thing, but their Shadow Priest has climbed all the way up this spine here to be safe from the extra adds and jumps and everything. It's similar to what we've been seeing in other dungeons. I think it's really cool. Just like chilling out there.
Yeah, that allows him to not get leapt on by the lashers and get the bleed on him. I actually didn't know about this. This is actually a really cool spot.
Pretty nice to see. I saw him like hop up there and I was like, okay, what are we doing? But yeah, it makes sense to be a little bit safer here. And we obviously know that similar techniques exist in other dungeons with like the book and the Azure Vault that we saw in Group A and also some other dungeons previously. But nice to see that Brackenhide has that too. So next time you're in that key with a puck, you can be like, wait, gotta get on my spine.
First of all, Halls of Infusion has something similar with that bench.
Yep. Last minute is also at a similar point in the dungeon here. It's going to make their way through. Big point for this dungeon is just the bolstering, right? Particularly in these kind of tree areas. It's so messy sometimes. It needs to be controlled. We are seeing teams using their Bloodlust to make sure that they can do it. Sheesh dealing with an Araxas here, but I think we're still okay on the timer.
Oh yeah, no, I think Shisha's timer is totally fine. Just giving you guys some split information. Let's see what we got. So, Neltharian's Lair, a good third boss split is somewhere in the like 24-minute range. Like right at 24 minutes is like a pretty good third boss split, and Shisha's going to be maybe a minute under that, maybe a minute and a half under that even. That would be so. They're absolutely blasting this dungeon currently.
All right, that's really good to hear. Let's hope they can make it through it all the way this time around.
Also,
every other team in that dungeon of Brackenhide last minute having a little bit of trouble there with AJ going down, but they did commit the battle resses that they had to get him back up, and they will get another one in just a second.
So something you're talking about is bolstering this dungeon. What makes bolstering so difficult here?
Well, you have, similar to the Sanguine last week, right? You have the Wilted Oaks that are just very big boys with a lot of health. And even though not everything bolsters here, there are quite a few mobs that do. So when you go really big, and I suspect we are going to see it, I think from Y in just a second, right before Treemouth is where they do it. And they also use their Bloodlust. You need to still kind of focus them and make sure you have them dealt with in an appropriate manner to not have these gigantonormous wilted oaks.
Is that the technical term for bolster wilted oak?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Mm-hmm. I think also the first area is pretty problematic, just with bolstering in general and on death affixes just as a whole, which is why you're seeing all of the teams now adopt their route to run that. A similar route to what we saw from Legendary last weekend, whereas other teams would sometimes get like, 40% enemy forces out of here. You saw Legendary, men pulling the area, only getting less than 30% out of the area, and then bailing and going out and getting the rest of their count, the rest of the dungeon, because the first area is so tricky on bolstering also. And then, like Mix was saying, then that creates potential for the gigantinormous oaks.
Yeah, exactly. They're a big threat. We're going to see them in just a second for why. I do like how they're taking one of them into the boss, though. I think that's really good tech. We're probably going to see it from other teams as well. Last minute lining up to, I think, a big pull as well. At least that's what I would expect from them here in that 27. And we are going to see how that 29, specifically that the Catriarch, looks like.
Sheesh in the top left, though, able to get through Naraxis at 22:36. They're making really good pace, incredibly fast here. Unfortunately for them, the hardest part of the dungeon is still ahead of them in Dargrul. They do have this last trash pull left to deal with, but the Dominator double breaker on Tyrannical 29 has not been something that's been causing these TGP level teams too many issues, even though it is a quite challenging pull. It's just not been causing too many problems because it is that Tyrannical affix set.
Mm-hmm. All right, I do think it's cool what Y's been doing. We saw it last week as well. So they kind of snuck by Treemouth here and grabbed everything that's on the right-hand side of the boss, and that's what they're now going to pull with the boss together. And actually, that's where they're using their Bloodlust in that 29 previously, and the 27 we did use it on the Wilted Oaks on the big pull prior to this, but a little bit of a different routing coming out of them in that 29 I do appreciate.
I think you see this pretty commonly on live. Now there is a question as to sometimes like how you want to take this into the boss, like at what percentage HP do you want to take into the boss. I think the big thing to be watching out for if you pull this trash into the boss, though, is those monstrous decay slimes killing off your melee DPS, and particularly like your Holy Paladin. It's very easy to accidentally end up taking the dot from those slimes, and if they actually do end up putting that ooze dot on you, you can get killed like almost immediately by it.
Yeah, melees are just not allowed to have fun with these, but the group is doing a really good job of keeping it under control. You can see all of their CC being used to make sure they interrupt all of these oozing casts every single time. They do have the knockbacks, the fears, everything that they have is going out onto the slimes to make sure none of these casts get casted through and go on their healer. So they're going to be safe here soon once all of these die off, and those should be fine. Yeah, here we go. Only 3 more. Down they go. Last ones, and that's Treemouth for you. Same happening for last minute, right underneath them. Actually, they picked up in pace quite a lot, but of course they're also on that 27.
Okay, so the most important run that we're seeing right here in the top left is Sheesh in that 29. Yeah, and they finally made it to the last boss. They need to really make sure that they're able to kill off these Molten Char skins. I think that we've talked about it pretty much every single weekend so far of the TGP, like how important being able to get these char skins killed off is, and particularly the 4th char skin, just because of like crystal spike desyncing and whatnot. That's like always going to be a big deal, and so making sure that Sheesh has ample damage to be able to get those mobs killed off is really, really important here. So they got through the first set pretty easily. They also lust on pull. What's the advantages of lusting on pull, do you think?
I think it's just good to get as much damage onto the boss as possible. Mm-hmm. Obviously, also, it makes it easier to deal with the chart skin, but the fact that you're kind of cutting down on the overall fight duration with having all of your cooldowns and Bloodlust available right at the start, and they know that that's how they planned that dungeon out, so it's always going to be that way. I think that makes sense. You always want to have your cooldowns at the start of like long boss fights like a Tyrannical, and then have the 2 minutes back up as many times as possible. But the big thing here is going to be for Andy to survive this, and for the team to be very careful with how they're dealing with these spikes. There was a little bit of tragedy in the previous run. Charskin is spawning, first spikes go out. Team has to bait to make sure that the second spikes come close to that Charskin, and that's exactly what they're going to be. They're here now. Next ones come up. Charskin is going to get stunned once again, and they can finish it off. And in the meantime, Andy is dealing with their Gruul quite well, but they have to repeat this kind of spiel a couple of times.
Yeah. So they're getting through the second round of the Charskin killing, and the boss is at 54% HP. Typically, it's seen as the 4th The fourth char skin is like pretty universally held as the hardest one because you only get 2 crystal spikes. Now I did do a gear check on Sheesh, and it looks like they're running 2 beacons of the Beyond. So you're able to rip those beacons onto the fourth char skin if you press them on pull, because the beacon is like a 230 CD. So you're able to press double beacon on pull and then get double beacon on the fourth char skin if you're worried about being able to kill it inside of that crystal spike duration. Now the big thing here on the third one is this is where you're using all of your 2 minutes. So the Breath of the Eons is coming out, you have the Combustion coming out, you have the Shadow Priest CDs coming out, and so this char skin just kind of gets melted by offensive cooldowns, especially with this composition.
I really like how they're doing that little wraparound. It's not something we're seeing many teams do. Usually they just like eke further into the corner and then around, but Sheesh doing a little bit of a 180 here with their Gruul turning to the other direction to make sure they have a little bit of room with the char skin and the spikes to actually deal with. And the next bait is coming in quite well as well, but they are going to get one more of these. That is going to be something they need to deal with.
Yeah, a big thing is moving Dargruul actually does a large amount of damage to the group. So, like you were saying, doing that wraparound, making sure that they don't move Dargruul, moving Dargruul as minimal as possible is actually very, very important for their ability to be able to stay alive just as a group. And it's not even just on the DPS and the healer, but it's also on the tank, because the boss is actually just doing so much damage to the group, plus absolutely smoking the tank every single time you see that molten crash.
Absolutely. One more time, Landslide coming out here, and they will get that molten crash. He is surviving, though. You can see big survivability coming through
double
from
beacon.
Tanner, making sure that he's safe here. And this should be the last char skin that they need to deal with. They are going to get one more set of spikes, have it already in the back here. But they also want to make sure that they preserve it. Burning Hatred goes off. That is the bubble from Tanner, making sure that the team is safe here. Really nice to see. And they can finish off that char skin soon, hopefully, as it is moving around. A little bit of extra damage.
Okay, so they actually got a bonus spike, and they actually ended up being able to restun that char skin. So Stove was the person who was fixated there and ended up getting bopped. And so you saw him face tanking it for a little bit. He was prepared to sack himself if they didn't get that third crystal spike, but Sheesh, they did get a little bit lucky with the third crystal spike set. At the same point, though, Stove was positioning himself super well to make sure that char skin was not going to blow up that rock while the team was trying to hide from that magma wave. So Sheesh looking really good, going to be able to down this 29. Going to be about 2.5 minutes under, maybe a little bit more than that, 2 minutes 50 seconds under. So the 30 timer-wise possible. In practice, we'll see. Maybe Sheesh will be looking to revisit this later. From now, though, I could see them either going 30 Ruby Life Pools, which they've put 0 attempts into, or I could see them start Brackenhide Hollow. I think that both are pretty reasonable options for Sheesh.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to do the Brackenhide, just out of overall management questions. I think it makes sense to do what's easy doable without giving your competitors any advantages right off the get-go. So once you have that Brackenhide done, once you pushed it to 29, we expect that that's where that dungeon is probably going to cap out, because we saw the 30 before and it looked quite not doable with the totems on the Decatriarch. So I think it's a priority for teams to just get there, put a tick behind it, like I said before, just make sure you have it done, get the extra points, and then go back into dungeons where progressing actually matters. And she seems to agree with me, as they are phasing into that dungeon, as we can see on the leaderboard there, green dot going over.
I think honestly, you only need to spend like an hour 15 in Brackenhide probably in total, like cumulatively across all of your runs. So I think that after you do the Brackenhide Hollow, I would be down to like full send a 10-minute break, or even potentially even like a 20-minute break, and like really map out the rest of the day timer-wise to make sure that we're able to optimize our timing as much as possible. Because like after the Brackenhide is done on a 29, you're going to see like world first key attempts, such as things in like the Neltharis. I think is one that we could really start to see world first level attempts in. I think there's also a possibility for like Halls of Infusion 30, but I think that that's less likely than going and testing the waters in either Nelthslayer or Neltharis 31 and 30. So we'll see.
So speaking about it a little bit, you already mentioned some of them, but what dungeons do you think are like the realistic kind of next go-tos for the currently top two teams, Echo and Last Minute, right? Because they have the 30 Ruby Life Pulse done. You think Nelthera's 31?
So we've seen Y attempt that dungeon on 31, probably 3 attempts pretty deep. Somewhere in the order of like 20 minutes deep into the Forge Master area.
Yeah.
And from what we were seeing, the timer looked okay. It felt like Y wasn't necessarily wiping to the dungeon being too hard. It felt like they were still just kind of wiping to getting like bad breaks on some of the trash pulls and whatnot. But I think that if you have, maybe an hour, maybe like 2 hours of attempts in that dungeon, you're going to be able to time it. It's not something that's definitely impossible, and I think it's pretty reasonable to expect that these TGP level teams, if they're able to get a little bit more time, they're able to do it. Shisha are having a couple deaths in a 24, but it's probably still 3 chestable.
Yeah, it was towards the end there, so I think it was just bolstering, knocking Andy out of the park. I didn't see it, but I assume that's what happened. Just a little bit of extra deaths, but they are back together here and are going to go around the puddles, make sure that they don't deal with any of the mobs in the main way, and then they can move on towards that boss area. Now,
Y is
for Y,
flying through this key.
Yeah, but they still also have a lot to do for today, right? If we're looking at their dungeons, they still need to do the 29 Halls of Infusion, they still need to do the 30 Underrot, they still need to do the 30 Ruby Life Pulls to tie in with the other teams. The Ruby Life Pulls Sheesh also needs to do, but if they want to get a fighting chance against Echo at last minute, those are the 3 dungeons that they need to focus, and they need to hope that in the time when they're doing all of this, the other teams aren't running away.
Yeah, so last week we also had Fortified Brackenhide, and that dungeon for a lot of the teams capped out at 29, and some of the boss 3 splits, so gutshot splits, were mid 22s. So the fact that Y here putting up a 20.03 on gutshot, they're going to be well under the timer. And it's not going to be particularly close. What is the 2 chest on
the
this
timer
place?
is good. I mean, the
28?
timer is good on the 30 as well, right?
Yeah.
What was it? Was it Legendary?
Yes.
I believe that attempted them. Yeah, so Legendary in Group B, they did the 30, and they traversed to the dungeon quite fine. There weren't any major hiccups, despite being Sanguine, which I think is not the best for like affixes, was also fortified. And then they started the Catriarch, and I think they killed the first totem, and the second one just exploded in their faces, and they never went back.
Yeah, we kind of talked to Tobo last week after that, and I think it was either you or Dratnus, I think, that asked him a question in regards to the Brackenhide Hollow specifically about killing the totems, and he was saying that it was like really, really just tough to be able to kill. Those totems, because the totems don't scale with like Fortified or Tyrannical, they only scale with dungeon level. I'm interested in if a team is actually going to attempt a 30 this weekend inside the Brackenhide Hollow, because the timer looks so free, but it's a question of being able to kill those totems.
Yeah, for sure it is. That's going to be a main focus if any team is deciding to go there last minute, putting that 27 plus 2 on the board. Really good. We will see them in the 29. I would definitely assume that's their next step. And as teams are getting through that, Y is already done. So they have a little bit of extra wiggle room to get into those focus dungeons that we were talking about. What do you think is the first dungeon that Y goes to once they finish out the 29 here?
I could see them going 30.
Really?
Depending on their confidence level, I could see them attempting the 30. They're so fast. Like, they're so fast. It's.
But it's not about the speed, right? They're definitely incredibly fast in this dungeon. But I'm just worried that they spend a lot of time once more in a 30, and then towards the end we see something bad happen. That's like my least favorite thing for TGP dungeons, which is also why the Neltharian Slayer makes me just anxious to watch, where they have a full dungeon of 30 minutes and it's fine and they're having a good time and the splits are looking good and they go to that final boss and it just knocks them out of the park. And I feel like something similar could be happening with the 30.
I mean, they're
rocket
looking.
height.
I mean, they're looking really good in the 29 right now.
They are. I'm agreeing with that.
I mean, I'm just totem killing wise too, right? They don't look like they're
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. I could see them trying the 30. I don't think that it's unreasonable to expect to see them sit in this dungeon for a little bit and give it attempts. Because in addition to that, they're so far under the timer in the 29 that they're going to be comparatively pretty far under the timer on the 30. And at some point, you could potentially just sandbag and wear 5 beacons, even though it's not optimal. You could just full sandbag and wear 5 beacons for the whole dungeon. So teams aren't allowed to zone. So teams aren't allowed to zone out in the TGP. I guess that should probably be stated, like mid-run. But I think there's a chance, like if you're going to be this free on your timer, you could just full send the beacons.
So we were talking about it last week. The Frost Mage not really an option with, I think, Sanguine in particular.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of extra slows and something like that.
also
That
don't
makes
have count,
Sanguine
by the
much
way.
harder.
I didn't notice that until now.
Yeah. Do you think the Frost Mage becomes an option here eventually? I mean, you have to play it in the entire dungeon, right? That's the big thing. But it would be really good for the Patriarch.
It's also not bad for bolstering, right? Because it's like decent prio damage.
Yeah.
I'd probably rather you have a fire mage with a beacon than play Frost in here, but I think that either are viable options. Honestly, I do think it's actually a pretty good point because again, just look at how far under the timer they are, and they haven't had issues with these tomes in the 29. I think that 30. I think at least seeing them attempt a 30 is probably something that we should expect here.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes for the teams as they are making their way through this dungeon. I did read a question in chat that maybe we can elaborate on. I think it's just cool niche tech that once more goes to show why Priest is one of the classes that's just really good in dungeons right now. Somebody was asking how they're opening the cages in these dungeons, and you can see it from Mares in the bottom left right now. Would you mind to explain, Telos?
Mind Soothe and Fade.
Since he gets stuck.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just Mind Soothe and Fade. So like Fade reduces aggro of which mobs are going to be able to see you, and then Mind Soothe also reduces aggro radius of which mobs are going to be able to see you. And so whenever you send a tip, some cages can be done with only Mind Soothe. Some cages can be done without anything, without Mind Soothe or Fade. Some require both, but typically you can just like send the priest and make sure that they're out of combat, and just sometimes you just like send them and have them open 3 or 4 at once while you're fighting a trash pack.
Yeah, really. Thank you so much. I think it's really cool tech. It's maybe, I think, a little bit too strong that Priest can do all of those things in many of the dungeons, but definitely one of the reasons why they're so good right now. Why finishing out on the Patriarch here? We can just see the mage getting that personal bloodlust up again to make sure there's a little bit of extra damage coming through, and that will be reflected in the details in a couple of seconds as they are dealing with the final totems here. 10% to go, and then they still need to grab one more mob that is going to give them a little bit of extra count. There we go.
So it wasn't close at all. They do need count, but yeah, like this was not close for them. I think that they're. If I had to predict, I would predict that they're going to run this on a 30. That is my guess right now. I think the alternative run for them next is maybe 31 in Altharis and then 30 Ruby Life Pools. That is the order that I would be guessing that they're going to go do their dungeons. Where one count.
Yeah, looking, finding. They have so much time, it doesn't really matter. Of course, for the time tiebreaker that it could potentially come to, you'd rather find it sooner than later, but they did grab something here, and that will be it. They will finish this dungeon in just a second. I really wonder where they're going.
There's a problem with this area where a lot of mobs actually just don't give count, so it's like, oh my gosh, what are we supposed to pull here?
Just grab this. Wait, no, that doesn't give count.
Wait, hold on, not that.
Well, they did it. It happens to the best of us.
What's going on?
We do have, a little question here. Which one is not a Tusker that greets you in Brackenhide Hollow? We just watched this dungeon. There's 3 Tuskars. This is not one of them. The correct answer, that is.
Could you read the names out?
Yeah, please.
Sure. A. Bertinat. B. Sentu. C. Japukutat. And D. Herupatat.
Okay.
I think it's
Easy.
A.
Hear me out. I think it's A because I think that Bertunat is outside of Brackenhide Hollow. I think that guy's in the Azure span.
Oh, possible Tuskar
think that's-
expert. Tettles.
That's my real lore.
C.
I
Okay.
think it's A because Bertinat doesn't sound as nice as the other three.
Bertinat. You got something?
also named
against
after
people
my
named
cat.
Bert? Yeah, I was gonna
it's also-
say.
Yeah,
it's also
Bert
named
is a
after my
cool
cat.
name, but it's called Bertunat. Like, just call it Bert then. That's cool.
He goes by Bert. This
Yeah.
wasn't his birth name.
Your
Bert for
cat's
short.
name is not Bertunat. Come on.
That's his cat's full name. You never knew
Yeah,
that.
it is.
I thought everyone knew that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Chat is saying it's sent you.
Yeah, but
Oh.
chat's been wrong pretty much every
Oh,
time.
I hate that.
Oh, and it looks like it's D. Herupatat. So there you
There
go.
you go.
There's there they are, the Tuskars themselves. Yep.
I for some reason
And
thought
Brenna, I
that,
don't know how she got in there.
I thought after years of watching Millionaire that the Ask the Audience questions, the lifelines for Ask the Audience were supposed to be pretty good, but for some reason our Ask the Audience always fails. I don't know what they're doing.
We're finding the masses are always wrong apparently. And that's the lesson I've learned from doing these quizzes.
That checks
Trust
out,
yourself.
honestly.
That's right.
We do have
we just
Y
got
on the
word.
break.
Yeah, that Y is
On a
taking their
break.
10-minute breaks. That means they
Okay.
have 10 more to take later on. Carry on.
I don't know if I believe that they're going to go back to Brackenhide if they're on a 10-minute break right now. What do you think,
I
Mix?
don't believe it. I don't think that that's what they want to do. I think you prioritize that the Halls of Infusion just to get the easy point that you know is doable without much drama. You prioritize the 30 underrot that you definitely need to do. And you definitely also need to look at that Ruby Life Pools now that Last Minute and Echo both have locked it in as world record. They need to find it as well if they want to get qualified to the global finals here. Only 2 teams can go there, remember.
I think it's kind of dangerous though if you're just like chasing the coattails of keys that people have only ever put up right. Obviously, it's going to just work out like that. But I feel like if you're just putting up those other keys because other people have done it instead of like trying to really forge your own path, it's going to be kind of tough.
Yeah, we might need to explain why the leaderboard looks like that. Yesterday, Y was at the very bottom fighting against elimination. Now today, Sheesh has had some hiccups in that Nell's lair, but mainly what is putting them under all of the other teams is that they haven't done the Brackenhide just yet, which is going to give them 24 points. Now, Y is also sitting pretty there in second spot, but that's because they have the Brackenhide done, and we will see Echo overtake them in just a little bit once they finish their 27 here that they're in bottom right. So that is going to give them 3 more points, and they will be back equal with Last Minute up there.
Do you think Sheesh still 3 chests with 5 deaths?
Yeah, I actually think that the timer is pretty lenient.
Okay.
Are their splits not good?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure relative to the 3 chests on this dungeon. But I was just asking what you thought.
No, I think they're fine, especially because the deaths that they had were at the very beginning, right? It didn't cost them like another minute to get a pullback under control or something. It just happened at the end of the fight. So I don't think that they're in trouble here with the +3, to be honest. Would be very bad for them though if they were.
+3 is 21 minutes and a 35-minute key. Like you were saying, I think it's probably pretty reasonable to expect that they're going to be able to still +3 this dungeon, but it would be quite bad if they don't.
Yeah. The reason for that is that any other team is or was able to get that 24 +3, which means you're already cutting yourself up from the rest of the group by having to do one more dungeon run, right? We know that the 26 probably not 3 chestable. It's probably going to be very hard to +3 if you end up with a 26 for some reason. So it's going to be 24, 26, 28, and then you need to do one more to reach that 29 that other teams are reaching in 3 runs. So
Dude, that would suck.
that
really
that would
bad.
be very bad.
Especially since
Food for thought.
Sheesh is such on a crunch because of the Neltharian's lair that they had earlier on today. If they one-shot that Nel's lair, that actually puts them in a much better position. But having to do a couple of attempts of that Nel's lair 29, not great.
Speaking of positions, it's time to change the position of our casters. As we're moving Dratnos into the live position and Makes into the taking a break and enjoying the runs position.
Thank you.
There you go.
Wow, welcome to me.
Welcome you.
Welcome.
Yeah. So what have you been thinking about the past, hour and a half start of day? Your overall thoughts.
Remaining impressed with last minute. This is looking really, really good for them. I'm exceptionally happy with how they've been doing so far. And if this 29 Brackenhide that they're in, again, 3 deaths for last minute up in the top right, so not a perfect run so far, but if they can secure the timer in here, I think they are going to be so well set up for the end of our day.
So we saw Y be so far under their Brackenhide Hollow, and they were so far under the timer. Would you ever actually try the Brackenhide 30 and just run 5 beacons?
I think you could do the Brackenhide 30. I'm not even sure you need to make that big of a sacrifice to do it either.
Okay.
Yeah.
We saw because we saw teams last weekend, Legendary in particular. I think they were the only team that tried the Brackenhide 30, but they tried it a couple of times, wiped on the last boss a couple of times.
That's the problem, is that the
off.
difficulty is... so fortified bolstering is nasty through the middle of the dungeon, but the main difficulty is that last boss.
Yeah.
We've seen teams go up to 3 beacons. Putting one on your Shadow Priest and your Fire Mage is a bigger sacrifice than... Usually it's like the Augmentation Evoker is the third person who can put one on, and the tank and the healer are pretty happy to be wearing one a lot of the time already. But yeah, I mean, if you really needed the totem damage, you could do that. Looking at the other options for last minute, they don't have that much else that would necessarily be better. The 30 Nelth Slayer they tried yesterday and didn't convert on, right? That one ended up being a little bit too tough. I think it was close as well, though. That might be more doable than Brackenhide. The other option would be a 31 Neltheris, which comes with extra tiebreaker equity as well. Because of the way that our tiebreakers work, the first tiebreaker is the highest level key you've done. So if we're talking about 30 Brackenhide or 30 Nelthslayer versus 31 Neltheris, even though those would all be worth 1 point, the Neltheris gives you kind of an extra point for tiebreakers. So
Yeah.
I think that's if you're choosing between, if you think they're all going to take like an hour or 2 of prog or something like that, or 3 hours, like somewhere in the 1 to 3 hour range, you should go to the Neltheris, even if it's like that'll take 2 hours and Brackenhide will only take 1.5 or something.
The green dot for Y is on the move.
Yeah,
Looks like 29 Halls of Infusion might be on the table for them.
Now this is it's a good point for them to pick up.
Yeah.
They certainly will. They will certainly need this if they want to crack into the top 2 at the end of our weekend. It's not great for them that they still have work to do in Ruby as well, and then their Underrot is also worse than both Echo and Last Minute. So they need to pick up Halls of Infusion, pick up a Ruby Life Pools quickly, and the Ruby Life Pools is pretty much non-negotiable at this point. If they leave that thing on 28, then that is just horrifying for them because they have the 2 chests that they'd be missing out on 2 points from. So they have like an hour of homework keys that they need to get done, and the problem with calling them homework keys is they're not easy, right? Halls of Infusion 29 and Ruby Life Pools 30 both have a very high failure rate, especially the Ruby 30. So Y are going to be chasing that score for the next at least hour, and then they'll be coming back, and I think it'll be the Neltheris 31 for them as well.
So we were talking about this before broadcast, and they were firmly in 4th place coming into the day. They also have to time that Underrot on the 30 at some point also, just to try to continue to even it up.
Unless they can do the Neltheris and nobody else does. If they're the only team that gets a 31 Neltheris, that could be their kind of win condition here. And they are the team that has already spent time in there. No other team has, really.
I do think their win con involves 0 depletes on today, though. Like, I don't know how many depletes they necessarily can afford with their timer.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they get the Halls of Infusion and the Ruby reasonably quickly, they'll be close to caught up, right? They'll be behind by the Underrot.
It's because of the homework keys, though, yeah.
Yeah, but, last weekend we saw the last 3.5 hours featuring 0 score improvements for the top teams, right? And we could be approaching that kind of position again where whether they spend an hour and a half or 2 hours catching up, that might not matter, right? It's just going to be a question of, with the time that they do have left, are they going to be able to convert and get one of these keys upgraded to a very high level?
Being able to bang out that 30 ruby life pools, if they're able to hit that in one attempt.
See, that's the thing, like that. Nobody else has done that. Even Last Minute, who came in today and did it, they wiped to it yesterday, right? So
yeah,
I think the ruby is likely to take more than just one attempt.
Yep, agree.
But if it does just take one, then why are really back in it? Yeah.
Let me get some timers for bracket height from
yeah,
Y
we do have
for
all
us.
4 of our teams. Actually, not Y, but the other 3 all working on bracket height of various levels. Sheesh have just started off there 27 in the bottom right. Sheesh are currently in 4th place, but they have a lot of points to pick up still from this 27. I think they probably... If all the teams played equally well from here, I think we'd be seeing Last Minute in 1st, Echo in 2nd, Sheesh in 3rd, and Y in 4th.
That's
But
my
there's a
prediction
lot
as well.
of room for that to move around as we enter the very high keys today, because that, again, the keys are getting close to the ceiling, right? Teams are going to be spending a lot of time working on very hard keys, and one moment of brilliance, one keystone where you play perfectly, and you can get something on the board that could potentially be really big for your score.
Yeah, and I think that, Sheesh is a team that they've competed in 2 TGPs now. This is their 3rd one. And I remember back to like one of the first TGPs that they competed in, they put up a the other side that was unmatched for the whole entire weekend by any other team. Like that is a team that has the ability and the player power to be able to put up unmatched runs, and that's actually a pretty scary proposition for all these other teams. And if you think about it, why literal TGP champions? They were the first team to put up that quarter stars 29 in that in the second TGP that we played, and they ended up winning the TGP off of that. I think that all of these teams here have the ability to be able to put up unmatched runs, which is kind of dangerous.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to top some of the runs that Last Minute and Echo have on the board already, particularly Last Minute's 28-11 in their 30 underrot. I don't think you're taking the underrot crown.
No, you are not.
The Ruby Life Pools, maybe there's some room there, maybe, but that's very tight. Halls of Infusion, maybe that can go to 30. Maybe that can be a strength for one of these teams, is take a 30 Halls of Infusion. I think that looked maybe feasible, but very, very hard. Similarly, Brackenhide 30, I think, is in that difficult but maybe not impossible range. And that kind of leaves Neltharion's Lair 30 and Neltharis 30. The 2 Nelth dungeons. The 2 dungeons that start with Nelth, I think, are places where teams will be looking to kind of put that stamp on the scoreboard.
I got some news. You see Last Minute split in the 29?
Yeah.
1806. Y split in the 29? 1642.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can see Last Minute are sitting here on 4 deaths. They're kind of AFKing right now as well.
Are they hearthing out? What are they doing?
So I suspect what may have happened here is they may have had a player release before the graveyard got updated. Because they did have a player die at the end of that boss fight. I'm not sure. Maybe they're just waiting to skip Stink Breath.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So what you should do in this instance is you should zone out of the key and zone back in after the Tuskar.
On the live servers, if that happened to you, you would walk out the front of the dungeon and then walk back in. But in TGP, you're not allowed to do that. That's smart. Because on the turnaround, it's all different. So yeah, dying quickly and then getting that graveyard update. Yeah, you got to wait. After you kill Treemouth, the graveyard updates, but it takes... There's a little bit of RP that has to happen first before it does. So that's what caught Last Minute there. It's going to cost them about a minute. Now, you're saying that Y were 2 minutes faster on Treemouth. Let's say another -1 minute here for Last Minute, so they're now 3 minutes slower than Y.
Y was 5 minutes under on the dungeon or something, though?
Y was 3 minutes under on the dungeon.
Oh, okay. Well, they killed the last boss 4 minutes under the timer.
Yeah,
they
if
missed
we
count.
want to count the trash thing, then yeah, there's a little... this dungeon is still timeable for Last Minute, but it's not comfy anymore. And also, crucially, if they stay on this 29, it's not going to have good time tie breaks for them.
I was gonna say that too. Their time tiebreaker here is going to be bad, like relative to other teams. I think if other teams are able to put up similar level splits to Y.
Yeah, this is...
Because why just count? Like, why straight up miss one count? And that cost them...
Which,
what'd you say, a
again,
minute?
maybe the 30 is possible in here? In which case, you're going to overwrite your time in the 29 if you do that. But if not, this is going to be a big opportunity for teams to catch up on the time tiebreaker, where Last Minute have dominating times in Underrot, in Neltharis if 29 holds in there. Ruby they're pretty good in as well. So right now their times are really solid across the board. But this Brackenhide, I think, is going to be a weak point for them.
What do you do here? Do you rerun this on 30 after this?
Yeah, so if you're Last Minute and you're looking after this, I mean, you could try and start the 30 Brackenhide trade, yeah. One argument for that is like, hey, we do have a bad time tiebreak in our 29 in this place. But even better for tiebreaks would be a 31 Neltharis, which I think...
31 Neltharis,
I think that has got to be the thing that teams will start heading to soon.
Last Minute has the most time to be able to run world first level keys this weekend.
Yeah, after they finish this key, they're basically there, right? They only have 30s and higher to run.
Exactly. Yeah. They only have world first level keys, and you could argue that the Ruby Life Pools was already part of that progression process. Anyways, at the beginning of the day, that they just one shot.
And the Underrot as well, right? Like that. We don't expect those keys to go to 31. Although it's.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if it happened, but I would be incredibly impressed. Those looked so tight on 30.
Last minute this whole weekend has been playing absolutely out of their minds. They've been playing insane.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been looking so good. But Echo and Sheesh, as well as Y, are also still not out of it yet either. That's the fear for Last Minute, is there are 3 good teams trying to hunt down and take away your Global Finals spot that currently would be going to Last Minute. And also Y if the dungeon stopped right now. But of course, that's because Echo and Sheesh are still sitting on 3 chests that they're upgrading. So
I got some stats. Did you know that cumulatively, and this includes resets, yesterday Echo had the most deaths out of all of the teams with 88. Y was in second with 71. Last Minute was in third with 62, and Sheesh was the lowest amount of deaths yesterday with 54.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dangerous metric to rely too much on, because if a team just resets the first pull in Ruby Life Pools 10 times, you're going to get at least 50 deaths out of that.
Which Echo did.
But I will say, anecdotally, Echo have looked in a lot of their keys yesterday and on Friday to be 1 or 2 deaths ahead of the other teams, like more deaths than the other teams in those dungeons, which is uncharacteristic of them. So hopefully that is something that, I will say the Echo that shows up on Sundays is sometimes a lot more intimidating than the Echo we see on Fridays and Saturdays, as a fear goes off for Last Minute in this last area of the dungeon. That's not good. Healer down.
We have 3 battle resists. I think you just full send the B-res. Their timer on Gutshot Split is okay, by the way. So Y, again, they were about 4 minutes under on killing the last boss, but they had like a count miss, so we don't really look at like the end of dungeon time. We kind of look at the last boss kill. They were 20 minutes 3 seconds on Gutshot. So Last Minute is still within the ability to be able to time this pretty comfortably, assuming they don't have more fears go off and more healer deaths.
Yeah, it is still looking safe or feasible for them.
They're not
Definitely
even
something they'll be here, but
I think a good point is like they're not lusting, so they're confident in their ability to be able to time this key, regardless.
Yeah, ideally you want to save that lust for the boss fight, right? I guess if you pressed it right now on this trash, in theory you would get it for the end of the boss fight if you needed it. But yeah, I agree they're going to be faster than that, so they shouldn't be getting 2 lusts in this dungeon. So they're going to get one good lust
on the last boss. I actually don't hate lusting. Okay, so lusting on pull, the advantage of lusting on pull is that you get like a lot of boss damage out of it. But lusting the 3rd phase through, the 2nd phase through, allows you to first off use all of your offensive cooldowns through the first 2 totems, then use like a double beacon through the second 2 totems, and then you lust the next 2 totems. I never really hate strats like that.
Do you want to stagger your lust or multiply it with your offensives? And if you're feeling confident that you can handle some waves of totems without having a bunch for them, then it's really good to lust on pull because you kill the boss so much faster. But yeah, if you want to use your lust by itself as an extra totem safety mechanic, I think that's also justified, and I think probably better in a 29. especially with this composition. This comp can kill totems, but
It can, yes.
it is difficult, and also the mage and the priest are a lot better at it with Lust, even without the cooldowns.
Priest, you typically want to rotate, like every other totem you're going to have Void Torrent, every single totem you ideally should have Shadow Crash. But it's still like, you can do stuff where you go into the totem with like 150 insanity and stuff like that. You have to play pretty cringe as both Shadow and Fire. Like, you're losing a decent amount of boss damage to try to kill the totems as both of these specs, because on Fire you're like saving SKB procs and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. You want to make sure that you have enough for each totem. Good communication with your group is very powerful here as well, because if somebody's like, oh yeah, I got this next one, I'm going to solo it, don't worry, then you know, okay, I can just do my damage to the boss here, right? Like, I don't have to int my rotation so that I can have damage for this totem.
Well, also same with like Beacon, right? You don't want to be like doubling up something, right? So I think that if a mage has a lot of damage on the totem, and that just means that you don't need to beacon that totem specifically. That means you can hold it for maybe the next one or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. It is very important to not overkill the totems, because then you're not going to have enough resources for the future totems. And as the key level starts getting up here to this 29, you do get pretty close to perfection being required to kill these totems. So we will see Last Minute starting that boss off very, very soon. Quick survey of the rest of the field. 11 minutes into their dungeons are Y and Sheesh. Y in a 29 Halls of Infusion with a 10-minute 39 0 death Watcher Iridia split. So things are definitely looking pretty solid for them in here as they start their Froggy Gauntlet.
Over 10 is like, it's not ideal.
Yeah, it's a little slow, but it's workable.
It's timeable, yeah. Like it's something that you can absolutely win the key with that level of time. Much higher than 11, you're like kind of sweating.
Yeah,
what do you think about their route? They skipped the shock troopers that are patrolling in the beginning with the Sooth.
Yeah, shock troopers are nasty. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of those mobs. I think skipping as many of them as you can makes a lot of sense. They do a lot of damage. They require extra control from your group as well in these big pulls.
What do we lust here?
So I think we can lust this next pull with the mini boss. Or we can hold it. And in Halls Infusion, if you don't press this lust right now, you're losing a use over the dungeon is the problem. So
yes,
I think you do this big pull next and you hit the lust. If you're skipping the 3 shot casters at the start there, I think you do need to be like going down into a big pull now and hitting lust.
I know they do this thing where I know they were doing the thing yesterday where they soothed past and walked past these mobs.
Yeah, because they pulled some of this into the second boss, right? Into the Gulping Goliath.
Yeah,
I think is something they did, which is cool. I like that. So that's something they could definitely continue doing. Mind Soothe is coming out, but they are walking in there. So here goes that pull.
All right, so
and they're going into the
Lust
mini boss
here?
as well. So this is probably going to be Lust for Y. There it is.
Yeah, here it is. Okay, I think that this is pretty reasonable. So with this pack and this pull in particular, the shock troopers by themselves are very dangerous, but they basically just need to stop on their casts. They don't need to be interrupted, whereas the mini boss there, you can have some of those bolts go off, but in reality, you want to be like rotating kicks on the mini boss bolt and the cauterize cast, and then you just kind of use stops such as evoker knockup. You can like push. You can use incapacitating roar on the shock troopers casts, because the shock troopers cannot have a cast go off. Otherwise, you're gonna get like chain lightning down.
Yeah, exactly. One of those casts go off. You can purge it. You can mass dispel it or something like that. Well, you have time. You have time.
Okay.
So if you notice one go off, you just fire off one of those. A Blood Elf if you're ever playing with one of them. But, of course, we don't see a lot of Blood Elves, except in Ruby Life Pools. We've seen a few of them. Usually people are opting to play Dwarf or Night Elf if they have access to it. Or, of course, Drakthir, another great race that has 100% representation among the Evokers we've seen so far.
I think that if you could be a Drakthir would be quite a potent race with the wing buff.
I wonder how
and
many
tail
you'd
swipe.
play. Yeah, their CC is good, and it wouldn't DR with anything. So
does it get like what else do they get, like HP regen outside of combat or something?
yeah, only if you enter your Visage form though. So you gotta not be a cool dragon all the time.
I don't know how many you would see. You'd probably see it on the tanks, right? It's good CC. It's like really good CC.
Yeah, although tanks already have Typhoon and Vortex kind of filling those spots as well.
Oh, so you get a second type in. That's fine. No complaints.
Last minute barely killing off that totem just in time up in the top left as they're now at 40% on the Decatriarch here. 5 minutes left in their dungeon, but they also do not have count. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We got mobs behind us, though.
Well, the problem is these mobs in this area don't give much count.
That's what I was about to say. Like, the mobs in here are... You see a lot of, like, low HP mobs, and you think, oh, they probably give some count, and they don't give any. Oh my gosh. Sheesh had a tank in the well incident where somebody fell down with the decaying slimes. What happened?
Old Yeller's fallen down the well. Sheesher, they're in trouble over there. Oh no.
Is this 20? That was a 27, right?
That was a 27, yeah. Maybe they can still finish, but I think maybe that's a restart. We'll see. Meanwhile, we have last minute working their way through Decatriarch Rappi. Does look like Sheesh are keeping it going, so that's okay. We've all been there. You kill Treemouth and then just 3 minutes disappear to somebody trolling the skip over towards Gutshot, because it is a technically intensive area. Yeah, they're still okay on timer for that, though, right?
Two-chest timer is 28, even?
Yeah, I think they're okay.
I think they're probably fine, but we'll see. It's going to be something that's going to come down a little... It's going to come down to the wire a bit more now because of those deaths, but
okay, so
not impossible.
The timer that Y set in their 29 Brackenhide was 31:54. Last minute are maybe going to be able to kill Decatriarch around that time, but they still need to go get count. So they're probably looking at like a 33:30 that they're going to stop the clock at here. That's not ideal. That is going to hurt their time tiebreakers, especially if Echo and Sheesh are able to put up good times in the 29. Of course, it will be irrelevant if the time tiebreaker just doesn't matter, which often it actually doesn't end up. Or if the teams do a 30 in here and we go to a higher level, the 29 will just cease to exist on the scoreboard anyways.
I want an official prediction. Where does last minute go next?
So, yeah, they need 4.15%. I think there's enough trash in this area if they grab that patrolling Warsinger and go over to the Rotcaster. Okay, they're going to get the Gauntlet leader here, the Rot Hexer here. This will work.
Yeah, okay. I'm in after this key. Where's our prediction on where they're going?
Oh, okay. I predict Neltheris plus 31.
I predict a 10-minute break first, and yeah.
Yeah, okay, I like 10-minute break. I think that's a nice, safe prediction.
Yeah, but then Neltheris 31, you think? Okay.
That's my prediction, yeah.
I would... So they tried Neltharian's Layer 30.
They have already tried Neltharian's Layer 30, so maybe that's where they go back to. Maybe they... Because they weren't far off, right? They wiped on Dargrul, but it was potentially timeable, and there were mistakes up to that point where if they hadn't had those mistakes, they would have been a lot safer on Dargrul, and they wouldn't have had to commit boss.
Neltheris 31. Okay, I'm down for Neltheris 31. I think that's a good prediction. I think that seems more likely than Neltharian's Layer 30 for me.
Yeah, I mean it's better for tie breaks if it's a similar success rate, so I would be going there, but we'll see what they decide to do as Town Portal's coming out. 33-13 for last minute. We do have a
break
replay
seems likely here.
From Sheesh though. This was what happened, so we can get a little bit of a wipe scene investigation here. What went wrong on this skip? It looks like most people got through safely. Uh-oh! Slimes got pulled somehow, though.
Wait, how did
this? Okay, can we get a replay of the replay?
Yeah, can you run that one back?
Can we run this one back one more time? It looks like maybe... Okay, it's going to go again. It's going to go again. All right, good. But yeah, this was what had to happen.
I thought somebody had to fall down, but no.
Nobody fell down. No, somehow... Maybe one was just patrolling like a little bit too close to the side of the bridge, and so they just proxied it.
All right.
They got too close to it on the rescue or something.
Tobo said it was a mirror image. Let's see if we can see that whenever the replay runs again.
Okay, mirror image is there. Yeah. Okay. All right. Can we slow down the replay here? Is that possible? Is that tech available?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh look!
It is. Yeah, the mirror image is running down.
The mirror image is ran down. Oh my!
And now they're coming back up. Yeah. Okay. All right. Look at that. Oh, look at those! Look at those little wildies there. Those are absolutely the culprits. All right. Oh wow! What
absolute griefer moment.
Oh dude, that is tragic. Well, Sheesh are still in the hunt for their 2 chest in this key, so it's all fine as long as they still secure that 2 chest. If not, I'm sure they're going to be feeling pretty silly about that.
Sheesh has the opportunity to be able to come back here. But I think they need like
the
a
2 chess timer is still feasible. I mean,
yeah.
A lot of teams have lost a lot of time to skipping between Tree Mouth and Gutshot, right? Like that area does cost time. That didn't actually cost them that much either because they just mass rest on the other side, right? They basically just death skipped Stink Breath instead of the regular skip. So, minus 30 seconds, right? Not minus minutes.
Fortunately, Theodore was not in combat, so we just sent the master res, right?
Definitely the savior of the pull there for sure. And yeah, we do. It looks like have last minute taking one of their 10-minute breaks as you predicted. So we'll get to find out soon where they go next.
I think that doing the 10-minute break almost proves that they're not going 30 Brackenhide. I think that because I think they would just have jammed Brackenhide again if they were going to go all the way through 30 and not taking a break right now.
Yeah, I mean maybe it's possible during the break that they'll decide that that's their best option. If they're doing some strategizing right now.
Let's see. Y in the bottom right in this Halls of Infusion looking pretty good. They're getting a little bit of Sanguine Healing on these Earthshakers, but you can take these mobs into the boss if you want to. They're not too bad.
Yeah, you don't really want to Sanguine the boss, but
that would be really bad.
Is one of the things you really do try and avoid doing. It is possible to play around it, but if the mobs are that low, it's usually safest to just kill them, especially this boss does stand and cast, so it can sometimes be a little bit annoying to play around a Sanguine type affix when that's going on.
Yeah.
They do get the boss started though. 21 minutes on the clock as the boss gets pulled. So they have 14 minutes for the rest of the dungeon.
How much count? Okay, so they're done. So they're on a sheesh route. Split for this boss is 24-27.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're in good shape here. I mean, Y are on 0 deaths so far. I don't know how many of their cheat deaths from the engineering effect they still have, but as long as they can do this cleanly, they should actually have a couple of minutes to spare. They might even be able to put up the best time in this.
Disadvantage of their lust timing, by the way, is the fact that their lust is not up on pull of this boss. Typically, teams like to. Typically, groups. I would say more. This happens more often than not on live. Live teams like to lust this boss on pull with all their cooldowns as it speeds it up, and it also gives the healer a little bit of reprieve. You're just jamming this on CD though, right?
So if you don't press this lust, you get it on pull on Primal Tsunami. But either way, whether or not you have it on pull or on a later phase or not at all on Primal Tsunami, it's going to take you 3 phases at this level, right? I don't think you're ever beating that or losing that unless things go horribly wrong. So what I expect they'll do is they'll press their lust now and then they'll press it at the very end of Primal Tsunami, and that will be the vibe here. I'm sort of worried they might not even have it for the end of Primal Tsunami, even if they press it right at the start here. I guess they probably will, but 10 minutes is a long time, and there's not a lot of dungeon left. They might be in one less territory, but that's a good problem to have because that means they're going to be finishing well under the timer. Yeah.
If we hit a 4th phase, there's still time. Y is in a position where if they don't have a major mistake, such as a wipe to the inundates or a Drake hits the group with an ocean breath or something like that, they're still timing the key. They're on 0 deaths. Their timer is really, really good here. But yeah, this is a good problem to have, I think. They're not pressing it. Are they waiting for power? They're probably waiting for Void Eruption in CDs, if I had to guess.
Yeah, they could be. Or they could just be deciding that they're going to use it on... What if you just use it on the trash on the bridge?
Then you better double pull it.
Do you have to even? I mean, what if you just use it for safety on the dragon?
Do you have to? No, but I think that teams of this caliber, if you're going to use it on that trash pull, I would prefer to see you double pulling that stuff. But they can live their lives. I'm pretty sure they're timing this key regardless if they play clean.
Yeah, it's a fortified key. The lust isn't going to save you much time on Primal Tsunami. If you're not going to press it on Kajin, I think the boss or the trash is where I'd use it.
I mean, you're worried about time tiebreaker at some point, right? You're going to be losing a decent amount of time in this 29.
But you don't save much time with a lust on Primal Tsunami because that boss's time is based just on the phases mostly.
But I'm saying, but being 2 lusts instead of 1, I think is actually.
Yeah, but I think there's a decent chance they weren't going to get a second lust anyways with how much time is left in this dungeon.
That was your point. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, everybody's dropping really low here. This is
yeah.
Okay, we've broken the crystal that we were using. However, we got a new crystal that's near the exit, which is a bit of a high roll.
Yeah, all right. That's good. Hide behind that one. Nice and easy. And they're going to make their way towards that gauntlet now. 10 minutes left in that dungeon for Y. And this is absolutely vital for them that they time this in this first attempt. Meanwhile,
17k HPS.
We've got Sheesh up in the top left, just about to finish off their 27. They are still in that two-chest territory, despite the incident crossing the bridge.
The incident. Yeah, this is a 28-minute two-chest timer, so they were, still 2.5 minutes under that, so fine.
Yeah, it's looking good here. Nicely done.
They didn't
Sheesh.
list this Dretness, by the way, for Y.
Okay, so yeah, they're holding it for either mini boss or boss pull at this point, which is also fine. I mean, it does still save you some time to use it in any case.
I could be low key real down for the mini boss.
Yeah, the mini boss is pretty nasty.
Pretty annoying.
They are nearing the end of this dungeon now. That glacial proto dragon does need to die soon. I think it might get one more deep chill here. Yeah, it will. This cast is coming out, and you can see everybody's in some danger. Master spell lands. Doesn't quite hit their evoker, but Renewing Blaze was up anyways. So when you have a Renewing Blaze up, you are immune to dots, is basically how that ability works.
We procced our evoker cheat, though.
Yeah, that is important resource that they won't have for the last fight here. Sheesh are now on a 10-minute break after that 27. Oh, a healer down for Y.
We res. It's okay.
That's our first death of this run, but that does also mean that engineering cheat death has been used, and it also is not available anymore for the healer at least. We don't know about the other players in the group.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, yeah, from the very beginning of the dungeon.
Yeah, the engineering cheat death is a vital resource in this dungeon that we don't track. It's not easy to track that, but it is something that part of the reason that these Halls of Infusion runs are often so few deaths is that people have that resource, but we know that at least for the healer, it has been spent by this point.
They need to make sure that they get these title divergences disrupted. So typically we've seen some teams actually have wipes in this area. Sometimes it's due to the Proto Drake just blasting your tank with the Ocean Breath. A lot of the times, though, it's the tidal divergences from the Aqua Ragers actually going off. And if you have a tidal divergence cast complete, then it splits off into these Aqualings, and the Aqualings bolt just murders your tank. Like, you just die normally.
Yeah, so last minute in Sheesh, as you can see at the bottom of our screen, we just have their cards right now. That means they are on their breaks. So those teams are strategizing where to go next. Last minute kind of doesn't have any easy keys left. Sheesh will probably be heading into the Brackenhide 29 that they still need. If they can get Brackenhide 29 and Ruby 30, they will be up at 177 points along with last minute. Echo also will be at 177 once they can time this Brackenhide that they're currently in. So we have a very close top of our scoreboard here. Y is the team that has the most work ahead of them. This Halls of Infusion will only put them at 174. They, however, also have 2 points that they can get in Ruby. So that would put them to 176 if they can do both of those dungeons. And then they'll only be one dungeon behind, which the Underrot will be the one that they're missing relative to the field. But they might decide to go for Neltheris instead for some extra... Like, they might just decide, yeah, we need the point and the tiebreaker, not just the point.
Y's having a good day, though.
Yeah, so far so good.
Look at last minute. You're right.
Neltheris 31, here is the attempt for last minute. And this team has looked so good this weekend, but we know that Neltheris 31 is incredibly dangerous. We've seen Y in this dungeon yesterday, wiping for hours against that mini-boss, the Iron Torch Commander. That thing has been super, super deadly, but last minute are not scared. They are going to give this place their best shot as well, as they start off with a big chain pull. A lot of mobs do not get hit by the chains anymore, but these are not among them. All of these enemies from the start of the dungeon over to the right area do get hit by the chains. So their first order of business is going to be just killing those off and mass dispelling the bursting and easy business.
They also have Lahar in this pull, it seems like. So they're going to have to... They're just going to cleave and run.
Yeah, Lahar is coming on an adventure. Lahar spends most of his day over in that wing of the dungeon, but in these runs, we're going to Lahar is going to be seeing an awful lot of Neltharis.
Is that the achievement for this dungeon? Drag
remember,
Overseer Lahar around?
There was an achievement in Nighthold for fighting Spellblade Aluriel in all the different places in the dungeon.
Yeah. The wing, putting her in the wings. Yeah, that's the achievement for this dungeon. Carry Lahar around.
It's a hidden achievement, yeah, but last minute are going to be accomplishing that here, I suspect.
The meta achieve.
Take him on an adventure.
Okay, Y in the top left have pulled Primal Tsunami. Jamming that last on pull.
Yeah. This is good for boss damage.
You don't think this saves a phase at all, though? That's kind of what you were implying?
I don't think you can 2-phase this boss on a 29, but maybe. If you can, then it is the best lust I've ever seen. Then that's like a 2-minute time save lust, right?
Okay.
That is special. So if they can do that, like look at the boss's health bar here. If they are going to be able to do it in just 2 phases, we probably need to see the boss getting to sub 45 before it splits, because the next time they come back, they won't have that lust, right? So they're going to be doing more damage on this opener than they will the second time around, which makes me think, like you see here, it's going to be splitting at 53%. So unless they do more damage than they did with lust without it, they're going to be seeing a third phase, and the lust is not going to have saved that much time here, I think.
Okay. So they're probably waiting at the boss.
There are some execute effects in this comp. You do have a Twist of Fate from your priest.
Death.
You have Shadow Word Death from your priest. You have Scorch from your mage. So there are, in theory, the damage does get a little bit better at low health. Although I guess you don't have Firestarter in this phase. So there's also some bad, some good, some bad.
I think that they're probably going to get the boss 15% or so. That's kind of the...
Yeah, I suspect it'll be a 10 to 15% submerge, and they will do another intermission. But yeah, I mean, if it was possible to do this thing in 2 phases, then that would be really good. That would save a lot of time.
Last minute kill off Lahar, pulling into these Thaumaturge ore packs, really making sure that they're getting CCs on the Thaumaturge casts or kicking the Thaumaturge casts as they start casting. I'm surprised at how much trash they're pulling in this area.
Yeah, they're kind of going pretty big. I mean, this is plus 31. We think of this trash as not super dangerous compared to the other trash in the dungeon, but it is still pretty deadly, although a lot of these abilities one-shot you on any key level, right? Like those the swirlies, if you stand in them.
Yeah.
If you have a ore elemental transform into a molten elemental, like that's bad on any key level, so... Maybe they feel like this is not going to be too scary. I think a lot of the danger is going to be on their tank from those slashes.
I would describe this trash as not dangerous but inefficient, because like most of the trash in this dungeon you still want to use chains on, even though they're kind of nerfed to them.
I wonder you want to chain all the trash that is eligible to get chained, which they do.
Yeah.
But you still need to get a bunch of count from the rest of the dungeon.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and look and see what they did in the 30 with their route and see if they pulled those mobs as well. Real quick.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if the problem with it is relatively low efficiency as well, the solution is definitely pulling it all at once. That's the more you're fighting at the same time, the better. And in TGP in particular, there's a little bit of a multiplier where your strat is better if it's hard at the start of the dungeon than if it's hard at the end of the dungeon. So pulling a bunch of extra trash 4 minutes into the dungeon is great. That's like combining a pull there as you get your key level higher. That's really clever. Because if the alternative is just that you're going to have a really tight timer and a really long dungeon or a hard pull at the end of the dungeon, that's going to cost you way more time per attempt to see those runs. So in this particular tournament format, there's a lot of value in a pull like this for last minute, but Kira nearly goes down, does get Barkskin and Incarnation pressed, and they're just going straight into the boss here with all this trash as well. They are not messing around. This is scary.
I mean, I think this is good, right? They're going to just be able to like jam the lust, even though it's fortified. Magma Tusk still does not play.
Yeah, Magma Tusk is a extremely dangerous enemy. Yeah, this is scary, but they are getting through it. Meanwhile, Y up in the top left are about to finish Primal Tsunami. They pushed at 19%, which again. Easily enough to take from 19 to 0 in a final phase here. They've got PI, they've got their 2 minutes coming out. That is going really well. And they're going to be stopping the clock here at 34:17. That's my prediction.
Yeah, it's looking
34:16.9. They move
Nice.
on up to third place. Congratulations to Y. Good
Okay.
job one-shotting that Halls of Infusion. The timer is worse than last minute in Echo, but it is still the point that they needed, and their best hope, I think, still lies through Neltheris as well. For them succeeding at it, and hopefully the other teams failing for a while at that dungeon.
I found the route. So
Okay.
we can pull it up, and you and I can talk about it a little bit, because what we were talking about was like some of those thaumaturge pulls that they were doing at the very beginning is unconventional, but we can kind of look at like the end of the dungeon and see what they were doing differently than other teams, because it's not like indicative of a live route, right? It's not something that you commonly see in live routes.
The thaumaturges? Yeah, I mean, you do
Yeah.
often want these mobs to get pulled. Okay, so we have it up now. The Raider IO and Keystone Guru route generator based on the runs that were logged there.
So this is the pull that we were talking about that's like not super common. Sometimes you pull some of these mobs, sometimes you skip them. It just kind of depends on your route. But like the end of the dungeon and like what they were doing in the second wing is what's going to kind of be interesting. And so, I mean, I feel like this is actually all pretty standard. I wonder why they were pulling these thaumaturges here.
Yeah,
Is it
I
so
like
they can
this.
skip the end?
Yeah,
Like,
you don't want to fight the Blaze Wings at the end, right? The Blaze Wing pack.
it's just
so
this pack that they fight.
Yeah, because you can see all the mobs that are eligible to get chained are in pull 4 and 6 and are getting chained, and in pull 1. So, and I guess pull 13 is also a quick little chain pull that they do. After they drop down, right? So you do need to get your count from somewhere. If you want to shrink pull 2, you would have to add stuff at the end of the dungeon or stuff up near the Forge Master, and either of that sounds horrible.
I generally think that no Blazewing routes on this high level of a fortified makes sense. I think
So
if
we
you're going
may
to pull
see them
any of them,
adapt to that, cut that
Yeah.
Blazewing pull and fight something else instead, but it's tough. There's not easy stuff to add, right? If you're cutting that count, what are you adding to make up for it?
So what they actually did was they pulled 13 into 14 here, or they pulled 12 into 13 here, and they chained all of this plus the wardens together, because the wardens will get hit by chains, but they won't proc the chain, and then they just with their hands killed down this Blazewing. But
Yeah.
I think if there's ever a bird to pull, I think it's this one. But
The
I guess it
birds
makes
are
sense to
very
do.
dangerous on this key level, though. So I'm curious. I'm curious if they'll run the same route or if they'll change it. That's something we can check in after we see more of this run from them. They have finished off Magma Tusk now at 8 minutes and 19 seconds. So that Neltheris is going pretty well. Meanwhile, on the bottom left, we have Y making their way to the Underrot. So they're hunting another of those points that the other teams have that they don't. If they can get this done, they'll be closing in on equalizing with the rest of the field. Sheesh have started off their 29 Brackenhide. That will also be something that would equalize with the field. As Echo in the top left are nearly done with the Brackenhide 29 and are dangerously close to the 2 chest timer here. I mean, they're not going to hit it, but this is going to be a fast 29. This is going to be great for Echo's chances of maybe overtaking last minute on the time tiebreaker.
So last minute, some of the stuff that we hailed as like really good for their time tiebreaker was like Underrot. But if you're gonna have multiple minutes in the Brackenhide Hollow, that's just always going to be a big deal, right? I think that might solidify a time tiebreaker. Potentially, it forces last minute to come back to the 29. Also.
At the start of the day, last minute had 3 minutes and 30 seconds over Echo across the board. So
okay, that is a lot of time.
That is a lot of time. They may not need to come back to the Brackenhide, but a lot of that time advantage came in Neltheris, where the Neltheris times are likely to change today, so they might. I wonder if we'll see teams going to improve times rather than push keys later today. It's tricky because that is valuable potentially, but if you do that and then other teams instead go and succeed at something like a 30 Halls of Infusion, a 30 Nelf Slayer, you're going to feel rather foolish for playing for tiebreakers and then just getting beaten on the points.
Did Sheesh mass poly that pack? Is that what
I didn't see.
there?
I was watching Echo, I'm afraid. Sorry. Mass Polymorph is a cool button, though.
Does Wildy have it talented? Can we check with our extension?
You can.
Where is it?
In fact, anybody can check. If you were watching our stream, there's a Twitch extension we have now that will let you go and inspect anybody in any of these teams. So,
where is mass polymorph?
Oh,
You're like a knower. Where is that on here?
it's on the mage tree in the
Where?
I think middle bottom right. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'll go take a look. Don't worry.
All right.
I'm a mage expert. Drat knows is a
Okay, he
scourge
did
of the
mass
plus 20 Keystone scene.
I see that he got a bop and he mass polyed it. I clicked on the clip. I had to clip it and look at it.
Okay, nice. That's cool.
Interesting.
That's some cool tech.
You know what else is interesting in cool tech?
Oh, please do tell.
Caster swaps. I know we're a couple minutes early here. I acknowledge that.
We had the clip.
Oh, here it is.
Oh,
Okay.
well, there you go. Never
Okay,
mind. Let's watch
Bop,
this first.
Walk, ice flows, mass poly. Only person in combat
Thanner.
with this pull.
Yeah, look, Thanner clicks the cage, and then
Yeah.
we invis it off. Okay. That's sick.
Nice. Oh, there was us for a second. You can see you can see us for just a quarter of a second there.
You can see me nodding in approval. That was
Yeah.
an impressive piece of work. That was some impressive tech, as we've come to know that that type of thing. A small adaptation to a strategy. Exactly. Well, it's ironic.
Is Zyro
Are you
here?
ready to go?
I don't know where that guy is. Is that guy muted?
Oh, I'm here.
Like I said, it's a
Why-
couple,
why-
it's a
why would
couple
I not
minutes
be here?
extra.
He's just never
my
here
turn
on
to
time.
cast.
I don't know. Does anybody hear Zyro?
I don't know. Maybe, I think he's probably just muted.
Yeah. All right, it's fine. Well, I'm sure he'll show up eventually.
Yeah, it's
Yelling
fine.
into
I'll
the
just, I'll just
void.
stay, I guess.
I hear the sound of Zyro sighing.
These guys.
Blink.
Don't you guys have some podcast to go run or something?
I'm sticking around. I don't know. I'm not going anywhere.
Skedaddle on out of here.
Yeah,
It's
get out of here,
technically
Pedals.
2:15. Yeah. There you go.
All right, so you been keeping up with what's been going on, Zyro? You want a quick refresher on the last couple hours?
Well, I have, of course, been paying attention to the Brackenhide madness that's been going on, but if you want to catch chat up on the past hour and a half or so, go right ahead.
I think Brackenhide Madness is a great way to describe it. We've had all of our teams pushing that keystone up. The Y and last minute runs were nice and fast up through that 29. Echo and Sheesh are just about to finish that 29 as well, with Echo a little bit ahead of Sheesh in terms of like time in the day. That's going to put all of our teams dangerously close at the top of our leaderboard here. This run from Echo is going to tie last minute at 177, and we'll get to see how the time tiebreakers shake up between Echo and last minute, because at the start of the day, last minute had 3.5 minutes of advantage over Echo across the board, but last minute had a pretty slow Brackenhide, and Echo are going to have a pretty fast Brackenhide here, so that might be very close. Of course, that tiebreaker might not matter if the Neltheris we see in the top right continues going this smoothly for last minute. This is their first attempt at this dungeon at this level. We saw Y wiping to this dungeon over and over again yesterday, but if last minute can one-shot this, that would be unbelievable, especially given how good their performance has been so far.
They've been the masters of the one-shots, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is the team that came in at the start of the day and said, well, we're going to one-shot this Ruby, then we'll figure it out from there. And then they did, so it would be very impressive, but honestly, not too surprising to see them doing it. Oh, what's this?
A fiery critter resides
at
in the
this.
halls of Neltheris. What is its name? Lava
Yeah. Do you
Pincer,
want me to pronounce it
Embermite,
for you again?
Lava Arachnid, or
No.
Char Spider? Huh.
What do you think?
I have to think about it.
Could be anything.
Yeah. So 3 of them... Wait, okay, no, 2 of them are spidery. So do we think it's one of the spider ones, or is that a misdirection? I'm relying on test-taking
question.
skills here. Okay. If we can stall for a while, maybe we'll see it in the run for last minute.
Oh, that's actually really
Oh,
smart.
they're
Yep.
pretty tiny. They're pretty tiny, so I wouldn't count on that if I were you.
Okay.
I don't think it's Lava Pincer.
Uh-oh.
I think we can go ahead and...
Oh.
Knock
Last minute,
that
a little
one
bit of
out.
trouble, though.
Yeah, I think I like Lava Arachnid. That's a cool name. So I'm going to go with C, Lava Arachnid.
All right.
I don't
See
think it's
Lava
that.
Arachnid.
That's a very,
not
like,
confident.
That's like
For
an
Dragon
anti-WoW name. They tend to give things like 2 names, like 2-word names.
Okay.
I think it's Char
Sometimes.
Spider. I think Char Spider makes the most sense to me. And I'm
Chat
not just
also
saying that
thinks
because
it's
that's what the
Char
chat
Spider.
thinks.
What
I
is
could
it?
see it be. I could see it be Embermite too, though. I think it's either B or D. I'm gonna go with D though.
Let's find out what the answer is. It is Apparently, lava pincer.
What is happening?
Oh my goodness.
We got far.
No
was
one
like-
knew that.
Yeah,
over
we
for
were
infinity at this
guessing
point.
B, C, D. Chat was on D. A. All right.
Wow. No, Lava Arachnid was the name of my metal band in high school, actually. That's where that came
Oh.
from. Yeah.
What did you play?
I played the xylophone.
A famous
Yeah,
metal
xylophones in a
instrument.
metal band?
Actually, isn't it a metallophone you need if you're? If
It
you're
was a
doing that?
distorted xylophone.
I see.
Yeah. I love that story.
All right. Well, Sheesh have had a death here in their 29 with no battle res available. Are they going to try and drop combat here to get an out of combat res on speed? It looks like it. All right. It's not great to lose a little bit of time here, but the 29 does have a little bit of flexibility, as we have seen Echo entering their time at 30:29, almost 3 minutes faster than last minute in Brackenhide. But look at the time tiebreaker still. Echo are still 1:56 slower across the board. Compare their Nelflayers, compare their Neltherises, compare their Underrots, right? Those dungeons, last minute has gained so much time that they could afford to give 3 minutes to Echo in Brackenhide and still be 2 minutes faster than them. That is crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy that they had the advantage, but you've got to feel a little bit of pressure knowing that Echo just cut off 60% of your time tiebreaker advantage in one key.
Especially because Neltheris is a dungeon where some of your advantage is coming from, so if that dungeon goes up in level, then of course the old times aren't going to matter in there. And 2 minutes of your advantage are coming from Neltheris. If the teams just put up similar times in the 30, then they will be tied on time tiebreaker. Sorry, if they go up into 31, if both teams can do that, which that is still a big if. This is very scary. We're seeing that Iron Torch Commander being worked on by last minute. This is where Y wiped most of the time yesterday. Looks like last minute are maybe going to be able to clutch this one out.
We also saw Y have to reset their underrot a little while ago, probably about 4 or 5 minutes ago, so they're in a second attempt here as well. But yeah, like you're mentioning, this part of the dungeon for Sheesh as well, these bolstering pulls in this high-end Brackenhide Hollow, it costs so much time if you end up bolstering the wrong mobs up, right? We've seen some massive oak trees lumbering around. We'll have to keep an eye on how Sheesh is doing as well. It's just non-stop action across the board right now. Last minute also approaching one of the hardest bosses of the dungeon in Forge Master Gorik as well. We saw plenty of wipes there from Y yesterday. The amount of damage the boss does on every single one of his damage events is extremely difficult to live through. Even the mage with their 70 defensive buttons that they have to press, they just run out of them, and they end up just dying to just raw damage. See how last minute can deal with it.
One of the biggest tools on Forge Master is invisibility effects or feign deaths against the shield throw. Especially if you're the first person targeted in any set. If you send one of those, you will cancel the entire cast. From the boss, as Hearthjax actually goes down here to mobs, not to the boss. They're going to hold on to this battle res, it looks like. I think that's probably smart. Nope, they're going to send it. I think that's probably smart. Got to get your person back up. Time is money. You need it. But yeah, invis against the boss is really big. Sometimes we see teams running more Night Elves in here. We only have one Night Elf in this last minute run, which is their Priest. Dwarf is also valuable as a thing, because there's also some bleeds in this dungeon and a curse at the end of the dungeon that you can dwarf off for some value. So it is a tough question, but this boss is definitely easier the more of those Night Elves that you have. Although I guess you can also reduce physical damage with Stone Form, so maybe that's valuable too.
It's only 10% though, instead of canceling an entire mechanic.
Yeah.
So I think the Night Elf is probably just a little bit more valuable. Ooh, unfortunate knock there, knocking their mob off the edge. It's going to have to run all the way around to get back up to them.
Is that going to proxy the other mobs?
I don't think. Oh, it did. It socialed them. Oh no! They're pulling extra mobs, and their healer's dead.
Down,
it's a full wipe for last minute.
It is over. Yeah, that was a catastrophic knock. I wonder if we can have replay of that as well, because that knock is something that I'm sure we're all familiar with in our dungeons, right? You knock a mob a little bit to stop a cast or to relocate it, and it goes over the edge, and then all of a sudden it's got a nice long walk to get back to you. Meanwhile,
you wanted me to pull my friends?
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
You got to test to see if any given pack socials or not. That one certainly did.
Yes, it did. So they're going to have to reset and go again. Not surprising, we've seen that plenty in the 31 Neltharis, but for a first attempt, that was still very impressive. They were on great pace. They were definitely going through that dungeon extremely quickly.
Ooh.
How is Wide doing here? That is a lot of Sanguine Healing from that knock. That was not a prime location. Saved by the Evoker with a secondary knock, but they're not out of the woods just yet on this pull.
Yeah, still almost 20 million Sanguine Healing in an instant as a result of that. Looks like they're doing a reasonably good job there of kiting out the rest, though. There's still a Bloodswarmer alive. Bloodswarmer dashing around, casting that Sonic Screech. Danger on a lot of the group here. We've got Barkskin and Survival Instincts being used to try and keep the tank alive. Those are going to be precious resources that they won't have on their next pull here. Mm-hmm. So they do try and keep this one going.
Just to, throw out a bit of a comparison here. Earlier on in this weekend, we had a run completed by last minute where their overall key had 11 million Sanguine Healing done.
Yeah.
So
unbelievable. They're already at 50 million
ideal.
on this pull for Y.
Yeah. That just goes to show you the level of coordination we've seen.
Okay.
Here's a replay of
Here it
that
is.
knock.
Watch this knock that's going to come in here. So those mobs are getting controlled. We have one's casting Dragonbane Axe, and Blast Wave looks like it was the culprit there. One of those mobs there, that Kalashi over the far right. You see that Kalashi Iron Torch is downstairs. Now it's walking back over. And you can see players already starting to die, but even if nobody died, there'd be an extra blacksmith and 2 elementals walking up. So that was why that was immediately over on that knock there. You can see why they wanted to knock, though, because those mobs were casting those axes, and if those axes go out at a 31, the person who gets hit by that bleed is not going to be having a good time.
I want to take a look at the talent tree really quick. One sec. Let's take a look.
Yeah, because that looks like maybe that was the Giga Blast Wave thing, huh?
Well, he's not spec'd into it.
Okay.
So, for Blast Wave, you obviously know because you're already mentioning the Giga Blast Wave, but for those who are unaware of how mages currently work, Blast Wave has an extra talent underneath it that can be talented into, which makes the Blast Wave knockback a lot better. It says specifically on the talent, greatly increases the effect of the knockback. Mages aren't meant to wield that kind of power. They don't know what to do with a knockback of that magnitude. But he didn't have it in that dungeon, according to our talent checker. So must have just barely pushed it over the lip, which is really unfortunate.
Maybe it was 2 knocks at the same time or something.
Could have been.
Because I definitely saw the Blast Wave animation, but maybe there was another one being used as well. Or maybe, it just barely knocked it over the edge, and so it looked like a bigger knock than it was. Yeah. Either way, that's going to be that's a rough one.
Costly knockback for the team there.
Yeah, that's going to knock them back 15 minutes or so, as they still are back in the Neltharis, it looks like, according to our green dot here. So that's, again, last minute have earned some time at this point. Look at their scoreboard. They don't have any, quote, easy points available to them anymore, right? Not that, of course, any of these keys are easy, but they don't have anywhere to go where it's like, oh yeah, we could do that key, right? All of the keys that they have left are hard. So it's to be expected that they're going to spend some time wiping to them. Mm-hmm. It would be incredible if they would be able to pick these up, though, within like 1 or 2 attempts each. That would really close the door on the other teams, and not just getting second, but even getting first potentially might be locked in for last minute.
Let's put it this way. Last weekend, with 2.5 hours left in our competition, you could have taken a picture of our scoreboard and just used that picture of the scoreboard for the end of the competition because nobody timed any further keys. That's how far progressed they were. I don't think we're at that point this weekend yet. I think there are keys that can still be timed on the board as we have a little bit of issues for Y in the top left. C-Mage went down, but they had the Battle Res available for him. I think we still have keys that are timeable this weekend.
Yes.
So we've already seen the Neltharis is doable. What else?
I think that there's 4 keys that could be timed in here. I think in order of descending realisticness, I think Neltharis is the most realistic one. I think that the medium tier realistic keys are the 30 Brackenhide, which Echo have entered in the bottom right, so they certainly think it's doable. And also potentially the 30 Halls of Infusion, I don't think is out of the realm of possibility. Mm-hmm. And then there's also 30 Nelthslayer. So that's something that last minute have attempted already. They gave it one shot, they got deep into the dungeon, and they wiped on Dargrel at the end of their timer. So I think that is absolutely a possibility as well. So I think the Underrot and the Ruby are likely to stay at 30, but all of the other keys I could see going up by one more level.
Yeah, and I think you can use the process of elimination to figure out which ones teams are actually going to attempt, because there are some very time-unfriendly keys that you really wouldn't like to attempt, which is why I'm kind of surprised that Echo is actually attempting the 30 Brackenhide. But I imagine the thought process for them is that no one else is going to go for it, so if they do get this down, that's just a +1 that nobody else will actually be able to get. And part of the reason I'm not convinced that Brackenhide is a good, time-efficient dungeon to spend your time in is even though the timer is technically within the realm of possibility, the biggest danger point in the dungeon is going to be the last boss, right? Pass fail. Do you kill the totems or not? If you can, great, no problem. Boss should die within the timer, no issues. But if you get to that boss and you have one mistake, one hiccup on 1 or 2 totems in a row, that's just 30 minutes out the door. And that's not something that really lends itself to being a good push key for the TGP.
Yeah, I will propose a counter-argument, though, that is that style of difficulty is often Echo's strong suit, right? As a team, they work really well on damage optimization bosses, right? Like, that is something where they have often just kind of done things 1 key level better than other teams in the past in previous TGPs. So compared to a dungeon that's about getting trash all sorted. Obviously, Echo are a great M+ team and good at everything, but the Brackenhide might uniquely play into their strengths with the difficulty coming on a boss fight like that. Meanwhile, Wire having a wipe in this Underrot, that's minus 15 minutes for them. One other argument against the Brackenhide and for the Neltheris, though, is the tiebreakers, right? If Echo succeed at Brackenhide and last minute succeed at Neltheris, we're not looking at time tiebreakers anymore. Our other tiebreaker comes into effect first, which is highest level key done, and that would go to last minute with a 31 over Echo with a 30. So that is an argument. I think Echo should only be here if they think it is moderately or more easier than the Neltheris. If they think this is quite a bit more likely to be timeable in shorter time than Neltheris.
Yeah. Well, another counter-argument to your counter-argument of a counter-argument we had already.
Love that.
Is Echo isn't worried about last minute at this point, right?
Fair.
I wouldn't be worried about them at all. I'd be worried about Y and Sheesh, because even though Y and Sheesh are behind significantly in points right now, if Echo reaches a point where they don't time any other keys for the next 2.5 hours, you could be open to potential attack from the bottom 2 teams right now, right? Remember, yes, winning the weekend would be nice. Yes, you get a little more prize money if you do so, but the real prize here in these cup stages is just making top 2 to qualify for the global finals, right? That's the really important thing.
Yeah, I will offer one rejoinder to your counter argument, which is the best chances that Sheesh and Y might have to get back at Echo might also come in that Neltheris, though.
True.
Both of those teams,
yeah.
I think, have the possibility of getting a 31 in there as well. And Y have already spent some time in that dungeon, so that is still, I think, maybe the most danger for Echo, not just fighting for first place, but fighting for second place. That being said, the Brackenhide for Echo was so far under timer, I think they feel confident that they can get this. Just whenever you're more than 10% under the timer, you naturally think, okay, we can do 1 key level higher, right? That's kind of the math on it. So I'm not surprised that they've made this choice, but oh my goodness, there goes Cauterize for Gingy. This is a danger pull.
Yeah, any of these bleeds go off, and you don't have your Dwarf available, or if you don't instantly pop it, it's going to be a rough situation for them. Looks like they're progressing pretty comfortably, though, even with that Cauterize being popped. And cheat tests are there to be used, Ratnos, right? And while I wish I did have another counter-argument to your rejoinder, but I don't. So
all right, we'll leave it there.
We're just going to have
now.
to leave it there.
Yeah,
Try to come up with something.
We can return to it later, I'm sure. We'll get plenty more opportunities to do some of my favorite pastime, which is tournament math. I just love looking at like the scores and the time left in the day and the dungeon levels and kind of try and figure out what should be done, because there's definitely a lot of options here. Is Echo going to be using... So they skipped past that pack with Polymorph plus Shadow Meld. Polymorph from Gingy on one of the mobs, then now ran past it first and got in combat. Then the rest of the group was able to run past it without getting in combat, and then now hit Shadow Meld to drop combat. So they've skipped one of the pulls at the front here and are just going to be able to do the boss without fighting that pack. Or potentially, we sometimes do see teams pull trash in once this boss becomes safe, once you've killed one or more of the bosses. I wonder if that's something that's going to be part of Echo's plan on this plus 30.
Oh yeah, and on this key level, even though it's fortified, each one of these mechanics is going to hurt for a lot, so we need to make sure we're dealing with them properly, interrupting as many of these earth bolts as possible, making sure we have our buttons up when that AoE slash goes out to every player. And of course, burning down this totem as quickly as possible when it spawns, kind of swap to that quickly, making sure the charge is on your tank. I think they're going to be good to go. I think they even used the bop there just to make sure they didn't have to worry about too much here.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of utility from the Paladin kit here is really nice against this boss. The sack also potent tool, not to mention just the ability to top people quickly as they are in danger. Meanwhile, on the top right, we have Sheesh nearly done with their 29. The time to beat from Echo in this dungeon was 30 minutes and 29 seconds. Sheesh are maybe on pace to come close to this, as I guess they still need quite a bit of trash. 10% is a lot at the end of this dungeon. I wonder if they're going to get it from this pull. Maybe.
Are they? Not quite sure. You know, the trash in this section of the dungeon gives notoriously low count, but they do have a ton of it as well, so it's hard to say. I can't say. I'm not an expert at trash at the end of Brackenhide myself, so...
Yeah, I think there is about
sure.
10% in this area if you get it all, and it does look like they have almost all of it, so... We'll have to see as that trash actually does start dying. Thaner, gonna go down.
No, not yet. 1%. He's still alive.
He bubbled. He had the beautiful bubble.
Oh,
but
no, Andy!
Oh, called the ambulance, but not for me. Down goes Andy actually there, and he's gonna get picked up and start taunting one at a time these mobs as they start chasing after the rest of the group. This is gonna cost Sheesh some time. It's not gonna cost them the timer.
And they've got time to give here. I'm not too worried about this. That was a little bit of a scary moment for them there. And you know, it could have been worse, right? If Thinner actually had gone down, they wouldn't have had somebody to easily res Andy up, right? They would have had to use the engineering res, which can be difficult when these mobs don't have a tank tanking them. But Thinner able to keep himself alive and salvage the situation for them, saves them a ton of time. We'll see how this 29 Decatriarch goes for them. Is this actually going to give them enough count? I don't think it is. I think they're going to be short, like 2%.
And you can see they are definitely running down. It's 98.2. Yep. This is our third team today to be short count on pulling Decatriarch. Oh, no, okay, they're going to get it from this pull over here to the side. So they're going to pull this pull first. All right. So they're at least going to get their count.
It in?
Oh, they're going into boss. All right, they are not messing around. Here we go.
Sure.
Trash onto boss on a plus 29 is what Sheesh says.
I guess it's just the Rot Hexer that's really the real mob in this trash. The Slashers will just die incredibly quickly to the cleave. And the Rot Hexer's not that big of a deal, right? Just have to worry about interrupts on it as well. But the problem here is they're also going to be swapping to the Totem a lot as well. Huge burst on this initial Totem here. No issues whatsoever. That one's definitely not going to go off. It's the ones after your initial Bloodlust burst that you're really starting to worry about.
Yeah, usually those first two are not too difficult, but the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, those are ones where it can start to be problematic, especially if you overcommit to the third, the fourth, then the fifth and the sixth just start being really nasty. It looks like they've gotten through that one, though, reasonably easily. Little Bullstring stack going to come out on that Rot Hexer. Of course, does not affect bosses, mercifully, anymore.
No issues whatsoever so far. But this is the port we're worried about, right? These totems are going to start to spawn when they are devoid of cooldowns here. The only thing they even have for this, well, they don't even have an SKB. It's coming up just now on the Rot Burst totem. Do they have the burst for it? It's going to be a little close. Do they get it off? Oh, I think they just barely killed it off at the last second there. That's what happens on this high-end key. And I want to point out, on a 30, that totem would have gone off.
Yeah.
So
that's
the problem with the 30 that
Okay,
we're
here comes
about.
A beacon from Andy. And that's going to be what they use to get through this one. A Void Torrent plus a beacon is what they have, and they get through that totem. Andy's health bar is going to look scarier on this fight than it actually is, especially if you're looking in the middle of the screen and you're just looking at his the one over his character. That one, whenever this Decay Strike comes out, it looks like he's on 1 HP, but that's actually just because he has a massive healing absorb on him. But he also still has a lot of health, so he is reasonably safe under that healing absorb still, as long as it gets cleared within 10 seconds or so. And it looks like, they're working their way through, eating through that healing absorb. Andy not in too much danger. Actually, the next Decay Strike comes out before the first is even cleared. Does need to get healed through that some point.
These next couple totems should be free. They've got their 2 minutes up. Void Torrent, PI, Combustion, no issues whatsoever there. All of this should carry on to the next totem as well, so we're not too worried about these two. But after that, they become a little bit scared. And I think, actually, after one more totem, Speed should have his Iridius Fragment back off cooldown, and that'll carry them for another 2 totems. So then the one that we're really worried about is not this totem, but the next one. If they can kill off the next one, they should be totally fine for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, we'll see what they have access to. This one even came a little bit close, but the next one is going to be very scary. Meanwhile, Echo have had Mirez going down to a big bolstered pull in the Rotwood, as they do expend their battle res. Their second one, though, has just become available in that dungeon. But here comes that final totem that you were talking about. Looks like they got a Meteor and an SKB combustion for it, and that's going to be enough to break through.
Yep, the Fragment's back up now, and of course that means that the buffs on the group are that much more powerful for Speed. Also, he just does a lot more damage himself here, so I wouldn't be worried about these next couple of totems. With the boss this low, they'll only have to finish off this last one, and then they can focus down boss. It's going to be 29 times for them. No issues whatsoever on this totem.
And look at the timer as well for Sheesh. The time that Echo put up in this dungeon was 30:29. Sheesh are actually going to be doing one better. They are going to be coming in with a 30:02, the fastest Brackenhide of our weekend so far, advancing to 175 points. They are just one Ruby life pools away from... I don't know what the time tiebreakers look like, but I think they would be getting second place if it was a reasonably fast Ruby life pools. I guess their Halls of Infusion is cataclysmically bad, so maybe that's too slow. But their Neltharion Lair is faster than Echo. Their Brackenhide's a little bit faster. Their Underrot's a minute faster. Their Neltharius, I guess, is a minute slower. So, all right, no, they probably have slower time tiebreaks than Echo, unless they are ridiculously fast in the Ruby 30.
It's going to come down to the Ruby 30. I'm doing the math. I know I'm not allowed to do this, but I'm doing it anyways. Their other 4 dungeons, not counting the Ruby. I guess I'm not counting the Brackenhide either. Let me see. Neltharion's Lair. I need to do this. I need to figure this out. 128 there, so 102 overall. Actually, the Ruby life pool only needs to be about 45 seconds faster than Echo. It's actually pretty close.
Carry
if they can do a 30 Ruby life pools in roughly 45 seconds faster than Echo, they will actually hold the tiebreaker over Echo. That's
all right. So a sub 28,
close.
A sub 28 in Ruby life pools is what Sheesh will be looking for if they want to secure a time tiebreaker over Echo. But that green dot is staying in Brackenhide for them. We already know that Echo have gone Brackenhide 30. Sheesh, even more reason to go Brackenhide 30. They were 5 full minutes under the timer in the 29. I like the decision to go 30. I feel like 30 is eminently doable.
Well, there were a couple of totems in that 29, again, that they would have had go off in a 30. Now, I don't think a 30 totem one-shots you. It's something your healer can heal through, maybe like once or twice throughout the encounter, right? But still pretty scary.
That is definitely the hard part is that last boss. And like you said, it's maybe inefficient in a tournament like this, where you kind of have unlimited tries, but you're constrained on time, to do dungeons where the hard bit's at the end.
And a good point is being raised as well, where if they decide they don't want to push up that that Ruby life pool and they get 2 score elsewhere, that actually gives them a massive tiebreaker advantage, right?
They won't.
But
have
it's going to be hard to do that.
If they don't do the Ruby, they will have, by definition, a different first tiebreaker of dungeon levels.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Okay.
They'll be better in one of the other
Echoes
dungeons, or worse in the 28 compared to the So it
would be if Echo had a 28, which they don't. So
yeah, exactly.
It'll never come to that.
It can't come up given the configuration of dungeons we have right now, but it would be. It is a possibility if things looked a little different across the leaderboard. Yeah. All right. It looks like our math lines up with yours, Zyro, with about 45 seconds under being needed in that Ruby life pools if Sheesh wants to overtake Echo. Although, of course, timers could again shift, as both teams are going to be updating their Brackenhide time if they can time these 30s.
I forgot to carry one of the ones. You said carry the 6. I meant to carry the 5. It's 35 seconds.
35 seconds.
So it's actually even closer than I assumed. That's if they do end up going for the 30 Ruby Life Pulse, which I assume they kind of have to at some point.
I think they have to as well, yeah.
Yeah.
But this Brackenhide is going to change all that, right? Brackenhide, if one of the teams is faster in here, that'll, again, change that tiebreaker calculus. So right now, Sheesh are 30 seconds faster in Brackenhide. If they can get a bigger lead in the 30, then they'll need even less in the Ruby. Whereas if Echo can have a great 30, then they can slam the door even more on Sheesh.
Have you noticed, by the way, at the very start of Brackenhide Hollow, how many teams are doing in the bubble skip? I didn't see how many there were. But I noticed Echo doing it. I didn't see if Sheesh did it. But for those of you who aren't aware what I'm talking about is, at the start of a key, there's the little golden bubble that prevents you from progressing on in the dungeon. Sometimes in some dungeons, the bubble doesn't actually block certain aspects of your character. So, like, for instance, in Brackenhide Hollow, the dome doesn't go underwater, so you can go to the left at the start of the key, go underneath the dome on the left, and just start progressing. And for Echo, their tank and healer just go on and start pulling mobs. So I wonder if the other teams are doing that.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, we know teams do that in Neltharian's Lair as well, right? Where you can kind of skip past the starting bubble in that dungeon too. So I love that. I love those little ways of sneaking around that little golden dome.
Let me start the key. I don't want to wait 10 seconds.
It's
like not that big of a time skip, though. But, it's nice. It's fun to do.
Sheesh are having a death here as they try and Mind Soothe and skip past the pack. And this is curious. It's curious to me that teams are doing that pack skip so differently from each other. Some teams are doing it with those polymorph and meld skips. I guess Sheesh maybe don't have access to that because they don't have any Night Elves, because they want the Kultiran on their tank. But you could also sleepwalk past it. You could just use Mage Invis, but I guess you want Mage Invis for this boss maybe. It's nice if you're getting the fixation on you. Either way, I costing 2 deaths is definitely a punishment for Sheesh. I know you can walk past it if you hug the wall very precisely, but it is very hard to do that reliably with all 5 people in your group every time.
Yeah, I think you have time to give, though. I don't think you're too worried about losing 10, 15 seconds here or there in this key, because, based off of the timer, right, in that 29, they had almost 5 minutes left on the timer. Generally speaking, at this high of a key level, adding 10% of the timer to your timer is essentially what you need to go 1 key level up, right? Because that's the scaling, 10% HP and damage. So they have about 2 minutes of leeway. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. I think, again, it's all going to come down to how doable the final boss's totems are going to be for them. So you can still, make those few mistakes and still progress through the keys, still see what the trash pulls are going to look like. And if they do have another, major mistake, it might be time to reset for them. But for now, they're going to be okay with just those 2 deaths.
Yeah, it's definitely not worth resetting, although... Yeah, the time tie-break side of things is definitely something to be considering. It's not just a binary pass-fail in these dungeons, Like we've been talking about it. It's a important consideration, and this early in the dungeon, there is... At some point, you maybe start having that thought. I think there's too much time left in the day to be thinking about that, because I think you got to assume that 31 Neltharis is going to happen for somebody. Last minute, a team that's trying to make that happen in the top right, but they're having a healer die here. That's going to be their battle res, but now they don't have a battle res for a while as they are working towards that ever-lethal Forge Master area. This is the part of Neltharis that kills you, is the trash leading up to Forge Master Gorek, and then the boss itself. So we'll see them. Actually, you can see their line of sighting around that pillar as those melt casts can be so deadly. But they have their priest in the back just lining whatever targeted. Nice little adaptation.
We are slowly approaching the ledge where the knock incident happened. But we don't need to talk about that just yet. They're not quite there. Yeah, this trash gets so lethal. Every single hit of damage. If you let too many of these throw lava casts off. You saw AJ dropping to 10% there. Health still going low from one of the mini bleeds. Just so much damage going out on the group here on a 31 fortified key. Every single mob. So dangerous to deal with.
Yeah, we are approaching the scene of the crime here. We'll see if they're going to be able to to keep that. I mean, before that, we also have the Iron Torch Commander, which is also a really hard part too. So that's going to be very important to watch. We also have Y in the bottom right. They had to restart this Underrot a couple of times, but they're now on Sporecaller Zancha with only 1 death. A 15-12 was their Kragmaw split, which is certainly in the timeable range, although not in the extremely comfortable range by any stretch.
Definitely not Omega fine, but they still are
They're
fine.
fine, yeah.
We want to see, if you want to be extremely safe here, we're looking for a sub 21 on Sporecaller here. We're letting a bunch of these mushrooms go off here. What's the play for them here? We're just going to use all of our cooldowns and live through it with dwarves? That looks to be the play here. Cauterizing Flame was not used in time for the Augmentation Evoker, and they're going to have to use a Battle Res here. But honestly, letting all those go off, only suffering 1 death, and it's not even during cooldowns, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we've seen Echo do that strategy against this boss as well, where it doesn't actually tick for more upfront damage when the boss casts the AoE if there's a bunch of mushrooms out. It just applies a stack of the dot to you for each mushroom that was on the floor. So as long as you can dispel everybody before they all tick once, you're fine. The problem is they do tick within like a second, so you need to be using Bubble, Stone Form, Cauterizing Flame, Poison Dispels. All of those buttons need to be pressed very quickly. You can see they were able to get 4 out of 5 of them. They're going for it again here, though. Ice block. Yep, there they go.
Orbs
Ice
being
block,
used
several
again.
more Stone Forms, and a couple of Dispels coming in.
Now they have to play normally. They
Yeah.
don't have any more dispels, really. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that's just a little bit of free single target damage, I guess, not having to worry about doing the real mechanics of the fight. Only getting away with 1 death, too. Interesting. That's, I don't know, it's risky play, but it pays off if you get to if you just get to stand there and essentially hit a large target dummy. So, I like it.
Yeah, I think it's a cool strat. I especially like it at the start of the fight. The very first cycle of the fight is often pretty hectic, especially if you're pulling trash into the boss. So that can be a great time to just say, you know what, we're going to use our class abilities rather than doing the boss mechanics. That's a great trade-off in a situation like that.
It's time, Dratnos. We're at the
Here
spot.
it comes.
The incident
is
occurred here not 20
last
minutes
minute.
ago today.
In the top right, over comms, they're saying, all right, unbind your knockbacks. We got to be super careful in this area.
Don't unbind, just knock them in the correct direction.
Yeah, that's
You
true. You
need
got to
those
not
knocks.
overreact. We do need the knocks. There's a lot of casts here. Do you remember Priest Shining Force? Do you remember that ability, Shining Force? I don't think it's in the game
man.
anymore, but
It
Priest
is
used
not.
to be able to have the biggest knockback you've ever seen, and oh my goodness, did it grief a lot of keystones. It was a good time.
It was something like a 30-yard knockback. It was insane how far you
you'd
could knock
send a
things
mob
with
over to
those.
the next dungeon. It was wild.
Affectionately being called Power Word Yeet.
Power
Love that
word
one.
yeet. Oh yeah, a great effect. Hopefully something that we see at some point again in the game, but it's probably good that it's not here right now
Oh,
because
no.
these priests had it. Uh-oh.
Another time here. This happened exact same time last dungeon. Hearthjack's Cauterize being expended on the trash here. There is a lot of damage going out here, as you can see by the health bars. Just ping-ponging all over the place, but you can see they're using these AoE knocks just to live through this pack, even committing the Vampiric Embrace to help out AJ with the heals here. So much damage, but they're doing a much better job of it this time around, and the knocks all being used properly, being knocked towards the wall rather than away from it this time around. And I think they're through the most of the danger here.
Yeah, we got to be careful. We got to be careful not just of the danger of dying on this pull, but of the secondary danger of using a defensive on this pull and not having it for the boss or for the next pull, right? And I think the question is, are they going to fight one of these Blacksmith double elemental packs, or are they just going to go into boss? Because you can fight this boss without pulling either of those packs, but it is scary. Oh my goodness, we nearly had another incident there.
Extremely scary. Yes,
Storming.
The incident almost occurred again. Storming, of course, one of the affixes of the key that we haven't really talked about too much because, typically speaking, the teams are extremely strong about dealing with it. But here we go. The answer to your question has occurred. Kira now pulling that 1 Blacksmith plus the 2 Lava Flares as well, and AJ goes down because of it here. They do have a battle res, but do you want to expend it? I think you have to. This is a long pull here, and the danger level has just gone up significantly for them. No battle reses for the next 9 minutes. They're not going to have one up for the entire Forge Master Goric fight, which means the healing and defensive usage has to be on point. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to get through this boss.
Yeah, the timer remains doable. That is the thing about Neltheris, right? Is that you can take these random deaths. you can't wipe, but you can take a random death and your timer is still okay. But it's not comfortable, and it's definitely not going to be comfortable to do this boss without a battle res, so that's going to be very tricky. Y also having a death and expending their final battle res of their dungeon in the bottom right, as they are 22 minutes into this Underrot, need to make their way towards that Unbound Abomination, but they still have a couple of trash pulls to go. Echo approaching the end of their Brackenhide up in the top left, their Brackenhide 30. Echo are zooming through this plus 30 here. This is for first place if they can get it. This would be huge, especially if last minute have a wipe on the Forge Master, but that's what it's all going to be about here. They are walking into the boss, wasting no time. Kira runs forward and gets into combat. This is the breaker of runs here. Look at those health bars for last minute on each of these hammer slams.
Oh man, so much damage going out on the group every single time first set of Aegis is going out on the group as well. The dot damage going to tick for a ton here. AJ's going to have to help out the team a ton. No issues on the pull so far, but it's just going to be relentless. A Forge Storm coming out, making you dodge your feet here a little bit, and then we're back to the Might of the Forge once again. The Hammer Swing's going to come in and do so much damage to the group. Here we go.
Rescue
AJ keep
shield.
people alive. AJ so low, able to top himself just barely. And then again, another set of swirls. Oh, it's just relentless, Dratnos.
Vampiric Embrace and Renewing Blaze are going to do a lot for their sustain through that next set of dots. A little reprieve here for a while as they get the opportunity to top themselves and just dodge during this Forge Storm. The next Might of the Forge is going to hurt, though. Aura Mastery is available, and Obsidian Scales charge is used. Looks like we're going to hold on to Aura Mastery for now, but the Obsidian Scales charge is going to juice up that Black Attunement and give them a little bit more health across the whole group. But now here comes that dot. And this time around, the first target was the Mage, which let them throw the invisibility and cancel the entire cast. So they're going to be able to dodge the entirety of those 3 dots here. That's going to let them catch back up. And that Power Infusion plus Void Eruption combo let them get some good damage in here as well. Bop is going to land on the Priest here because the initial damage of the jump from Might of the Forge is physical. So that's going to let them reduce the damage a little bit. The next Aegis comes out. First target is the Evoker. Oh no, first target actually looks like it was the Priest, but either way they don't have any Night Elf racials or anything to use here.
Alright, AJ did a good job keeping his team alive there. They do have the VE whenever they want that. That is back up. Obviously not as powerful without the Void Torrent available, but if you need that little extra raw bit of healing, you might have to use it. Hearthjax has the Altar backup. Didn't use it for the initial hit. This is the Aura Mastery, so they're going to be safe. The person I'm most worried about in the group right now is that Mage, of course. They do have the Obsidian Scales as well on the Evoker. 2, Altar being expended here. Topping himself back off after the initial hit.
Yeah, a few
We're going to get a couple
cooldowns.
more rotations here.
So we have Zephyr, we have another Obsidian Scales charge, we have Dispersion, we have Sacrifice, we may even have a Bubble Sacrifice available here, which is a huge option. Looks like they're going to be able to try and get through this. It is Vampiric Embrace, Ice Block, the 70% DR version of Ice Block, and also Vampiric Embrace to help sustain the group here. Another Invis comes out, and that's going to cancel the next Blazing Aegis here. And at 20%, they just have one more Might of the Forge to deal with here. It's going to be coming in after this Forge Storm. Boss is getting awfully low, but the group is running low on defense as well. Looks like an Altar may have been pressed here by Hearthjax as well for just that initial
for the first
hit.
tick.
Yeah, I love that, although, has to be careful to not Altar back into the fire. Whew.
Oh yeah.
We're fine.
We're good. Last set of that Blazing Aegis. Interrupted there. Interrupted again.
Nice.
They've interrupted so many of these swirls on the group. This has helped them out so much here. And this is really impressive. Their first attempt at the Forge Master will succeed for them. But do they have the time to finish the key off? They have 1 pull's worth of trash count they need to get, and then 1 final boss.
7 minutes is not a lot of time, Zyro.
It's not.
Oh, it's going to be close at the end of this run here for last minute. Meanwhile, we also have an exciting run finishing in the top right here. Echo are on to Catriarch Rathai in their plus 30 Brackenhide Hollow. So both of our top 2 teams on the leaderboard, our top 2 screens in our 4-box right now, are working on a point 178. It actually seems like Echo are in such good time as well here. 29 minutes in the dungeon. They still have 6 minutes. Their timer is Omega Fine, whereas last minute are working on this Blazewing pull. and this is giga sketchy. They're focusing down this Blaze Wing, but look at the damage on the group there of every single time those wings get thrown towards the ground.
Again, the timer for Echo isn't the issue here. The question is, can you stay consistent and kill off every single one of these raw burst totems? I want to draw attention to the fact that even though they knew their timer was totally fine, well, not even though, they knew their timer was totally fine, so they opted to just save the Bloodlust. They don't need the Bloodlust to burn the boss down. They're saving it just to make sure they have that little bit of extra juice on a set of totems that might be an issue for them. They had one of the beacons for this pull. Finish off that totem, no issue whatsoever. Now, it could be that they're saving it for a spot where they know they need a little extra damage, or maybe they just didn't have it up at the start of the pull. I didn't actually see. This is their next set of 2 minutes coming up, so these next two totems should be totally fine. The Void Torrent and the Combust are going to last enough for these next two totems. They're not saving the Bloodlust. They just save it again, but Mirrors goes down for Echo. Oh no!
Disaster
Why
all over the
also?
place here.
Oh my
Wire
god!
wiping, and their Underrot is going away. Echo still have 2 battle reses, so they're able to get Mirrors back up, so they're okay here on Decatriarch, but they might need to press their Lust to stabilize. Last Minute are also doing their final chain pull of the dungeon. As they get all those mobs done, that's 100% count. They have
5 minutes? Maybe 4.5 when they get to the boss?
Wait, hang on. They have 5 minutes.
Carry the
I'm
one.
very cautious
-2,
to declare the
-3.
number of minutes left here, but I think that's okay. They're going to have 4.5 for the boss. This boss doesn't take that long. I think they're okay. I think
have
Last
a Lust
Minute can
too.
do this. They are going to have a Lust, yeah, and there's a damage amp phase on this boss, which this composition is uniquely well equipped to exploit. So they are about to get this boss pulled. The whole team has executed the skips properly. That was very high stakes. If any of them had messed up that skip here, they could not have afforded the time to get those reses. But already, they are going to be picking up their treasures. Meanwhile, Echo, 49% halfway through Decatriarch here. 4 minutes left for them in this dungeon, so time is not an issue, but they have committed their Lust as they try and finish off these totems. Sheesh!
They just...
Again!
Oh
The
no!
bridge skip!
The bridge
That's
skip, the
second
bridge
skip
incident
that's got
occurred
them.
again!
Oh no! This time Wadi fell down rather than having his mirror images pull the slimes, but that's okay. They are maybe still chilling here on their timer as well. And oh my goodness, the drama in all 4 of our teams. There's not enough time to talk about all 4 of them.
It's just non-stop action across the board. It's hard to follow the action, but we're doing our best here. Like you said, Echo expending the Bloodlust outside of their 2-minute window just to make sure totems were easily able for them to be killed, and also probably letting Click save his fragment for the third set of 2 minutes coming up in a second here. They don't have their 2 minutes up for this totem. This might be the hardest totem left for them to kill for the rest of this fight here. Can they get it down here? No combustion, just the SKB. Do they get it down? It's actually going to go off. This is going to go off. They use the block to deal with it. Oh, wow. No issues whatsoever for Zalia, but the dots on the
One
group
issue.
are extra damage.
Yeah, the dot is not just extra damage, it's also reducing their damage done. They need to get this totem killed off in time. If they can kill this totem before it explodes, they're going to be okay, and they've done that. Now Zephyr is going to clear their debuff, and they are once again safe-ish. They're going to have to kill probably 2, maybe 3 more totems to get through the rest of this boss fight. How much more gas do they have left in the tank is the question. Very few offensive CDs are available. Do they have any beacons that are coming off cooldown? I think they're deep enough here. Looks like Wire Town portaling, though, out of their Underrot once again. And Last Minute in the top left also getting towards their last 3 minutes here. So they're going to be getting started on the next damage amp phase soon. But we're going to have Echo finishing this dungeon very, very soon if they can kill the next totem.
They've got a couple more totems they have left to kill. These are going to be difficult because they have very few cooldowns for it. Now, the boss is channeling the strength here, but it goes off before the totem. They need to kill this off. Okay.
Nice.
Good situation. If that totem went off, it could have easily spelled a wipe for them, but able to finish it off without the cooldowns, and now they have the combustion back up, so the next one should be that much more easily dealt with for them. I don't think they're in a situation where they can burn the boss just yet. I think they have to kill off 1 more. Yep, they have to swap to this last totem. This will be the last one for them. If they get it down, this 30 Brackenhide will be timed for them.
Yeah, that timer is actually looking not as fine as it was earlier. There's still, a long boss fight. The totem goes off, but they're going to kill it before the second cast. And now they just have to get Decatriarch down to 5%. Last defensives are being used here. Obsidian Scales Charge, Renewing Blaze. Those are expiring now, and now they're committing to the boss. 5% though, that's going to stop the clock. Echo get to 178 points. That is going to put them into first place, but Last Minute have something to say about that. Last Minute have 1 minute and 30 seconds as they burn down Warlord Sarga in a final vulnerable phase here. 5% left on their boss. What a beautiful run out of Last Minute here. Incredible incredible work
Unbelievable.
and converting this one. That is a first place for them now on our leaderboard as they secure the best tiebreaker. They've done a 31 and nobody else has. That puts them on top of our leaderboard, and we are in for a exciting final 2 hours of our day.
Oh, dude, Echo held the top spot on the leaderboard for all of 10 seconds before last minute said, psych, and yoinked that right back out of their hands. Unbelievable play from those two teams.
This weekend is so great, and I mean, with only 2 hours left, it's going to get even more intense, right? But it's starting to kind of look like Last Minute and Echo are pulling away a little bit. We're going to pull away from Dratnos as well, as we bring Makes in on the cast, I believe. And, yeah, so do you agree? Do you feel like we're starting to see a little bit of a separation? I kind of feel like we're sensing that now.
I think for us it was already starting to be clear at the top of the day when she's just spent way too long in that Neltharian's lair, right? That really hurt them badly. And Y was in a position where they were playing catch up from yesterday even, and I think they've been doing a pretty good job at catching up, but now that Underrot, barely missing out on that, going into Unbound Abomination with like 4.5 minutes to go, not having a battle rest, stuff goes wrong, the key is depleted, you lose 30 minutes, which you really couldn't afford to lose, and in the end it's going to hurt them. Of course, day is not over yet, there's still some more points to be gotten, but I think it's looking already pretty favored in terms of Last Minute and Echo. The big surprise there being that there's a team that's higher than Echo, and they've been higher than Echo for all of this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm. Since essentially the start of day one, Last Minute has been on a tear, on a rampage, just dealing with keys left and right in early attempts too. Just such Giga Chads playing insanely well the entire weekend. And for a team, you know, again, a last minute team. It's not just the name. They were put together at essentially the last minute, and they are not playing like it. They're playing like a well-seasoned, well-oiled machine. Very impressive to see. And again, I mean, at the start of the day today, the scoreboard was so close together, right? Last Minute and Echo only had a 1-point lead on Sheesh and a 2-point lead on Y. But the standout run that's really given that advantage over the other two teams has been that 30 Ruby Life pulls, right? The +2 score over everyone else. I wouldn't say that Sheesh are necessarily completely out of the competition yet, but they have a lot of work to do. They need to get this 30 bracket high done this attempt. They cannot waste any more time. And then they also need to go do that Ruby Life pulls as well. Remember, their tiebreaker on time is not that far off from Echo. They only have about a 35-second difference between them if they're able to get this done and able to get the Ruby Life pulls done as well. So they have a chance. I'm not too sure about why. I think they just have too much left to do with only 2 hours left on the final day here. But they can still make a run at it here at the end. Remember, they do have a ton of practice in the 31 Neltharis as well. But man, Last Minute and Echo, they can really seal the deal for themselves by, you know, going to the dungeon that their counterpart just did and gaining another +1 score.
That's exactly what they're doing. We basically just saw a little bit of a switch and go. Last Minute and Echo both high-fiving each other as they swapped dungeons and went into the one that the other just finished out. Now, Echo already had a do-over here in that 31. We're going to see them try right away. Last Minute is still trucking on in their 30, but both of these teams definitely want to get these done as soon as possible. And at the start of the day, we were kind of saying we're not so sure that the 30 Bracken height is possible because of these totems that we just saw Echo deal with, right? It's so much extra damage. You have to switch off your main target. You don't have a lot of time to ramp up whatever your dots are doing, so that's not easy for this comp. And the fact that Echo dealt with that by different mechanics. One, holding on to that bloodlust. Second, being able to have a lot of battle rests going into the boss on the back of something could go wrong. And then third, just a lot of healing from Zelia to be able to actually get through some of the casts, I think is extremely impressive and not something I expected.
And also, there are certain times where you can have a totem go off, and it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Obviously, you don't want to let any of them go off, but for instance, if you let a Rutburst totem go off right before a Decaying Strength, which resets your debuff from the totem exploding, it's not the end of the world, as long as your healer can heal you through it, and you kill off the totem before it gets a second explosion off, which is something all of the teams should be able to do with their players. And we saw, over the course of that 30 final boss for Echo, they let 4 totem explosions go off, which I thought would be a wipe if one goes off, but again, underestimating the players a little bit. It's a fault of mine. They have the tech to live through those totem explosions. Plenty of immunities, like you said, plenty of battle reses as well. Helps a lot too. And they made it work. And we're going to have to see if Sheesh is going to be able to make it work in a little bit as well. Remember, their Brackenhide timer was the fastest of the 29s we've seen so far, and they're doing a great job in this 30. They're going to have plenty of time to deal with the boss. Again, for them, it's going to just be, can you kill the boss off? Can you kill the totems? And they have the battle reses for it as well.
I think we need to rephrase that question. It's not even about can you kill the totems, but can you get through them? Can you survive them? Can you deal with them? And whatever they're doing to your team, just based on what we saw from Echo, of course, a little bit of restarts are to be given in these very high and very dangerous keys that we are seeing from Last Minute and Echo. Both teams are just now restarting, and Y is also back in that underrot. Now, you were saying earlier that the Ruby life pools, of course, for Sheesh and for Y would give them an easy +2 points to maybe catch up a little bit, right?
Not
Both
easy.
are on 100. Well, easier than going for the 31, I think. It's easier to get 2 points for the same difficulty rather than 1. It's definitely a hard key.
For sure.
So, do you think that's what they're going to do next after this dungeon, or do you think they're going to prioritize other dungeons?
I think you have to go for that. That is the standout thing. It's the only +2 you have left available to you. It'll only tie the top 2 teams on their score right now. Yeah, that they just have to get that done. If they want to have any chance of making top 2 this weekend, you have to get that done. And I'm not quite sure where we're standing on break timers. I don't know which teams still have breaks left. I believe Echo is on their break
I believe
right now.
all of them have half done.
Okay.
It might be just a restart. We're going to see. So the way it works, just to reiterate, all teams have to do 20 minutes of breaks every single day. They have to do that break time between the start of the 2nd hour and before the 4th hour is over. So basically in the middle pack of hours of the TGP. They can split these break times however they want. They can do, like, I think 4 5-minute breaks or 2:10 or just 1:20, but they have to take these 20-minute breaks. Otherwise, they're going to get a -5 point deduction, and could be that Echo is just finishing out on their break right now, as all of the teams still have 10 to go.
Okay, so most of the teams, like you said, 10 minutes to go on their break timers, so we'll see them take them at some point in the next hour, 50 minutes actually. Y really needs to get this under rot 10, though. That last-minute wipe on the final boss was heartbreaking for them because, like we've been mentioning, they're already so far behind in score right now. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to find their way into the top 2. They have to do this under rot. They have to then also do their 30 Brackenhide Hollow, and then they also, again, have to go do the 30 Ruby Life Pools. So they have a lot of work left to do and not a whole lot of time left to do it. And in the meantime, the top 2 teams are, again, going to dungeons they know are possible because their counterparts have already done them. So, a lot of work to do, and one of the teams we got to look out for that is this Sheesh team, halfway through Decatriarch now, doing a good job staying alive here. No deaths so far from them, and they've gained access to yet another battle res here as well, so they do have a little bit of safety to back up on if any of their players do go down. So, they're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, once again, it is the totems that could do them in for here, but they do have 3 battle reses, and that is a good thing to be back on. The main thing is either killing the totem before the cast is over, or living the cast once it comes through. And you can see there's really not much break time between these totems coming out here. You can see the tank always grabbing the Decatriarch on top of the totem, making sure there's a little bit of cleave to actually help the rest of the team here, but it gets so close every time.
That was so dangerous there. That totem was going to go off after the decaying strength. If that totem exploded, we would have seen 3 players die. They're just barely able to finish it off here. This is their 2-minute burst. This next totem should be fine for them as well. Should still have some of the damage from the 2 minutes, helping them out a little bit here. It's the next one that I'm worried about. Actually, this one might go off too. Oh, it goes off at the last second. It was at 1%. Really unfortunate. And remember, when you have that debuff on you, you're doing less damage. So if that totem goes off, I'm worried about this one too. Do they have the damage to break this one off? Do they have a beacon for it? I'm not seeing any beacons being casted here. And the damage on the group is going to be high. Decaying Strength coming out is going to reset the debuff for them. But this totem's going to explode too and reset the debuff right away. The debuff is back. Oh, that's so unfortunate for them. The debuff is there for a long time now, for at least the next 30 seconds before the next Decaying Strength, and it's going to make these next 2 totems that much more difficult for them to kill. Is this
No worries,
recoverable?
Penner has got this. Zach coming out here to try and help Andy. A little bit of extra damage coming out here. We do still have Aura Mastery available. VE is now also on to help with the extra damage that's coming here. They dealt with this totem. That's extremely important to actually move on here and not have any more struggles. Aura Mastery could still be used once they need it. They are holding on to that. There it goes. That is going to be the one that they decide to use it on, as they don't want this cast to go through, but it will go through. Stove taking so much damage here. They do have these 3 battle rests, and with Andy being on the Guardian Druid, they can still pick someone back up should they fall, but Thanner is doing a fantastic job here at keeping this team alive and trying to get them through this boss fight. Andy incredibly low here. Can he get him back up?
No!
Will fall down. That is a battle rest that you need to commit immediately. But the next totem is already coming for them. It's all very, very close for Sheesh here, but they're dropping left and right. Only 2 battle rests available, and now 4 members are dead.
Why just wipe 2, by the way? Check that out. They're town portaling now.
That was just the slowest tumble out of control mistakes. Like, that is so unfortunate the way that happened for them. The timing of the Rot Burst totems as well. Decaying strength, resetting their debuff, but then a totem going off immediately afterwards. And the sad thing is they were about to get the reset. They were about to be able to finish it off there. If they lived for just 20 seconds longer, their next set of 2 minutes would have come up, and they could have used those to kill off the next couple of totems. The next decaying strength would have reset their debuffs, and they would have been back to homeostasis, I guess I would say, back to a stable spot. But it just wasn't going to be enough for them, not able to heal through the decaying strike debuffs on Andy. He goes down because of it. Just a rough wipe, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the totems are hard to kill. It's not necessarily just the one totem, but subsequent totems after the fact. It's a slow rolling chain reaction. That wipe occurred over the course of like a minute and a half there. I mean, that's so rough for them, and that's 32 minutes gone for them. That's a huge time loss.
Yeah, my cat is very upset about that too, as you can hear. The fact that they really were so close to killing as well, right? The boss was like under 20%. They were so close to actually finishing it out, and it was not possible for them. And if I'm seeing correctly, we're going to see a change in tune from them as they have phased to a new dungeon here. Sheesh.
A little bit of a mental reset, and this is smart from them. They know they can get the Brackenhide done. They just have to be a little bit more efficient with their totem damage, right? All of that chain reaction of a wipe was due to one single totem going off. So if they can have that not happen again, they can get that done. That might be an end-of-day thing for them, but they know if they want to have any chance of making it through top 2, they have to get this Ruby Life Pools done. They have to start progging it now. They have about an hour and 45 minutes left, and we're going to get in there, start doing some initial attempts, see how it goes for them, how their timers are looking. But this is a smart play from them. They have to get this done.
They absolutely have, but it is going to cost, I think, a little bit of practice time. Even Last Minute, who we've been praising for being extremely efficient and just straight out of the gates, really good. They had a couple of do-overs in that dungeon, so I don't think a one-shot is on the table in the 30 Ruby Life Pools, but I'd be so glad to be wrong here. As Sheesh are entering the dungeon, we are going to see that Bloodlust come out right away, something both Echo and Last Minute opted to do after a little bit of change from Echo Tunes, and we will see all of the other teams redoing the dungeons that they've been trying to get through in the last 20 minutes.
The only team making some real progress in their new dungeon is Last Minute here, past the first boss on the 30 Brackenhide Hollow, onto some of these first massive oak poles, which can be extremely nasty on the affixes we've given them. Fortified Bolster, of course, entangling not too big of an issue. They just walk out of it. They've even got the Paladin there that can give them a freedom if they just want to stand still and cast, as your Fire Mage and Shadow Priest tend to want to do. But it's really the bolstering we're worried about. These trees are going to get massive, and if a tick of the Rotting Breath goes off,
Kira.
or if your tank goes down, it could be an issue for them. Shadow Priest instantly dying, going to be a release, going to be a town portal. And we're going to go again.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not too mad about that. It feels a little bit like Echo and Last Minute are just fighting for who's going to come out on top, right? It's only two teams that can move on, and even though it's not all over just yet for Xi Jinhui. It's going to be incredibly hard. So both Echo and Last Minute are maybe leaning back a little bit and saying, okay, let's just reset. We're going to do it again. Maybe we'll even see more breaks now that the timer is getting a little bit closer to the end of the day. Make sure that you have those done and then come back a little bit refreshed and try to get that done. Last Minute here seems to say, nah, we can go again.
They can go again. They have the time. 42 minutes before they need to take their last 10 minutes of their break. They're doing okay on that timer. Remember, Breckenhead's a 35-minute dungeon. If they wipe at that point one more time, they'll have to just go ahead and take the break. But, you know, I think they have a good idea of what they need to do at that section of the dungeon. They just need to go back and get some more attempts on it to see what it looks like, see what Kira needs to live there. Shouldn't be too big of an issue for them. Let's take a look, though, at this very first attempt from Sheesh here. A good timer on the first boss in this 30 Ruby life pools. We're looking at about an 8:30 to a 9-minute kill. Obviously, 8:30 is what we would like to see, but, you know, I would love to see sub 9 for them on this boss kill. Of course, there's probably going to be a little bit of prog on this first boss. The damage events are massive. Every single chill storm, huge bursts of damage. The frost overloads, incredibly dangerous to deal with. Going to have cooldowns available for that. But of course they can know that, right? They would have seen the attempts on this boss from Echo yesterday, and they should have a good idea of what they need to do in order to get this boss down.
Yeah, absolutely. Chad is being very angry that I'm speaking about teams that are having problems. Apparently I'm jinxing. I want to use that power by saying all 4 of the teams are going to qualify, because if I have that much power to jinx teams, I think I also have the power to let them come through. So now all runs are going to work out, no worries.
Oh, okay. Just like that?
Yeah, it's just, yeah, like, apparently I have that power. I'm going to use it. There we go.
Well, if they're all going to time their keys, what's the point of us even casting? You want to talk about something else?
Well, let's talk about what Shisha's doing. I do think that's really, really cool. We're going to see them fight with Meladrusa here. And this boss fight, you mentioned it already, there is so much damage going out and lots of stuff that you have to handle. Mostly survival. As you can see, these HP bars just drop to death. Well, not fully death, but very low.
Not fully death, but that last tick of the chill storm unmitigated is going to do about 70 to 80% of your maximum HP on this high of a key level. And you can see one of the good tools that they have, in addition to their normal buttons, their AoE damage reduction buttons, is just the minor things. Like, for instance, Wildy alter timing there, and then canceling the alter timer right before that final tick that does the majority of the explosion damage, making sure he's completely topped off, so his healer doesn't have to do too much during the chill storm. Things like that are going to help them out a lot, going to let them do as much throughput as possible on the boss. Now, I'm curious what the plan is going to be here for these 2-minute cooldowns. I was wondering, are they going to potentially save them for the Frost Overload? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case here, as the Void Torrent, the Void Eruption, and the Power Infusion, and the Combust all come out at the same time here. Not going to be saving these buttons for that shield.
Well, we know that the fight is quite long, so you could potentially maybe even get a third set of 2 minutes if you just slam them instantly, which is what I'm thinking, what they're thinking possibly. But of course, the Frost Overload now coming out, that's a lot of damage that you need to deal with here, and every single tick hurts the entire team as they need to get this shield broken and then the cast interrupted, but they will manage to do it here for the first one. Let's see how the next ones go on as Echo restarts again. We're going to see Last Minute approach Hecklaw's Warband in just a little bit, and Y is working their way through Elderly Exile.
That was a lot of buttons expended to live through that Frost Overload, and I'm not sure what they're going to have available for the next one, and around 40% is when that happens. I guess it's about a minute and a half from now, so most of what they use could come back up. We saw Ice Cold being used from Wildy, of course, the upgrade to Ice Block, saw Dispersion from Stove. We saw the Aura Mastery from Thanner, a lot of buttons being expended to live there, but able to live through it. Only one more left in the fight, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Every single one of these chill storms, here comes the pop. Bang, look at the health bars there. Every single one of these damaging abilities just does so much. It's a lot of stress on the Paladin. And again, we like to talk about the Holy Paladin doesn't tend to have too much of an issue with mana. When it comes to these super high and tyrannical bosses, even Holy Paladins can bleed. Look at what Thanner has to work with here. Only 30% of his mana bar left available, and they still have a Frost Overload shield to get through.
Yeah, the fight is not over just yet. They're going to get another set of whelps before that shield comes in. That is going to cause a little bit of extra chaos here as the Frost Overload is now here. And you can see Andy struggling a little bit of extra there with the additional whelps, but is being brought back to full life by Thanner. And you can see that the mana situation also getting a little bit more relaxed here as they are breaking that shield. Seems gods can't plead.
Looks like they're through the worst of it. Now we're only worried really about the chill storms. Hail bombs shouldn't be much of an issue as long as you don't inadvertently walk into one of those ice shards on the ground. You should be okay. The final tick of the hailstorm here's what we're worried about here. Thaner able to keep everyone alive, used one set of obsidian shards there to give everyone that mini rally ability, a little bit of extra HP. They still have one more charge of that left, and they also have the Aura Mastery coming up in about 10 seconds as well, so they should be good for at least the next 2 chill storms. But they might get more than 2 with how much HP this boss has. Not too sure how good they're going to be on timer. This boss is definitely going to last at least a minute, but that's kind of when we want the boss to go down, is about that 8:30 mark.
Yeah, I will wait for it to be over. It is gonna happen soon. In the meantime, we are seeing Echo in the bottom left. It seems like they're always waiting after pulls here in that Nelthera's 31 that they're approaching, trying to get through. We know it is possible, but it's a matter of execution and managing it in the way that you wanted it to be. First pull for them is this massive, massive chain pull here that they've been doing. And a problem with that is if they reset right after this, if something goes wrong with it, they are stuck with that chain debuff, and apparently they have to wait for that debuff to actually pass whenever it happens. So unfortunate for them to have that happen for them. Apparently, last minute ran into that same problem earlier. They just kept slamming regardless.
Yeah, it's just an everyone issue. They do have like a cooldown reset vendor in town that lets them go back into keys instantly if they use like longer cooldowns that don't reset on key start, but that apparently doesn't reset debuffs or like dungeon specific debuffs.
Not the chain debuff, yeah.
Not the chain debuff. So you just have to wait for that to go away if you do want to use chains on your very first pull, like they do in this Neltheris. If you look at the damage meters, the dungeon is doing 3 million DPS to itself, which is which is pretty nice if you're trying to pull off mass pulls like this. So there you go. All right, this is a really good boss split from Sheesh though in the top left-hand corner here. 835. This is on pace with what Last Minute was doing. Now, this rotunda section, this area where you have to kill off all 4 of the Blazebound Destroyers before you move on to Blaze. So if you can make or break a lot of your dungeon in this area. Echo was about 45 seconds faster than Last Minute here. Does Sheesh have the pulling pattern here in order to pull this off? And then can they deal with the boss after the fact? Remember, there's a lot of damaging events here. This was heavily nerfed near the end of Season 1, but at this high of a key level, any extra Cinder Bolts go off, you can take too much damage from the Living Bomb plus an Inferno overlap, you can have deaths here.
Yeah, and in the same time, we are having deaths for Echo once more as they are tone portaling out. Last Minute has made it through Hecla, and I'm just checking the timer to see how we're doing on the splits here. The 20... we don't have the 30 splits, but the 29 from Echo was 716, and Last Minute is on 718. Now, I think Echo was doing more trash in the beginning, if I'm not mistaken, so that is, I think, a pretty good time that we're working with for Last Minute. I'm just going to guesstimate it.
I'm going to pull it up on my other monitor in a sec here, see if I can get a good idea of where it is.
You're saying we have the technology?
Or production can just give it to us. Thank you for that, production.
See, they're really fast.
Oh, wow, they're really fast.
751. But again, I believe there's a little bit of a different pull pattern between the teams and
that's true.
Bracken height.
Let me take a look. I'm going to go back and look at what Echo did in their key. On their 30 Bracken hide, they killed the first boss at 751. We know that. They had... One moment.
Yeah. While you're looking that up.
They had 29% trash count. So they're on the same pace. They're just faster.
All right.
Last Minute is just crushing it.
Well, that's good. Last Minute zooming through that key. As they have been, you know, it feels weird that a team that no one really knew 3 days ago now we're saying like, oh yeah, it's to be expected that they're faster than Echo. So it's a bit strange of a feeling to say, but that's where we're at. She's getting through that first destroyer here in the Ruby Life Pulse in the upper ring. As Last Minute is finishing up their Oak Pull, you can see why lining up to go to Kragmaw. And I'm really curious about their timer, because I was looking up the other teams that did the plus 30 earlier, and when they pulled the Unbound Abomination on plus 30, Y seemed to be quite tight on the timer. They had like 4.5 minutes to deal with the entire boss, which I thought was pretty close to begin with, but then they also had a little bit of drama happen and it didn't really work out. But I think even if no one had died, it would have come right down to the wire for them.
Yeah, and then also they had 4 deaths in the dungeon before that point too, right? So they weren't doing themselves any favors with the death timers. Yeah, 4.5 minutes for a 30 Tyrannical Unbound Abomination. That's not enough. I think you want 5. You want 5 to feel safe. And yeah, they definitely weren't at that spot. That's a rough one. We do have news. Echo is taking their last 10 minutes of break timer here. And as we're speaking about why Kragmaw claims yet another run here, 2 deaths right off the bat here. Was that a poorly baited charge?
Get him back up. We can salvage this.
I don't think
I believe. Well, we're resting. Whether you believe or not, I do.
That was their 2 minutes. They lost their breath. They lost their PI. They lost... It's... Yeah, that's just a huge time loss.
It is. It absolutely is. But Y seems to believe they can move on. They can still fight this boss and be fine. They have some maggots in here as well. Now it's definitely over. All right, Ava, I'll give you that one.
I think it was over beforehand, and they just took them this long to realize it.
I was just trying to hype them up, okay?
She's here, taking a little bit of a breather.
For them.
They're waiting for Thunderhead to fly on by here, and this will be their 4th destroyer. So once they deal with this 4th destroyer, they'll be moving on to Kokia Blazehoof, and we'll get their first taste of what that boss is like on a 30 Tyrannical Key. They're making great time here, though. We want to see, if we think they're in a good spot in the dungeon, we would like to see them pull the boss as close to the 15-minute mark as possible. Anytime past that, you're going to be brushing up against the timer, and then we want to see them kill that boss around the 21-minute mark. So that's kind of the area we're looking at them to finish it. But we know from watching the 230s timed earlier on that there is a little bit of wiggle room, right? About a minute to a minute and a half of mistakes/deaths that you can deal with in this dungeon here. So they're looking pretty good so far, I have to say. This is really impressive for a first attempt at this section of the key.
It absolutely is. We are getting word that Y is now also on break, so 2 of the teams finishing out their break timers, and we're going to see Last Minute and both Sheesh continue their dungeon runs here. Last Minute has made it through most of the trash that is after the Warband, is on their way to Treemouth, a little bit more that they have to do, but we're going to see them go there in just a little bit. Now, I did want to talk about what kind of the situation is for Sheesh and Y. Like, given Echo and Last Minute, like, let's say they don't time another key. Like, no other key is being timed by then in the next 1.5 hours, which is how long we're going for. What do they need to still get into those top 2?
So, Sheesh is in a much more favorable situation compared to Y. Y is in a rough spot right now. Y need to time the Underrot that they're currently attempting, or were attempting before they took their break. They need to go and do either the 31 Neltheris or the 30 Brackenhide. I would assume they're going to go for the Neltheris because they've already spent a couple of hours in that key. And then they also need to go get the 30 Ruby Life Pools. At that point, they'll be tied in score with Echo and Last Minute. But I'm not sure where they stand on the time tiebreaker. Now, Sheesh, much more favorable position. They're in this 30 Ruby Life Pools. If they get this done, they only have to then go either to the Brackenhide, which we know they can do. They can do that in time. They just wiped on the last boss earlier on, at 20% on the last boss, or the Neltheris. And at that point, they will be tied in score with Echo and Last Minute. Now, as things currently stand, Sheesh is only 30 seconds behind Echo in terms of time tiebreaker. Now, of course, that's pending what their time is in this Ruby Life Pools. But if they go 35 seconds faster than Echo in this Ruby Life Pools, it's going to be incredibly close if they can then also go to Brackenhide and do that 30, which, by the way, their time was already faster than Echo's in, too. They would have been about a minute faster if they got that down earlier. So Sheesh, I would honestly say their future's in their own hands here. Now, of course, again, that's assuming that Echo doesn't get any other further keys timed, but that's not, out of the question considering how much trouble Echo's been having with their first few pulls in this 31-0 Theris.
Yeah, I would agree that I think it's possible because the keys that Last Minute and Echo both have left are definitely some challenging ones. Now, we do know that the 31 Neltheris and the 30 Brackenhide are both possible because the other team each did it as world record keys here, but it is definitely going to be hard, and there are some problems popping up there for Last Minute as Hearthjacks did go down, had to commit a battle rest here, and Sheesh is fighting with Blazehoof right now, and we know this fight can be quite a lot. 2 minutes in, it's the ads that they need to deal with. They need to look out for some of these boulders. Andy dropping really, really low here.
Really low, but doing a good job of dealing with these ads, killing them off with the second Inferno casts. Done once again here. Very clean bait on the boulder there for them as well. Gotta make sure you don't bait it into a pebble, but they've been doing a good job so far. This was the second set of 2 minutes expended for the team there on that ad, and they're making great progress on the boss percentage too. I'm not sure if they're really kind of focusing damage into the boss, but they're doing a fantastic job getting a ton of boss damage out. Honestly, they're in a fantastic position here. They could really just hard focus down every single one of these ads, and I think they would still have plenty of time to finish the key off with how much boss damage they put out in the first 3 minutes here. They're on pace for a 5-minute boss right now, Makes, which is 30 seconds faster than any other team we've seen so far.
Yeah, I just looked up what they're running because there was a little bit of a disagreement between Echo and Last Minute on trinkets. Echo notably opting to go for more defensive trinkets, whereas Last Minute was playing with offensive trinkets, allowing them to be a little bit speedier on the bosses, and she seems to agree with that. Both of the players on Sheesh that were running the defensive trinkets on Echo, which is the Paladin and the Augmentation Evoker, are playing their normal offensive trinkets, which is going to allow the team to have a little bit more damage available.
And it's showing off for them very easily here. 3.5 minutes of the fight, 30% left on the boss here, still on pace for a 5-minute boss. There's going to be no damage cooldowns on this Blazebound Firestorm. Molten Boulder bait, totally acceptable there. No problems whatsoever. Most of that's going to be covered up by the fire patch when this Firestorm goes down. Their third set of 2 minutes are going to be coming up here in about 10 seconds as well, so they'll be able to get a massive burst of boss damage here, and maybe after this next ad they can even consider just burning the boss with how much boss damage they've put out.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's looking ridiculously good. 4 minutes in, one more ad to go, and I do agree that I think they can do boss right after that. Left-hand side, we are seeing Last Minute deal with Treemouth here, and they have finished out most of the ads here. One more slime that is coming out here that is going to be something that they're dealing with. But like you're saying, Sheesh, putting out an incredibly good time. Ad has been dealt with, 10% to go. It's full boss here, I agree.
This is going to be an insanely fast Blazehoof kill. They're not even going to be worried about the second Inferno cast. Just this one last Inferno, all they have to worry about, not even expending any major cooldowns to live through this, just personals. Boss now at 3% here. We're not even going to get the second Inferno cast started.
Wow.
This boss is insanely fast. 5 minutes and 3 seconds, sub 20 split on Blazehoof. To put that into comparison to Echo and Last Minute, our other two teams who have completed this dungeon, they killed off that second boss at 20:42 and 20:48. Unbelievably fast for them. Plenty of time to finish off this key. Just have to keep it clean on the couple of trash pulls here at the end of the dungeon here. Yes, it was a death from speed, but this is just... He didn't have an invisibility potion, didn't want to attempt the double hover skip. They're going to res him up. They have the time to expend for this.
They absolutely do. They have so much extra time here as they are approaching that final bit. Seems we're also being challenged.
Speaking of extra time, she's still in it, but we'll see who's still in it for the quiz here. The Primal Juggernaut at the entrance is busy doing what?
Excavating.
There's a Primal Juggernaut hanging out. Excavating. Okay, so both of our casters go with excavating. Chat, do you agree? Do you not agree?
Strong meat.
Tettles apparently
None of
knows
the
this
other ones
one.
make any sense, actually. Like,
Yeah, I mean, he could be
all right.
meditating, but like,
You never know. Tettles is typing in our Discord chat. He's typing in Twitch chat. He's doing everything he can to let us know that he thinks it's A. Let's see the answer. What is it? It is A. He is excavating. Yeah. I felt
We've
like that
been
was an easy
seeing.
one. I tried to mix in some easy ones there too, so I'm glad / relieved that you got that one. Way to
see,
go.
anything that's on the nameplates, we will know.
Okay, yeah. I figured that would help a little
It's just
bit.
the non-nameplate mobs that are giving us trouble. But good job, chat. Good job,
Well done,
Tettles.
chat. You got one. Except for a few people that I see putting C in chat. That's no. Well, anyway, back
That's
to your
what they were
regularly
trying to
scheduled
do.
dungeon running.
All right, last minute, finished out Treemouth on their way to Gutshot here is going to take that little bit of extra trash as they are going to pull the boss right away. We are seeing Sheesh go up to Rivali, and that is going to be one more pain point before they can actually pull the boss.
I just realized we have a
Giggling.
caster swap in 7 minutes when Tettles is supposed to come on, and our production didn't wait 7 minutes to ask that question for Tettles.
No, it was urgent.
We had to do that right then and there.
The question
Oh,
needed to be
man.
asked, sire. Do not question.
Great. I love it. Yeah, this run, again, fantastic looking for Sheesh. Only a couple more pain points for them to deal with. Of course, High Channel Ravati, every single one of these lightning storms. Tons of damage on the group to deal with. More importantly, these Summon Primal Thunders here, every single one of them has a shield on them. Whenever the boss finishes his Tempest Storm Shield cast, it'll suck up all the available shields around them onto the boss, and then you'll have to break the shield. If you don't break the shield, it'll explode and essentially wipe you on this key level. Of course, they have a priest that can mass dispel those shields off, so that's what they're doing every single time. It's working out great for them here. I don't think they have the mass... Okay, it just came up there. They got a little bit of a shield on the boss here. That one should be easily burnable
Breakable.
for them.
Yeah,
No
there we
issues
go.
whatsoever. Now, here's the thing. Oh, no, never mind. Doesn't need to be mentioned. I was going to say, they're going so fast, they might not even have the lust up when they want it on the boss, but 2 minutes should be acceptable. That's totally fine here. The 2-minute overlap might be a little weird, because they won't really want to press them on cooldown. I don't know. I think they have so much time right now, they can actually just sit here for 40 seconds if they really wanted to.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see something similar to what happened for Echo, where they pulled the boss with 2 minutes on the Bloodlust, and then they actually delayed just a teeny tiny bit the push, because they didn't have Bloodlust ready during that fight. Sheesh will deal with some of the smallies here first, and then I think they're gonna pull the boss when they think the Bloodlust timer will align, which is now. RP has been finished off here as Urquhart and Karaka are being pulled into fight by Team Sheesh.
Here we go. On to the boss here. Again, like we talked about, 2 minutes should be expended right on the pull here. Their next set of 2 minutes will be overlapped when that lust comes up as well, and they'll try to burn Karakli as quickly as possible. Again, early we saw different types of execution earlier today from the two teams. Last minute, overlapping everything perfectly on their push and only getting one set of flame spits before Karaka went down was extremely impressive. Echo, on the other hand, like you mentioned, was a little more slow and meticulous about it. Got 3 sets, almost got a 4th set actually before Karaka went down, but able to live through them all with the massive amount of group utility that they have available to them. All their scales, all of their mass barriers, etc. They have plenty of tools to live through tons of the flame spits. And it's not like this first part of the fight is necessarily that easy to live through either, right? You still have this cloud burst going off, which does a decent amount of burst AoE damage. And the boss still puts flame spit on one person, which can do a lot of damage as well. So, still something for Thaner to worry about, still someone to heal through. But it's a lot easier than 3 flame spits to heal through.
It absolutely is. And you can see they're making good way through the boss fight. Dungeon timer looking really good. 3 battle rests available for the Team Bloodlust. Now also ready. But like you were saying, the 2 minutes, not exactly where you would like them to be. PI is going to be available, if I can see that correctly, in like 50 seconds. So ideally, you would like to have it on the 50% marker. And then we're going to wait for this Roaring Fire Breath once we're closer to it. Push right into that to try and get a little bit of extra percentage value out of that cast time.
Yeah, we're not strapped for time here. We're strapped for execution. We want to make sure there's as little of a chance as possible that our team dies at the end of the dungeon here, as has happened to them actually so many times throughout this weekend. It happened in Neltharian's Lair. It happened in Brackenhide. We want a perfect overlap. It's not going to be on this Fire Breath. It's probably going to be on the next one. That's when the PI and the Void Torrent are going to come up, and that's when they'll send everything instantly. They're going to have to sit here and wait a little bit, though. We don't want to push just yet. We want to wait. We want to wait until the next Roaring Fire Breath cast starts here. No dots, no damage. Hold. Hold.
Yeah.
Hold. Oh, they pushed! No! Unfortunate!
Yeah,
Eric pushed right at the last second here. It's not going to be a perfect thing. In the first Flamespits come out, goes on Stove, Thaner, and Andy. A little bit of damage on the group. Nothing Thaner can't worry about. The Bloodless has popped. The 2 minutes are up here, and Karaka's going to start to push. It looks like they're even cleaving, though, so they're going to have to deal with lots of sets of Flamespits here. Next one coming out very, very shortly here. What do we have available? This is Zephyr and Aura Mastery. Nothing else that's going to be easy for them to heal through. We're going to get one last set as well. A third set will be coming out as the 2 minutes start to fade. What do they have available for this one? It's not a lot.
No, it's not. That's going to be the hard one. Zac coming out here for Thana, trying to keep his teammates alive. Wildy is going to survive this one, and Karaka dropping really, really low here will fall over, and that's it for Sheesh. They are blazing through this dungeon here. Only Arkart to deal with, and their timer is looking incredibly good. Only pain point now is for Andy to survive, but I'm pretty sure that Thaner and Andy both have this under control.
The timer is super important, though. Remember, just timing the key, not enough for them. They want to go as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
We want to be as close to 30 seconds faster than Echo as we can here. Echo's time in this key, for reference,
was 28:41.
28:41.
They're really good on that.
Oh,
they're going to
so
be around
here.
the 28. They're incredibly fast.
Every single second counts here for Sheesh to have a chance to make it into the top two. When are we going to stop the clock here? It's going to be 28 and finish it off. Last couple percent. Got to get it down. 28:08 here. That's 33 seconds faster than Echo. What was, I think it was 35 seconds.
It was
needed for
35,
them.
yeah.
So their tiebreak is going to come down to that Brackenhide Hollow. How fast they can go. We know they have a faster timer. Ooh, they're going to have to execute, though, and knowing it's a boss that they wiped in the last boss on, that could pose a bit of a problem for them, but they're on the right track to getting it done. Incredibly impressive, and also a little bit of an extra side benefit. They get that nice little world record tag next to their time on the leaderboard. Ooh, Sheesh is making a run at it the last second here.
And the
There you
fact
go.
that
Well-
this was nearly a one-shot, right? Like, wow.
True enough. Well, she has to execute. They're doing that. But we're going to bring in someone who knows how to excavate. That's right, the expert at what the mob at the beginning of Ruby Life Pools is doing. It's Tettles. Welcome back.
Someone said that's the only thing
See
I'm
you later's
actually.
ironic.
Someone said that's actually the only thing that I'm an expert in. But yeah.
Hey, you know what you're good at. It's important.
So here's the thing: Sheesh has had a pretty tough day. They wiped at the very end of Neltharian's Lair. They wiped at the very end of Brackenhide Hollow. I feel like if either of those dungeons go their way, they're in a little bit of a different position, and we're actually talking about them a little bit differently. With that 30 Neltharian's Lair yesterday and that Brackenhide Hollow today, where is she supposed to go now? Like, is it 31 Neltharis?
So for tiebreaker, right? If we're bringing back the tiebreakers, it's really important that you have high keys done.
Yes.
So a 31 would be absolute best in slot for that. If you have a 31, you're winning the tiebreaker over a team that doesn't have one, which right now the only team that has it is Last Minute, which is why Echo is making a priority to go there. However, I think for Sheesh it would be really good if they went into Brackenhide just based on what we've seen from them so far in that dungeon, because they seem to be really good in the Brackenhide. We know that they can get through it. It was just the totems that gave them a little bit of a hiccup, but if they can channel the energy that we just saw them put out in that Ruby Life Pools, oh my, I'm ready for that Brackenhide.
It's tough because totems are going to inevitably go off. It's about how you react to them. Whenever we saw Echo earlier in the 30 Brackenhide, whenever they were able to time it, they had four totems go off. It was like an insane amount. And so now we have Last Minute and on the main screen right here. How many totems are they going to have go off on Decatriarch? How are they going to be able to react whenever those totems go off? Are they going to make sure that it's only specific ones that go off? Because here's the thing, if it's the first totem of each phase, that's fine if it also only goes off one time and you're able to kill the second totem off in each phase. It only starts to become a problem whenever you're getting that debuff stacked up onto you, and if you're not able to kill the second totem of each set. That's where it really becomes a problem. On top of that, making sure that you're having things such as the Evoker Rally, Zephyr, Aura Mastery, all for the large hits whenever you also have the debuff is important. We got melee don't pull, but it's why we wear plate armor. It's why we wear plate armor. We're all good. We're all good.
Scared. Just making sure everybody's paying attention here. AJ from last minute taking a big hit at the start of the fight. You can see, similar to what Echo was doing, they have the Bloodlust available, are not opting to use it right at the start. They are using their 2 minutes to trying to make sure that they can blaze through these totems as quickly as possible. But we did see the totems be a problem for Sheesh before, so it is going to come down whether or not last minute can either kill or survive, and look at the damage they're putting out to these things.
I think what they're doing here is super smart. So we can kind of just talk about this pretty slowly here. First off, they're running triple beacon. A lot of teams have actually only been running double beacon, but Soda, the Evoker, has decided that, you know, augmentation doesn't lose a lot to actually swap to that beacon. So they're running triple beacon in here. On top of that, they used their cooldowns on the first set of the totems to be able to kind of carry them, their offensive CDs plus Soda's beacon. Now they're utilizing the Fire Mage Combustion plus AJ's beacon. They're saving Lust. Look at this Lust timing. So we're going to have Combustion for this next one. We might end up sending Kira's Beacon. I'm not 100% sure, just to get that put on CD. And yep, right on time, we're sending Kira's Beacon while Hearthjax is still in his Combustion. So we should be able to get this totem dealt with. And then we're going to be lusting the next phase. So now we're going to be jamming Lust on the next set of these totems here. And that's going to be able to carry us through 6 totems. And beyond that, it's going to be a bit of a toss-up. Yargi's CDs are going to be back up. But it's going to be a bit more of an issue as we get to totem like 7 and 8.
Yeah, let's see if
Ooh,
that's
we're not
what
actually
we're
lusting
doing.
I'm
No
surprised.
bloodlust for this one. It's just Natty as they are getting the cast go through. That's really unfortunate for them. They now need to heal it back up, but they still have lots and lots of stuff
We have
available
offensives.
for them. This time around, 2 minutes coming back. You have PI, we have Combustion, we have cooldowns. We could use that Bloodlust, but they're not opting to. Aura Mastery now
Perfect.
also pumping, avoiding that next totem. Really good from last minute here, but the question is, when are you lusting?
I mean, I think that they were intentionally letting that totem go off because they knew their 2s were going to be up for the totem that was after that. So they, like you were saying, the Aura Mastery was going to be coming out right there. There is a good question as to when the Lust is going to be coming out. I think they're going to be saving it for whenever they're really, really dry on all of their damage.
Yeah.
Because they should be rotating back to their beacons here in a second. I think that Soda's beacon... So Soda's beacon is on a 2.5 minute CD. And if you look at the combat timer on the details damage meter, we're about at 3 minutes. And so I think that we might be getting Soda's beacon here on this one, but I think it may be up for the next one. But Lust has been popped, so we're likely to be saving our beacons. So then we're going to be able to rotate back through those.
Yeah, this is Bloodlust. Of course, that's also going to help AJ keep the team under control should anything go wrong. But right now, they're looking really good here. 45% on the Decatriarch dungeon timer is very good for them. All trash done, 3 minutes to go to deal with less than half of this boss's HP and a couple of totems. It's the burst that they need to avoid here at any cost, and this totem will be another easy one for last minute, as that Bloodlust, of course, is still supporting them. The next one, they won't have it. They need to rely on those beacons
We have
to
3.
get through it, I think.
We should at least have 2. I think AJ's and Soda's are back up, but Soda's just going to commit his right here. I don't think we have anything else except for that beacon. Oh, we actually did have a Void Torrent from Yargi. So being able to Void Torrent plus the beacon, that's a lot of damage, especially if Yargi's banking up like 150 insanity.
Yeah, cooldowns will be available for the next one. Again, PI getting ready in 6 seconds. We can see the Combustion is there for Hearthjax.
Yep.
Will be all there for this one. They can just blaze through it easily, no problems whatsoever on this totem. And last minute, looking beautiful on this Decatriarch fight, honestly.
Yargi was able to save, so next he's going to have his Void Eruption, plus he's going to be able to Void Torrent this Rot Burst totem, and we're getting that augmentation Evoker CD. So this Rot Burst totem is going to be able to die. And then we have both Kira's and AJ's beacons still left available for the next 2 totems. So last minute's only going to have 1 totem go off the whole entire fight is kind of what I'm seeing here. That's Wow, they're playing out of their minds today. That is insane. Whenever we saw Echo earlier, they had four totems go off. Last minute only having one, and it was a close one. Also, it could have been doable. This is sick.
Oh, look at this.
We double beaconed it. Okay.
Wow.
And now we just commit boss. We full send on the boss. This is totally fine.
The way that last minute has been moving through dungeons with almost surgical precision is mind-blowing to me. This team is crazy. 30 Brackenhide in, what was that, their first attempt? Second attempt? Like a couple do-overs at the beginning? But it's insanity, this team.
Wow. That was, okay, so whenever you zone into Brackenhide Hollow, that is exactly how you want to be dealing with the totems in general, just how they were managing their offensive cooldowns. And additionally, if they have a totem go off, it's always the first one of each set. So that way they can pop an Aura Mastery plus like a Zephyr on the AoE. As long as the second totem that goes off with the AoE is not synced, you're totally fine. That is very cool.
Absolutely. I'm still like kind of astonished by what we've been seeing from last minute. Notably, a little bit slower than Echo, hence that world record marker is not going to move over. But of course, they now have one up in score against Echo, and they're still holding that 31, which is a massive tiebreaker. So last minute on top here on the back of that extra score.
I think they're going Neltharian's Lair 30. That's my prediction for where they're going to go next. We saw them attempt the Neltharian's Lair 30 with that Protection Warrior. So they had 5 deaths in their Neltharian's Lair 30, but it looked like it was potentially timeable if they have a perfect run. Now they've banked up so many points and so much score that they can afford to go and do a progression level key. That's not going to be something that they're going to one-shot. Somehow they one-shot that Brackenhide 30 very, very impressively. And now I think they can spend an hour in that Nelth Lair and potentially try to time it.
Yeah, we need to be, I guess, a little bit correcter in terms of, like, the Brackenite. They did have a couple do-overs, but it was all, like, the first kind of couple pulls, similar to what Echo is doing right now. But they really only had one try where they went really far into the dungeon, so really cool to see that. And Echo hopefully will be moving beyond the pain points of the first couple of chains, as well as they are approaching their second pull here in that Neltharius 31. Okay. Now, question is, of course, last minute, now finishing out their break. After that, all teams have done their breaks. Do you think the Nel's Lair is where they go?
I think it's the most likely option. I think Halls of Infusion 30 is maybe also on the table, but I think the Neltharian's Lair is the most likely candidate from what teams think, and at least have been posturing like it is doable but hard. Because we've seen other teams like attempt the key itself. Why? Still in this Underrot, they're having some... So they took this Blood Swarmer into Kragmaw, and now they have some ticks spawning on the boss as well. This is kind of a tough pull that they're dealing with right now, Mix.
It absolutely is. There was a little bit of drama previously when they were right here. It cost them the entire dungeon run as players were dying in exactly this moment, but looks like they can recover most of it right now. Bloodswarmer just sitting there to the side, pretty parked, but looks like they can deal with the ticks for now. Group is pretty low, though. I'd like them to get topped rather sooner than later, as that final Bloodswarmer is still running about.
I'm going to be honest. I absolutely hate the fact that they've taken this Bloodswarmer into the boss. I feel like they're losing a decent amount of damage with their composition taking the Bloodswarmer into the boss. It's ideal that it's chosen the Augavoker twice now, but every single time the Mage or the Shadow Priest end up getting selected by the Fixate from that Bloodswarmer, it forces them to move and not be able to like hard cast as much as they would reasonably like. I don't know if taking the Bloodswarmers into this boss is really that great. Oh my gosh, the Tantrum on the 30 Tyrant just does so much damage.
Yeah, it definitely does. There's so much damage going out, but seems like they can get it back under control. They have, of course, that Bloodswarmer dealt with. It's only Kragmaw that they need to beat, but previously, when they wiped to the Unbound Abomination, I was talking to Zyro about this. You're our timers guy. When they had that really close wipe there, they only had 4.5 minutes left to actually deal with Unbound Abomination on plus 30. in my brain, that's incredibly tight. Do you think that timer would have worked?
I would classify that as doable, but close. That is... So, Unbound Abomination is one of the faster bosses on the season. Oh my god. So we got a Lay on Hands, but our Augevoker has just died on the side of Y. I think it's doable, was the conclusion that I've come to, but it's not something that you're thrilled about. They have 4 ticks that have spawned here. They can cauterize Anuo. That's the advantage, is that they're able to press that cauterize on their tank from the tick bleed. They do have Bloodlust popped here. I think their sequencing here has been a bit rough. Let me look at the splits for this dungeon. What is like a good Pragma split?
I don't, like, if I remember correctly, a good Spore Caller is around the 21-minute mark.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're still on Krakmaw at like 37% and 13 minutes.
So,
I remember it was like around 14 minutes that you wanted for Krakmaw, right?
Yeah, I would say like a 14 to a 14:30 Kragmaw is like timeable. So I think they're going to be, on pace-ish for that. But this has felt like really hectic the whole entire time they've been doing this. They've had an uncharacteristically large amount of ticks spawning.
Yeah, they just spent a lot of time running around, right from the get-go. They now also have these skeletons in here, which is good, I guess. But it's good, also, it's like, it's adding chaos, 1 death. They don't have a battle rest. I'm not too happy about their pull sequencing. I'll say that much. It's looking chaotic, kinda.
I don't want to say it's over for Y, but I think that this is about it for them, right?
You think it's over?
So they got an hour left in the day, and they need to get to 178 minimum. So they would need the 2 points from the Ruby. Mm-hmm. And then they would need 2 points from other dungeons, which would be like Bracknite 30 and Underrot 30. I think it's pretty safe to say that this is Jover.
Oh, wow. Echo finished out Magma Tusk in the meantime, though. That's really good. That's the first time we're seeing them actually advance in this dungeon.
703. So the only other Neltharis 30 we've seen had a...
31?
31. Had an 806 Magma Tusk split. Again, the last minute does pull a lot more trash at the very beginning than most other teams do. The pulling in this dungeon is a bit weird, so I think that it makes sense that Y was a bit took a little bit longer on their Magma Tusk split, but I think that Echo split for that Magma Tusk time is good.
Alright, let's see how they move on. That's one more chain pull for them here. Ideally, they would like to get this done cleanly. That is not entirely happening. Clicks down.
Okay, I've seen this before. Now Zalia taunts Lahar, now melds and reses a player, and they take Lahar into the boss. Mm-hmm. I've seen this happen a couple of times to Echo on this exact same pull.
It's really cool how they deal with it, right? It's not ideal that it happens, but
yeah.
I like how they recover it. That's cool.
It's good recovery, yeah, I'm down.
Alright. This is Chargath. Now, from the teams that have attempted the 31, Chargath didn't feel like it's the worst boss out of them. It's mostly the mini-boss before Gorak and the Forge Master itself that looks like the major pain points in the dungeon. But we are going to see as Echo gets through that fight here. We should also be seeing Last Minute and Sheesh come back from their breaks in just a little bit in case you're wondering where they are. But they will be back with us in just a second.
Ooh, it looks like the green dot has moved for Last Minute, and it's moved to that Nelth Slayer 30 that we were talking about a second ago. So they're going to be logging on that Prot Warrior again. They're going to try to take down that Neltharian's Layer 30. And for Sheesh, they're back in the Brackenhide 30. I think that this is a smart play on their end. I think it makes a lot of sense that Sheesh have zoned into this dungeon. I wonder if our... Okay, so this is good. Our gear tracker is updated. Let me get a beacon survey on Sheesh. 1 beacon. Andy's not wearing it. They only have 1 beacon across their whole entire team.
All right. Y back on Elder. Unfortunately for them, times are running, but last minute is back, and they're opting to go in that Neltharion Slayer that we've been talking about. Now, this dungeon has been with us for, it seems like the entire TGP, right? It was in all groups. Notably, Group A, Group B had it on Fortified. This time around, it's Tyrannical. We've been always asking on whether or not this dungeon is actually doable on that 30.
So timer-wise, I think that we would all kind of agree that yes, it is doable. There's a level of execution, particularly for Dargrul, that is very, very high on a 30 just in general, and so that makes it quite tricky. Now, Last Minute has 57 minutes or so to be able to complete this dungeon. I think it's pretty doable within 57 minutes. I think that gives them almost two full runs within the timer, and then plus some overtime. And so I think that we can really see a good effort from Last Minute to be able to time this key. We saw Sheesh get quite close.
We did see them get quite close. It was the final boss that gave them problems. However, they were playing with a Guardian Druid. Now, Last Minute opting to go for that Prot Warrior, and I can feel it. I'm not even reading chat, but I can feel that this is where the questions come in of like, why are they playing Prot Warrior? What's the secret sauce? The reason for that is that this dungeon on Tyrannical does a lot of damage that can be spell reflected if you have a protection warrior, and that does a lot of damage and helps you actually survive specifically that final boss. That's such a major pain point here.
Yeah. So in addition to that, the scaling on these bosses, the amount of damage that you're spell reflecting actually starts to become like a really significant amount, like you were talking about. We were doing some log deep dives, and in the 29s, about 50% of the damage across the whole entire dungeon from the Prot Warrior was attributed to Spell Reflect. So, not bad. I think that it's safe to say that's a pretty sizable amount.
Yeah, it is. We are seeing problems for Sheesh. Bottom right, as Andy did go down in these first couple pulls here, but they are setting up for this dungeon. I'm feeling quite good about it. They were here before. It was the totems that gave them all of the problems, and now they want to come back and they want to claim this dungeon. While Y is in a position where they don't really have a chance still, Sheesh could still come in and fight against Echo, because Last Minute currently sitting at the very top. If Echo is unable to time that 31, then she still might have a chance, but we'll see how that goes. Echo finished out their Chargath and is on their way to Gorak. We'll see that mini-boss in just a little bit. First, we deal with this pack here. Should be quick and easy as chains are coming in, but I am starting to get worried.
She's have to reset their dungeon a couple more times. So what's the deal with the... I heard you and Zyro talking about it. What's the deal with the time tiebreaker for Sheesh exactly? Can you explain it to me?
So, excluding... The data is a little bit old, but excluding the Ruby Life pools earlier, there was a 35-second time that Echo was faster than Sheesh. Now, with their Ruby Life pools, they cut down on that by 32 seconds. I'm not sure how much time now remains between these two teams. I'm sure we can get data on that. I can see our app is already typing to let us know how quickly they actually need to be in this 30. Now we know that the Braconite from Sheesh is quite speedy. Like, they're very fast in here. We'll see whether or not they can be fast enough to actually beat Echo based on time from what it's looking like right now.
So I guess if you're Sheesh, I have a question. So looking at our scoreboard, eyeballing it, if they have a similar time to Echo in the Braconite Hollow, would you ever rerun the Halls of Infusion 29? Because whenever we saw them do Halls of Infusion 29, we saw that they had like 250 million Sanguine Healing when a normal run is like 65 or something like that. And they ended up posting a really slow Halls of Infusion 29 because of it. Would you ever rerun the Halls of Infusion 29 for time and hope that Echo doesn't time this 31 Neltharus?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So it kind of depends on what Echo does and how they're looking, I think, because of course teams are not banned from watching the competition. They know how everything's going on. If you can hear my cat jump around, I'm very sorry about that. But they're fighting the mini boss now. That could be could be potential danger for Echo as they are getting in fight there with the commander. Question is, do you want to kind of rely on a second tiebreaker, right? You'd much rather have the first one, and the first one is a 31. So Echo doing the absolutely right thing by saying, all right, if Sheesh is coming too close to us, we're just working on the one thing that can deter them from us, which is a 31, because that's the highest key, and that will be the first tiebreaker. Now, if Sheesh is willing to say, oh, we don't think Echo can time it, then I think the Halls of Infusion makes sense, but I think that's a very bold statement to rely on.
Okay, so I got some confirmation. Excluding Braconite Hollow, Echo is in favor for time tiebreaker by 28 seconds, almost 29 seconds actually. So they could be potentially 29 seconds faster than the Braconite Hollow 30, which is possible. I would say it's possible, but not the most likely thing in the world. Or they time this 30 Braconite, and then they can shave easily a minute to a minute and a half off of their 29 Halls of Infusion if they don't have Infinite Sanguine Healing. And that's for time tiebreaker. That's assuming that Echo doesn't time another key, right? That's like a big.
That's like
assuming.
a big if.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that's something you want to rely on. I think as soon as Sheesh finish out the 30, given they can do it, they would also go to the 31. But time's a ticking. There is less than 1 hour for teams to start their final run. Their final rungeon. There you go. That's a new word that I just invented. So yeah, less than 1 hour to start that, and that's not a lot of time to actually practice something like the 31. We've been seeing Echo go quite many times until they were actually here where they are now, approaching Gorek for the first time. Rungeon. A rungeon. It's been a long day.
Okay. Bottom right, Rockmora. A good Rockmora split for you, for the people at home. Under 7 minutes. Under 7 minutes on a Rockmora split, and I'm like, all right, they're kind of owning. Anything north of like 7:15, and I would highly consider like maybe resetting the key, because I think anything north of 7:15, you're going to be running into timer issues later on in the key. But it looks like last minute are making great pace on this Rockmore split. I think they're going to be a right around 7 minutes as this boss gets killed off. I think they have to deal with one more Shatter cast, so they have to kill off these skitters, and then they're going to be able to commit boss.
Yeah, Rockmora should be going down a little bit. One more Shatter here for them, 6% to go, and then they will be done. It's gonna come down to that 7 minute, but I think
that's good.
It's okay. It's a time that they can work with, I think.
This is winnable. This is winnable. Again, it's like north of 7:15, north of 7:20 whenever you're really starting to worry about the key, because this key becomes unbelievably tight, like very fast once you reach this 30 level. Because whenever you saw it at like lower levels, teams were two-chesting it on a fairly high key. I think we even saw like a 28 two-chested. But then the dungeon and the boss HP scaling, particularly things such as like Ularog, you end up getting more phases. You end up having to kill more of the ads on Dargrul. Rockmora just gets exponentially longer. And so the timer just becomes a real relevant piece of this puzzle.
Yeah, it definitely does. Now Echo have finished off the commander. They're now at the pack that cost last minute a wipe earlier because of some unlucky knockbacks. As a stealthy assassin knock of some sorts, but looks like Echo can get through this one.
I was sitting there like eating some food, and I watched the knock, and I was like, what even was that?
Yeah.
That was so sad.
It's a good question. I'm not sure what it was. I don't think we ever found out. There were a couple theories surrounding what was going on there. But yeah, it's 2 more mobs for them to go. 2 little lava flares. There we go. That's a plural.
Lava, yeah.
Yeah. Why back on Cragmaw? And last minute moving on here with the Pelters. Now, the Neltharion Slayer 30. Of course, we're gonna keep track of the boss splits. But it is going to get really interesting towards the end, right? The Dark Rule is where we really want to pay attention and see how that's going. because we know that the boss is pretty hard back there, and if their timer's looking good, that's the major pain point in this dungeon, right?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I think that I would say that from this point through Neuraxis, I would expect very minimal mistakes for last minute. Just the difficulty of the first part is pretty decent, especially through Rockmora, and then the middle part is a little bit of a lull in regards to difficulty, but you can lose a decent amount of time if you make any errors. And then the end of it's like the hardest part of the dungeon by far, like you were saying.
Yeah. This boss is really hard, but look at Echo dealing with Gorek now. They have engaged this boss fight. Gingy, notably not with his Cauterize available, is going to have to survive like this, but they do have 2 battle rests that could save them potentially. Of course, it is ideal when they can avoid these, and looks like that's exactly what just happened here with the extra chains. That was a vanish off the mage, making sure they're not going to get these spawns. Really nicely done from Echo.
So
was it actually the meld from Maris? It was one
yeah,
of the
it was the meld from Maris.
It was a meld, yeah, it just went on cooldown.
Maris is actually swapped to Nelf in this dungeon. I remember for their 30, I don't remember who I was on, but we were talking about how Maris was playing Dwarf in this dungeon in the 30, and the advantages of Dwarf versus Nelf. But now seeing Maris respecting the fact that he needs Nelf for this boss in particular, it makes sense. And since he also got targeted with that first hammer, that means that his meld is going to be back up for towards the end of the fight, which means that he potentially can get like a second meld.
Yeah, that's really good for the team here, but of course the Might of the Forge stops for no one as the damage is coming in here. The Blazing Aegis on this one is going to spawn as well. They need to get through this boss fight. Would you mind looking up what the timer was for Gorek on last minute? The only other team that actually did the 31, for us to know whether or not the time that Echo's approaching is actually good. I feel like they've been really fast in this dungeon. 25:50. That's in 30. Ooh.
They have much less count. So last minute from this point only had to pull 1 trash pull, and it was like they did like the Apex Blazewing plus Wardens into a chain trash pack, and that's basically what they did. And they just did like 1 pull, and then they were done.
Yeah.
Echo's done some weird stuff towards the end of the dungeon. They've done they've done different stuff depending on the key level. I'm interested in seeing what they grab here, but they are a bit lower in count.
So that's even worse for their timer then.
Yes.
Oh.
Well,
I thought you were going to tell me that the timer is fine.
The timer's fine.
Oh no.
The timer's fine because the dungeon is chill on the timer.
Okay.
But I don't know.
How much time did last minute have? I don't think, like, if I remember correctly, it wasn't as free.
A minute and a half.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Then they were just much faster at Sargart than I remember. I'll take it back. All right.
So Echo did this weird double pull with all of the Lava Mancers and the Apex Blazewing, which on a 31 fortified, I'm not sure if it kills you. It was a pull that was very scary in the 30, and it might be something that's sus in the 31. I'm interested in seeing if they have maybe tamed it a little bit. Maybe split it up into 2 separate pulls, like what that's going to look like.
They're dealing with Gorek really well here. It's looking super good for Echo as they are getting through that fight. Could possibly be the last Might of the Forge that's coming out here. Potentially one more we're going to see. Also nice to see that the mobs in the background are rooted in place, making sure they don't give them any problems here. Okay. Making sure they're all retained.
Echo's timer looking real chill on Forge Master. This is real fine.
Last Might of the Forge, yeah. I feared there was going to be one more, but Gorek is going to fall after that. They can move on here. Now, question is, how and what do they pull next, right? That is the big question for us to see. You can see a goulash being eaten here by Eclix. Speeding up a little bit through that dungeon there.
Look at Y in the top right.
Stone is being used.
Why they're electing to not kill any of the mushrooms with the initial upheavals. So you get the dot whenever the upheaval goes off if there are any mushrooms active, but you have like a 1 second grace period to get the debuff dispelled before the dot ticks you, because the Festering Harvest isn't what's going to kill you if you have any mushrooms up. It's the dot that subsequently follows. So Y elected to just kind of like full tunnel and focus the trash on top of the boss, as opposed to worrying about using upheavals on the ads. Now I'm a bit concerned now because they're going to have another set of upheavals because they just dumped some of the upheavals off to the side again. I wonder what the clear is going to be. Maybe bubble.
Ooh. All right, so Echo skipped the pack right
they're
before
doing
the
this
bridge,
pull again.
but they're doing the pull. I was trying to see whether or not that was going to be the case, but they're deciding, nah, we're going all in.
It's so
Why
scary.
not? We're in it to win it. Blazewing, who is that? Just a bunch of damage for us to deal as we are getting through that fight here. You can see why it's so scary. There's so many of the wardens in there that are doing that shield, which is also going to do an AoE to the rest of the group. And then you're going to get a lot of extra ads. You have the blazing slashes coming out and Blazewing that they're notably focusing here to try and get as less of these tempests here as possible. But that is also bloodlust for them. You can see it is now on as they are dealing with the bird and trying to get it out of the way. It will fall, but the lava mancers are shielding.
Yeah,
that's an ouchie too.
This is a big issue with this pull. Is like if that Blazewing is alive for too long, and you have any of the lava shields explode and break at the exact same time that the bird's AoE is going off, you're likely just going to die 100-0. It's not something that you realistically can survive. So Echo having insane amount of priority damage into that pack is very good. And now is getting absolutely owned by this trash. He had to get lay on hands by Azalea, and he's still dropping really low, even though he has Barkskin active. He's in a bit of trouble right here, Makes.
Yeah, he is. That's Zac trying to keep him alive. Celia is going to be the one tanking here in addition by using that Zac as the pack is dying off. I think they've got through the worst of it. Timer is looking good. They have like 5 and 45 seconds. So really, really lots and lots of time as they are finishing out on this trash here. A little bit of mishaps happening for Y as they are town portaling out. You were saying it, the upheaval's not really working out for them on Spore Collar as, again, something went wrong.
I saw what happened with last minute. Somebody body pulled a pelter mid Ularog Crag Shaper, and then last minute followed with a pretty fast wipe after the pelter got body pulled. That was doomed. The pelter into the boss is just so much damage with the Bellowing Idols AoE going off at the same time.
Hold up. Why does Echo not have count? Did they miss one mob somewhere?
That's a good question. They're missing one count. One Phoenix has eluded them at some point during the dungeon.
Oh no.
I don't know which Phoenix it was, but it was one of them.
First shield. Let's see. AoE's coming in. Clicks needs to move quickly here, but they got the stun out onto Sarga. Sheesh. Dealing with a pull of themselves there. Bottom right. Massive, massive pull that they got together here. But it is going to be Echo that will be focusing in on. Like we said, they still need to grab one more mob, but I think with the timer, that shouldn't be a problem. It's just about whether or not they can get through this fight here.
Yeah, I want to say this is probably a 4-minute boss on this level. So they're more than fine to be able to kill off anything. It's not like they're not going to have to they're just probably going to kill off a warden that's to the side. Okay, probably not a warden. The wardens have a lot of HP. They're probably going to kill off a lava mancer or something off to the side.
Yeah. All right, next shield coming in once again. Happy little feet. Rose of the Valley from Clicks coming out right at the get-go. They have the stun out and they can do more and more damage to this boss here. The way they're dealing with this is really, really clean. I like that. Gotta get your items again. We're just hoping that there's no hunt incidents, right?
It's really easy to kill yourself on this fight with the hunt, but what Echo does is they precast all of their weapons.
Yeah.
And so that allows, by precasting all of their weapons, that doesn't really allow them the opportunity to get killed by pressing the hunt or something like that, because then they just are able to see where the puddles are and they just kind of walk away before they land. And because they start pressing their thing right here. Yeah, Clicks already
Clicks
is
had
in and out.
Zooming. Yeah, looking really good here, Echo. Now, question is, as we are looking at our leaderboard, where does Echo go if and when they time this key? What's the next dungeon
Neltharian's
for
Lair,
them?
I think, is also probably the dungeon that's on the table the most for them. Again, I think the only other dungeon that I could reasonably see an argument for is maybe the Halls of Infusion, but like I don't love that idea. I think I would prefer an Eltharian's Lair. They could alternatively just rerun their Underrot and try to get a better time. Their Underrot time sucked.
Toxic.
I mean, it's
okay.
not toxic. They had 5 deaths, and they they timed.
It wasn't great. It wasn't clean. I agree.
It's not toxic. It's just the truth.
It's just you delivered it so dry. It's very brutal. Their time sucked.
It was bad.
You're right.
Like
You're right. You're right. I'm not.
We got the
complaining.
points. We got the points for it, but it's holding them back from the tiebreaker. I think that like if it goes to a time tiebreaker, they'll probably want to have reran an Underrot. So I think it just depends on how they feel about the Neltharian's Lair. If they think the Neltharian's Lair is doable, I would expect them to go there and not to worry about the Underrot. If they think that last minute's not going to time this Neltharian's Lair at all, they'll just chill on the Underrot and rerun that thing and try to get it not at what it was it like 2950 or something that they had it at. Yeah.
So now that Echo's finishing off on Zargot, right? It's safe to say they're going to find the extra count. They have like 1.5 minutes to go get it, and you can see them speeding up here as they are opting to pull this pack down there. It seems like, but it is going to be bad for Sheesh, right? Now that Echo has got that 31 on the board, that's the tiebreaker they needed in case Sheesh came to close in terms of overall score. Now for Sheesh, that means they need to get this 31 done as well if they still want a chance at moving on in qualifying.
Okay, where is the Phoenix that they missed? We'll find it somewhere. Somebody find that bird. All right. I don't know if the bird's been located. I think all right, we're just gonna. Okay, this is not good for their time tiebreaker either.
There is
admittedly.
a warden. That's what we're trying to get done. Yeah, we'll just deal with the warden. It's okay.
Yeah.
We don't need the Phoenix. We have found a better target.
Okay, so we spent 50 seconds doing that, and so last minute kill did Neltharis in 31:33, and now since Echo spent 50 seconds on that, they lost some time to the tie. They lost some time on the time tiebreaker because of that. Oh my gosh, if I can speak. Oh my god, Andy died.
It's okay. It rubs off. It comes from me. It's all right. I cannot speak, so you cannot speak. But here's what happens to Sheesh. They had a very unfortunate wipe here in this massive pull, which caused them to need to go again. That's not a position you want to be in. If you're already behind, if you're already clawing for these points, having these two overs, really, really unfortunate.
That is. So what is that? The fourth reset they've had to do in this dungeon? Third reset they've had to do in this dungeon?
Yeah, something like that. I didn't really count, I'll be honest, but they definitely had a couple do-overs. Why? Oh, interesting. Why has given up on the Underrot? They're now going for that Ruby Life pulls.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. I think it's over for Y.
I think it's still cool that they're going for it. I agree. I don't think they still have a chance at qualifying, but I'm down to see another 30 Ruby Life pulls.
So the win con for Sheesh is time 30 Brackenhide into time 31 Neltharis first try. And pray that Echo doesn't time anything else from now until the end of day. So I think that's. And then there's some time tiebreaker involved in that, but Sheesh is pretty close on the time tiebreaker. But I think that the first two things that have to happen is, first off, Sheesh times this 30 Brackenhide this attempt. I don't think that they can afford any more resets looking at the time until the end of the day. And then they have to immediately own that 31 Neltharis first try in overtime period.
Yeah, it's going to be super hard, but that's exactly the game plan that they need to follow, right? That's just the cards you've been dealt, so now you have to go and execute on them. Yes. Echo is opting to go into that Neltharian Slayer that we are seeing last minute in as well. Both of these teams still fighting for who's going to come out on top. It's really cool to see as well.
Last minutes looked really good, Mix. Just over the course of the whole entire weekend, they've looked insane.
It's so funny to me because when Group A was about to start, so before the very first TGP group, I was talking to a lot of the teams, right? I usually reach out and say, oh, how you're feeling? What's the state? Any news on surprises that we might be getting, that kind of thing. And several of the teams were saying oh, we're happy that we're not in Group C. We're happy that we're not fighting against Last Minute. That team is looking deadly. And that was so interesting to me because it's a new team, right? Not many people kind of are familiar with the names. Obviously, if you've been following the TGP very attentively, you know that Soda has been competing before. If you've been following EU live pushing, you probably have seen AJ's name before, but it's really not a team that has come together like that in any shape, way, or form that people would know of them. Okay. And the fact that they came in here in the time trials already with that crazy Oldemon, and they didn't even do all of the time trials. They did 2-3 days, and then somebody was on vacation, and they still logged in the fastest Oldemon?
Yes.
Crazy.
So Echo decided to rerun the 29. So I'm looking at the times. Echo had a 31:39 in their 29 when Last Minute had about a 29:01 Neltharian's Lair in the 29. So Echo doesn't believe that Last Minute's going to be timing this 30 is basically what they're saying. They believe that their win con is beating them based off time tiebreaker, which is an interesting play. It means that Echo's not playing to necessarily win based off highest score. They believe that it's going to time tiebreaker, and they don't believe that Last Minute can get this key dealt with, which would be it would be so impressive if Last Minute does actually just clutch up and just times this key.
Do we know what the times are between these two teams? I mean, just based on the fact that Last Minute is above Echo, I can deduct that the time trials are in favor of Last Minute, as they have the same exact keys. But I don't think it's can they actually shave it down in one run? Probably, huh? Neltharian's Lair was 2 minutes and 40 seconds slower from Echo than Last Minute's.
Brat Math says it's 3 minutes and 16 seconds in favor of Last Minute.
All right, that's a lot. If you want to shave it down in one dungeon, that's a lot.
2.5 of that comes from the Neltharian's Lair solo.
Yeah, but you still need to do more dungeons after that, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's also a pretty big deal for the Sheesh tiebreaker. Because it's not even necessarily a tiebreaker versus Last Minute, but it is if they can shave a minute off of this, they probably take the time tiebreaker over Sheesh.
So you think they're doing this to be safe against Sheesh?
That would make the most sense now that I'm really thinking about it.
Really?
It's tough. It's tough for them to win the weekend like this.
Echo already is pretty safe against Sheesh, based on the 31, right? Sheesh would need to one-shot the Brackenhide that they're in, and then one-shot a 31 Neltharis in order to be a danger for Echo. I don't think they're doing this against Sheesh. I think they're doing this to get over Last Minute.
Well, they have to do 2 dungeons. To
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. All right, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I think that this play, it makes it quite unlikely that Echo is actually going to be coming in first this weekend, and it creates a situation that Last Minute is far more likely to be coming in first this weekend. Yes. As I say, it does checkmate Sheesh though if they time this key and they take a minute off of the dungeon timer. Wait, I think I'm supposed to still be here, aren't I?
You can stick around and assist if you've got some cool stuff to point out, Mr. Tettles.
I feel like I'm being antagonized.
I think that's what the A stands for on the schedule, is antagonize.
Dude, how down bad do you have to be to just hear a compliment and just assume it's sarcastic? And that sucks, Tettles. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. All right, so we've got an exciting end of our day brewing here with Last Minute fighting for the 180th point, which would be remarkable in this Neltharian's Lair plus 30. Echo, on the other hand, with the interesting time play, The time here that they need to beat in this Nelthslayer, if they want to get the time tiebreaker over last minute, is like a 28-minute run? That range, roughly?
Yeah. So my conclusion to this is a move for them to checkmate Sheesh, not to beat last minute.
There is still a chance, right? The perfect run with the Prop Warrior, last minute had a 29-minute run. If Echo get down to that 29-minute range, they're only going to be a little bit slower than last minute. They could go and increase their time in another dungeon and then win over last minute that way. So
Does
Echo,
it really
I don't think they're conceding first place. Yeah, well, first place is better. It's more money. That's good.
Yeah.
It's
that is true
glory as well.
I guess
It absolutely does matter.
I
guess they are also Echo, so they're definitely like, competition minded. They would like to win. Obviously, they have a history of very few losses. So, yeah, it makes sense. I guess this is the best option for them, other than trying to go for a new key that neither of the team has actually timed. So, we'll see.
27 minutes left until the end of the day. So the current runs that we are seeing are not the final runs. But if these, actually with Y heading to Ruby Life Pools, this run probably is a final run. I don't know if they'll have time for anything else after this. Y, I think, are hard locked into fourth place at this juncture.
I feel like they got hard locked about 35 minutes ago or so whenever they depleted that underrot. They played really well this weekend. It's just they've had like a tough day 3. I think that we're at the key level that it's like some teams are able to kind of one-shot it, and then if you're able to only 3-shot it, you're losing a lot of time on the day.
And they did have some good one-shots in the Brackenhide push was really good for them. That was working out nicely. The Halls of Infusion one-shot was good for them as well earlier today, but like you said, spending time in underrot without actually getting that key done was pretty bad. Yesterday, doing the same in Neltharis, right? This is a team that has spent probably a total of 3 hours split between Neltharis 31 and Underrot 30 and hasn't put either of those keys on the board. Even just one of those would mean they could potentially fight Sheesh for third place. But without that, it's going to be almost impossible.
Yeah, Sheesh is in a rough spot right now, obviously, right?
Yeah.
They need to get this 30 Brackenhide done and instantly go to any other key to just gain +1 score.
No, it needs to be
It's going to
Neltharis.
be really, really tough.
Look at
it has
Echo's
to be
poll.
Neltharis, yeah.
Yeah.
No. Look at the Echo pool right here. This is insane. They took everything into this trash bag. This is like 4 breakers.
So this is the time save, right? This is the plan, is you're going to do the dungeon faster. You're going to get some time tiebreak. And if you can do the dungeon enough faster, then you can beat last minute if last minute don't time their 30. Betting against last minute timing a 30, though, would have lost you money in every dungeon so far, except for Halls of Infusion and maybe Nelthslayer. But it's Nelthslayer we're about to see, so I wouldn't be comfortable if I was Echo with relying on a time tiebreaker for first. But it would be very good for them to slam the door on Sheesh and lock in a Global Finals showing, which... It's incredible that Echo are in this much danger of not having a Global Finals position this late into our day on Sunday, right? I think we'll be able to secure it here, but it's really close. And that's not usually the team that is in danger of that.
Okay, so I got some times from last minute's previous 30 attempt. They killed Ularog at 17:03, so they're 3 seconds faster. They had some deaths towards the end of the dungeon, but I budgeted it out at like 33:10 is what I thought that the time was going to be if they didn't have those deaths. So they're really right on the edge of what's possible in this key.
Okay. Yeah, 0 death run is definitely what they're hoping to see all the way through, right? So I think it's possible given that, right? Even just factoring in the death timer, I think would make the difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the actual time difference between the two teams again? Between last minute and Echo right now?
It is 3 minutes
pretty
and 16.
significant, right?
3 minutes and 16 seconds. So Echo needs to lower their time to like 28:15 or so. If they can get this down in 28:15, I think they will get the time tiebreaker over last minute. But here's the thing. If they finish this run in the next 20 minutes, right, if it's a sub 30-minute run, they will get to go and start another dungeon. They could go into a place like Underrot, like Neltharis, or like Brackenhide and try and shave another 30 seconds or a minute off of those if they get close here. So it's a possibility.
I think the Underrot's the most likely one because we saw them have 5 deaths and a lot of Sanguine Healing that Underrot 30 that they timed.
I think their Underrot route is the worst though. Like that,
it's not good. Yeah,
they're pulling these extra horrors that other teams are skipping past. I think their Underrot is. I mean, yeah, they can definitely save time over their 2940, but I don't know if they can get sub 29 with what they've got. I guess they probably could with a great run. So maybe that is still the place to save the most time. All right, well, it's going to be a very, very close end of our day. These runs that we're watching right now are pivotal because they cannot afford to wipe and restart anymore. Any team that does that is going to lose a dungeon run.
This is actually a pretty important point for Sheesh in the top left, because if Sheesh are able to time this key, and then they are able to go and put a 31 Neltharus up on the board, and Echo doesn't actually get a +1 from anywhere, that actually allows Sheesh to potentially have like a tiebreaker advantage over Echo, depending on what's really going on with the Echo in this Neltharian's Lair 29.
Yeah, again, if you're Sheesh, you're really hoping that Echo deplete their next couple of keys and don't improve their time.
Yeah.
And then you still need a lot to go your way. You need a fast 30 Brackenhide, and you then need to go and one-shot 31 Neltharus. If both of those things happen, you do, I think, have the time tiebreak if you have a fast enough Bracken and Neltharus. Like, if those are even about the same time as Echo, you're slower by 2.5 minutes in Halls of Infusion, but you're a minute and a half faster in Nelth's Lair, a minute faster in Underrot, so, and 30 seconds, I guess, yeah, and 30 seconds faster in Ruby. So actually, Sheesh, as long as they can match Echo's times in Bracken and Neltharus, will have a time tiebreaker on them.
Well, the problem then comes from this run from Echo, right? You need them to deplete here because this time increase in Neltharus, it's pulling double duty for Echo. Number one, it's potentially getting them the number 1 slot if last minute makes mistakes in their 30 Nelth, which they're actually crushing right now, so that's not going to be the case. But it's also preventing what we're just talking about, which is the time tiebreaker potential from Sheesh should they not only finish this Brackenhide, but then go on to one-shot on Neltharus in a fast time, which would be obscene for them to pull off with 20 minutes left in the day.
So last minute's Neuraxis on their previous 30 attempt was 4:30.
Okay, what was the timer when they finished the boss?
25:22.
25-22. Okay, they're crushing.
They're great.
Yeah. They will have enough time to do the last boss. The question is just, can they do the last boss?
Can they do it? Yes. Is it possible for them? What's their beacon situation looking like? Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
Y have just depleted their 30 Ruby life pools, and that has got to clinch 4th place for them. Now they definitely don't have enough time to get 2 dungeon runs completed, which is what they would need to challenge Sheesh for 3rd place. So I believe Y are now hard locked into 4th place.
As for Beacon Watch, last minute, 0 beacons, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they've got the reflects, they've got the boss damage. The question is, will they be able to kill those 3rd and 4th ads?
Do you have to kill the 4th ad? They didn't have to kill it on the 29.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't have to. On the 29, they didn't have to. On the 30, they tried not to, but it was scuffed. They broke spikes with a landslide. They were running out of time, so they were just committing.
Yeah.
I think they maybe will still have to, though. I mean, that's a lot of extra health. Going from 29 Tyrannical to 30 Tyrannical, we're talking about millions and millions of extra health on the boss, and also on every single ad that you've killed up until that point.
But the reflect scales.
That's true, the reflect does scale.
Hey, did I just see Neuraxis eat something a little while ago?
That's fine. It only increases its melee damage. Don't worry about it.
Really?
Yeah,
Doesn't
that's the
increase
tooltip.
spit damage?
The tooltip's fake. If it increases spit damage, you die 100 to 0.
Okay.
I trust. You gotta trust.
I've heard this as well, and I believe it, but I also don't trust it enough to test it in my own runs. But yeah, I would believe it.
Well, because it increases all damage Neuraxis does by 50%. If it actually increased all damage Neuraxis does by 50%, you get one shot by
like that?
AoE. Well, no, that guy got one shot by the rock.
So we don't have a good battle res though. We don't have a druid, so we have to use Arclight Vital Correctors. Now the whole group is in danger though of dying here, and AJ needs to get everybody topped back up quickly. This is a res accept into a bubble, trying to keep everybody topped. Vampiric Embrace is also rolling for some off healing. We get another spiked tongue here, so no more cast from the boss for a little while, but those rocks are still being hurled down on them from those mobs upstairs.
Okay, that was a good recovery. That was a good recovery.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be okay for now. Although, it looks like it's okay, but then one rock puts you to 20% health, and all of a sudden, you're no longer okay.
Dude, AJ's getting all these rocks thrown at him, even though he's paladin. He's just
yeah, it looks like they're leaving the poison on him as well, which he's pretty tanky, right? He can live that, but it does increase the vulnerability, and he's not the person in this group you want to die because he's the only battle res, and he's also the only person who can heal, right? So if anybody else dies, he can at least keep the group up for a little while, whereas if he dies, you're on a very short clock to get that res before it is over.
Problem is, like, Yargi has to get dispelled. Priest on this fight in general, and, like, Clothies, just as a general rule in this fight, take so much damage. I think it's probably just going to be, like, Yargi and Soda that are... yeah. So I think that AJ is going to end up just, like, dispelling Yargi. Soda's going to dispel himself, and Hearthjax is just going to deal with the debuff.
Okay.
He's just gonna. Okay, I guess he pre-alters this one, and he also has the ice block available too. So that's pretty nice. No issues for that. 2 personals being used instead of a dispel.
25-12. 25-12 was the time I was saying.
We're gonna be right on pace with that. It's
okay.
gonna die very, very close to that.
Again, I thought they were gonna be like 10.
this
I thought they were gonna be like 10 seconds over in their previous attempt.
This is going to be so sketchy at the end of this dungeon. I mean, they were on a 0-death run, but all of a sudden that 0-death run has turned into a 2-death run. Even those 10 seconds plus the res time plus the damage loss. Oh no, I don't know about this, Nelson. I feel like they're going to have to be forced to commit boss on that 4th ad now on Dargrel. We'll see, though.
Okay.
They head
So
down.
something that happened in their previous 30, though, is that AJ died at the very end, and they ended up having to spend time resing him, right?
Yeah. They also
that wasn't
broke the
factored in.
spikes, but I don't know. I mean, I just think with the timer, they're going to have to commit boss on the 4th ad, and that's going to be so sketchy. They're going to have to just be like, hey, we're not going to get the 4th magma wave. We are just hitting boss, and we're bopping, and we're using spikes, and then that's going to be the plan.
Is it winnable, though?
I don't know. I mean, if they're not playing beacons, then they must have more boss damage, right? So,
Yeah?
I mean, maybe they've got the dam for it. They start this trash pull now. They have 7 minutes left in their dungeon. Yeah,
Guess we'll see.
that's the boss is probably what, 4.5 or 5. This is giga sketchy. Not only is the boss sketchy, but this scorpion pull is also sketchy. I guess the good news for last minute is that they do have time to start another run after this one, which is not true for Y. So even if they fail here, they could try it again. I wonder if you just go and improve a timer, though, to try and beat Echo on the time tiebreakers. You have, like, minutes to gain in Halls of Infusion, potentially. Or Brackenhide. I wonder. Maybe not in
Fortunately,
Brackenhide.
why just playing for pride right now, which is actually pretty significant. Them getting that 30 Ruby Life Pulls down would be something to stand by. It's a difficult dungeon, and they haven't had too much practice in this key, so we'd love to see them get that one down, but it's not going to change their overall placing in the competition. They're pretty much locked into that 4th place slot right now. In the top left-hand corner, this dungeon has extreme implications on the competition here. Sheesh can still somehow find a way to knock Echo out of the competition if they're able to get this Brackenhide done in a quick fashion and then move their way on to a 31 Nelth and get that one done too, but it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to do that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
you think this is winnable?
Well, look at Echo as well, though, in the bottom right.
I
Echo
don't.
are going to be getting Neuraxis dead at like 20:45 or something. This is, they are zooming through this dungeon, and Echo, if they shave any time off of their Nelth Slayer, which was previously a 31:39, if they can get that sub 30 minutes, I think they are going to be very hard to overtake on the time tiebreaker for Sheesh. If they can get it sub 29 minutes, then they're actually going to be able to challenge Last Minute for a time tiebreaker. Last Minute are in first place by now by 3 minutes and 16 seconds, which is a lot of time. But it's not insurmountable. Echo might be able to overtake with just this dungeon, and even if not just this dungeon, they will get another dungeon after this one that they could go and get further time gains in. But all of that won't matter if Last Minute can defeat Dargrel here. They pull the boss with 4 minutes and 50 seconds. That is enough. But can they actually kill the boss?
Okay, they got Scorpion skip off, which is good. Good for good starting point.
That is a good starting point.
I think they actually have the time here. Looking at when they pulled it here. Oh, no. Oh,
the
come on.
Incorporeal MC! There, you've got to be kidding me. The Incorporeal MC bodied the...
It was in range?
So I bet what happened is that the incorporeal got MC'd
yeah.
the skip was happening, and so it was in combat with the 2, and then when it finished its cast, it affected them with it. That is my official diagnosis of what happened.
I think
there.
you're right.
You have
I
got
think it
to
started
be
the cast when they
kidding
were
me.
close, and then that is...
When they were still in combat with the mage.
Yes, that is
I've literally
unreal.
I have never seen something like that. Okay,
It's
well,
such
An
minutes.
improbable thing to occur, right? Because they only spawn every 45 seconds, so... It's 45 seconds in combat, too, so... Once you've killed off the trash, you're locked into that combat timer. That's... Oh, that is a rough way to lose that key. I think they had time, by the way, because they had about 4:45 to kill the boss off there, and that is well past the 4th ad. The 4th ad spawns at 3:30, if I remember correctly, right? So they had the time. The time is there. They could do this 30. That's just the most unfortunate way to lose that key. That's...
30 minutes of keystone building, of work, of struggling through those plus 30 tyrannical bosses, all just gone in an instant with that happening. So they are... Well, that's what Echo needed, potentially. Echo here hoping to get the time tiebreaker and take first place off of that. This key that they are in is an important part of that recipe. Last Minute are going to get one more attempt at this plus 30. There are 10 minutes or so left in our day. So Last Minute can even wipe a little bit at the start here, but this is now... They'll only be able to add one more dungeon to their scoreboard. No longer the chance of 2.
that's just so unfortunate too, because you and I were talking about how the skip got dealt with clean because the Scorpion was out of combat. So you're like, oh yeah, it's got to be fine. There's no way it gets pulled.
Yeah. This is that one's gonna haunt me, at least. I'm sure Dad as well.
I feel awful for them for that. That is so sad.
The good news for
Honestly,
Last Minute,
I don't think it will haunt them too much.
yeah, I guess they're
They're
gonna
in a
come out of this
fantastic
weekend
spot.
happy. Yeah, no matter what. But still, what a way
If they-
to deplete.
Maybe if they do end up barely losing out on tiebreaker to Echo, it might haunt them a little bit, but in more of like a what if scenario more than like a that sucks scenario.
I will
you know?
say they can actually save about 15 or so seconds on their first boss split, so which can help us later on in the key if you're last minute. So that'll be nice.
All right,
Echo
we have-
here. Are we going to be pulling into boss? Are they going to go for it?
Well-
Are they going to go for the max speed here?
So you can't really do that easily. You have to be very precise to get the skip on the other two Scorpions if you're in combat
Yeah.
with these two. It's
That's
not
true.
impossible, but it is very, very high risk.
That seems unnecessarily dangerous, and also if your
Yeah,
mage
it
gets
is.
bolted while he's trying to invis off by that trapper, I'm pretty sure you just like lose your invis.
Yeah, look, it's not good. It's not a good strat, and you can't even do it while the Spitefuls are spawning really either. You need to drop
Echo
combat
needs to make
entirely.
up 3 minutes and 16 seconds. What was the timer we're looking for again? Like 28:20, something like that.
Yeah. If we're getting close to that 28, then it's going to be we're getting very
Oh.
close in the time tiebreaker
Wait a
between
second,
Last Minute
hold on,
and
that's
Echo.
doable.
It is certainly
There-
doable.
That is very doable. This is about a 4-minute boss on this difficulty. Maybe a little less than that if they want to skip just killing the 4th ad whatsoever. So they pull the boss in the next 20 seconds or so. They have a very fantastic shot of making sure they take over that number 1 seed on time tiebreaker. They have to finish off these shades though, so their mage can get out of combat and get ready to do this skip for them.
Yeah, it looks like it's done. Mage is done. Mirrors throws out a heal. They get the
Them off the
poly
trapper.
pull. Good work. Nicely done by Echo, that Trapper and the Dominator not in combat with them. And they start work on this boss fight. And again, yeah, I want to say 28-20-ish, but I guess, let me do the actual mathematics on this. Hang on.
I think it's actually 28-21 if you want to be exact.
I think it might be, yeah, maybe I'm getting 23 here, but somewhere in that
Close
range.
Close enough. 28. We'll call it 28-20.
Something like that.
28-20 and they take over the lead.
28-20 is for sure good enough. Asterisk, that's our math. Well, I don't know what the actual number, our math could be bad.
I will not speak.
You can trust us.
I will
Yeah.
not. I will not speak. I will.
Me, who famously was a minute off on this dungeon's timer into earlier math.
I love that you were doing that yesterday. That was so funny. Okay,
Sheesh,
so
though.
Sheesh here.
Yeah.
They don't run as many beacons in this dungeon as other teams. So that makes this boss much harder. Echo.
Well, that was a really important moment for them that they just went through. If you remember last time around, the way that they wiped is they had a debuff on them. They couldn't kill off a totem after that, even though they got the debuff removed at the last second by the Decaying Strength. That just happened there. They had a debuff from a totem exploding, the Decaying Strength went off and removed it, and they were able to kill the totem off this time around. They didn't refresh their debuff. That's extremely important for them, making sure that they don't have the debuffs from the totem exploding as much as possible for them.
That's fine. That's fine.
They're still doing well. Last minute, losing a few minutes, but they still have time to restart a few more times on this first boss here. Got to keep an eye on Sheesh, though. This is really important for them.
Yeah, this totem explosion. Are they going to be able to beat it? Yes, they are. This is getting sketchy, though, as we saw Y also wiping in their Ruby life pools. Although, again, tournament implications do not exist in that run, and they very much do in this Sheesh run. If Sheesh can time this key, and especially if they can time it fast, and if they can go and time a 31 Neltherus, and if Echo don't improve their time by a lot in this Nelf Slayer, which at this point is that's. Let's pretend that something goes horribly wrong for Echo if we're a Sheesh fan at this point. Then this is a really good chance for Sheesh to maybe steal that second place out from Echo. However, Echo in the top right are already nearly halfway done with the boss. Chances for Sheesh are fading here because if Echo put up a good time in this Nelf Slayer, Sheesh are going to need to put up a Nelf. They're so fast, and they've died. They have a death and a cast exploding on one of those totems. That's okay.
Thaner has to top everybody. Thaner needs to top everybody right here.
Well, if you,
here's the thing, though.
Here, you lose the debuff.
Their 2 minutes are coming up for this next totem. They have the 2 minutes coming up.
Okay.
Actually, are they going to be up when it spawns? Okay, they'll have the torrent up right after it spawns here. They'll have the PI. The combust is there too, but they're so late. Are they going to be able to kill this off? This was a beacon as well. If they can kill this, they can reset. Okay, that's really important. The 2 minutes will also last until the next totem as well, so they should be able to kill it off even with the debuffs on them. They should be home free. This totem should die very quickly even with that debuff.
Yeah, because we have Void Torrent for this one too while we're in Void Eruption.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's real chill. Because you have Void Torrent for every other, but then you normally send it on like the second one of each set. That's like an insane amount of damage.
I think they can burn boss here now too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
5%?
Nice,
yeah, easily.
Nice little bit of cast sequence after every one of those bursts before you get the next totem. This is great for Sheesh. They're going to be putting up a nice time in this Brackenhide Hollow. Comparing to Echo and Last Minute, who had 33-minute runs, 33.50. Sheesh are going to be putting up a 32.36. But now it comes down to Echo.
Timer.
Are Echo going to be able to get this boss dead before that 28:20 mark that would get them first place on time tiebreakers? I think the answer is no. The boss has so much health.
They have to burn boss. They have to burn boss. This is 2 minutes. This is 2 minutes and lust, but they have to burn boss here. They're going to cleave down the Charskin with the lust here, but I don't know if the damage is going to be enough. Remember, timer we need 28:20.
Well, they don't.
There's just too much boss HP left.
So they're not going to secure that. They're not going to get the time tiebreaker off this run, but they have time to go somewhere else, and all they're going to need is 1 second for like every second they're over the 28:20 mark here. So as long as they can get this done by like 28:50, then they can go to Underrot and just get 30 seconds there and then get first place, right? So the dream is still alive for Echo. It is part one of a two-part victory story for them. Is this run?
What's the sitch with Sheesh then? So Sheesh is going to probably go to 31 Neltherus. And are they just like pretty much out with this time?
I'll run the numbers on it, but it's going to need to be awful quick. Let me tell
you, like a really fast Neltherus.
Like they're going to need to put on their running shoes. They're going to need to get their Lamborghinis on and just zoom through the dungeon.
Dude, let's look at this timer increase from Echo here on our scoreboard. Here we go from 316 to. Did we get the update already? We already updated. What? Okay, the timer didn't update. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it has yet.
All right, well.
Okay, production's saying it did, but this is the same time that we saw before with their old run, so I would like to lodge my guess that it hasn't, but we'll see.
I'm lodging a complaint.
Yeah, I'd like to issue I'd like to call for a refresh or something on the.
I'll deny your complaint, but I will call for a refresh as well.
I've heard you'd like to lodge a complaint. There is a link you can click on with several forms to fill out. We'll need 3 forms of identification, though, your last couple pay stubs. Those are hard to find in esports, and a number of other personal details. But if you can get those together, we'll take care of it. Don't worry.
All right, good to hear. Yeah, we'll see. We'll get a report on just how far behind Echo are from Last Minute soon here, because that is very important for them. They will have one more dungeon that they can use to try and increase their time tiebreaker, but no, that's not what they're going to do. They've secured the time tiebreaker, they think, against Sheesh now, and they're going to go for score. They're going for a point now in Neltharion's Lair. They're going for a 30 Nelth's Lair. This would also get them first place if they can get this over last minute, so that would be cool as well.
This is actually pretty tense. This is a really tense end of the day. Wow. What is going on, man?
Yeah, this is going to be extremely close.
So, runs lock in 3 minutes.
Well, here's the problem for Sheesh, is that debuff timer on the chains means they actually only get 2 attempts at this first pull, and then they're done for the day, if they want to use the chains on the first pull. So, we gotta get it done quickly here.
Yeah, they are approaching the final runs of the day. Of course, we will let you know when all of these runs are final for all of our teams. Last minute have started off another Neltharion's Lair in the bottom right, as have Echo in the top right. If both of these runs are depleted, last minute will be taking first place. But if Echo can time their key here, they will be able to secure 180 points and actually move into first place. So this is a very, very high stakes gaming moment for the two teams.
Soda's doing a great job of making sure that this boss gets spawned early. He's definitely the top candidate to go and start that RP early, because like once he gets all of his Ebb and Might and he extends it fully and he's like pretty done with the lust and whatnot, him just bouncing out of there and letting the remainder of the group either kill off the trash or deal with the Spiteful Shades and that kind of thing, it's really nice for him to get the boss spawned. And they're actually be 15 seconds faster than Echo pulling this boss.
That's pretty good. That's what we like to see out of last minute here. That's exactly what they need to be able to get
sub 7. Sub 7 and we're cooking.
Yeah, dude, a sub 7 minute Rockmora is really, really good for a timer in this dungeon. So both teams are hoping to just get this boss melted down. Echo, of course, known for their ability to just optimize damage on fights like this. But last minute have looked so solid this whole weekend. They've been able to put up these runs so consistently. This is the dungeon that they've wiped in the most now, right? Is this 30 Nelth's Lair? But even still, they've come so close. And that last run was really a fluke with that incorporeal pull that wipes them, right?
I felt like that was an absolute robbery. We
do have an update on the time differential, by the way, after a little bit here. It is a confirmed 21.6 second time advantage. That last minute holds over Echo after that Neltharion Slayer time improvement for Echo, so still a slight lead. That's not the important thing, though. We knew once the 28-20 timer passed for Echo that they were not going to be able to pass up last minute, but they have opened a significant gap in time versus Sheesh. If Sheesh were able to complete this dungeon, they'd have to do it insanely fast, and I don't think I can do the math on that right now.
I'll go run the numbers. Let me pull out the calculator. I got this. Okay, you guys talk for a bit. Let me.
All right, so Sheesh in the top left, they've dealt with the first little bit of their dungeon. Now they're actually getting Magma Tusk dealt with. This is a fight that's pretty dangerous, especially whenever you're taking this much trash into it. But one of the power of the Guardian Druid, one of the advantages of the Guardian Druid is the ability to be able to tank this many mobs while tanking it into the boss. They do also have that Bloodlust popped, and so while this boss is quite scary, probably one of the harder bosses in the dungeon, with Lust they should be able to kind of kill this off pretty fast.
Also, another official word coming in. These are the final runs of the day. Dungeons are locked. You're already dead for last minute. They have the battle res, but that is it for them. These are the last runs for each of our top 4 teams here. Echo and Last Minute holding on to the top 2 slots right now. Last Minute firmly locked into the top 2. Echo still waiting to see what Sheesh has available to them in the 31 Nelth, but have their own future at stake here. If they're able to do the 30 Nelths, they can stay in. This is going to be it for Last Minute, though. It's going to be a wipe, no battle res for the healer, but they're guaranteed in. Top 2, Last Minute. Definitely an incredible performance from them this weekend. I don't think none of us had them selected as our favorite, right? I don't think any of us had them as our winner, but several of us had them as our runner-up team.
I feel like Dark Horse was appropriate for what they actually were.
I think it was.
A team that nobody knew much about, that had the high chance of upside if they perform.
Yeah. Honestly, that is probably the best performance we've ever seen from a new team in almost any scenario ever, TGP or MDI otherwise. Honestly, insane performance from them.
Dude.
They're going to be happy with how they played this weekend. On the other hand, in the top left-hand corner here on Magmarax, Magma Tusk, actually. Magmarax is the boss from the raid.
Magmarax.
Very similar bosses, though. Wildy did die, so they used their battle res here. Magma Tusk, of course, a boss that ramps in difficulty over the course of the fight here. That debuff goes on for longer and longer and longer, putting more and more stress on your healer here. And they're in a situation now, this is their last run of the day, right? They need to get this key done, and they need to get it done fast to give themselves any chance to get past Echo on the time tiebreaker.
I've run some numbers, and I'm sure we have smarter people that can maybe run these numbers to double check me, but I think that Sheesh need a 31-10 in here to get the tiebreaker over Echo, which is not that much. So last minute did it in 31-33, and they had deaths in their run. So, but the problem is Sheesh already also have deaths in their run. So, it's gonna be hard.
I think, is there something you said? I don't think last minute's auto lock top 2. I think like if Echo times this and then Sheesh ends up with like a 30-50 Neltharis, I'm pretty sure that's
Sheesh
true. Pass
that is
last
true.
minute.
Yeah, so if Sheesh can get 30-50, like you said, they would actually overtake last minute on tie breaks as well.
You're right. I didn't think of that.
Let me cook.
Well, it's out of their hands now. That's the point. They can no longer run a key, so they're going to be watching with bated breath, seeing what's going on here. Echo and Sheesh both had deaths early on in their dungeons here. Actually, Echo didn't have a death. It was last minute that had the deaths. Echo's clean so far.
Yeah, the 7-minute marker has passed.
The practice from the 29 is going to help them a lot here. They just ran the key, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about this one, it seems.
Yeah, the boss split we're going to see here on Rockmora is about 7:30, maybe a little bit slower than that. So it's not the fastest Rockmora we've ever seen, but it's certainly still doable from here. It's, obviously,
sure.
It's not one of those runs where you look at it and you're like, oh my goodness, they can do this, right? Instead, it's one of those runs where you're like, but maybe they still can from here as
okay.
Sheesh are having Anti getting bopped in cap form to run through and start this pull off. A little bit of faster movement speed.
Our producer might be raining on my parade a little bit. He said 30-50 would be 4 seconds faster than their plus 30 Neltharis for Sheesh. Now, I'm not going to let that deter me. It's still possible.
There is still a Sheesh dream here.
So you're saying there's a chance.
The Echo Sheesh 1 and 2 dream is still technically alive. If both teams
maybe
crit all of their globals from here to the end of their dungeons, we're in good shape for it.
Well, that's pretty good for them, considering they're running a fire mage that does that pretty much all the time anyways.
They did also have a break to start dancing in the 30.
Yeah, that's true. I remember that. Maybe
True.
we cut the dance out of the route for the 31. I'm not sure. Not sure if it's optimal. Meanwhile, we have Y in the bottom left. They are in a for fun run, a for the glory run. They are trying to get their 2 points out of this Ruby Life pools, but we have teams here that are in the 178 to 180 point range. This is only going to bring them up to 176, so it will be 4th place for Y, but very happy to see them this weekend. They've looked exceptional in a lot of these runs as well, and this entire group is so stacked.
Echo's Rockmora split sucked. This pull that they're doing, if they're able to pull it off, though, it's going to make up for a really bad Rockmora split.
Yeah.
They're doing all of these breakers at once, which
This is the same they did in the 29, the quad breaker pull. This is off limits for most teams not named Echo, or last minute at this point.
I was talking to some of the other TGP teams, and I was asking if that pull is doable with a Prot Warrior, and they were saying that they knew it was doable with a Bear, but there was a big question as to whether or not that pull in particular that Echo is doing is doable with a Prot Warrior, and that's how they make up the time. 7:38 is a really, really, really bad Rockmora split, but maybe they can catch back up on the Ularog time.
I think this pull will more than make up for that difference, yeah. Okay, so a 31-13 for Sheesh. We have the official word now. That is the time they would need to overtake Echo, and a 30-52 would overtake last minute on the tiebreak. So that is Sheesh's win condition here is not only timing this 31 Nelthorus, but doing it well faster than anybody else have so far this weekend on their first try. It's a long shot. It's not... I'm going to level with you guys. It's not likely, but it is not impossible. Sheesh are very much still in the hunt here.
Okay, listen. They did it in the Ruby Life pools,
Yeah.
right? They pretty much one-shot that key. I think they wiped one time before the first boss.
And if they get
there's
that
any
much
team that can
faster
pull it
than
off,
last minute
them.
again, you know, that like if they go as fast as they were relative to last minute in Ruby, then bang, you know, top two potentially, or top two definitely secured. They'll either beat Echo or last minute guaranteed if they can do that. So, yeah, it's definitely not over yet.
We're back.
We are, yeah, we are back indeed.
You're so back right now, yeah. I think that, okay, so the Rockmore split sucked, but the double pull, do you think that you'd rather take that double pull over a good Rockmore split?
Oh, yeah,
I think
100%.
How are you feeling about the Echo run?
I'm feeling good. I think Echo are well on pace for a time here. The question again is the possibility of the last boss. That has been the thing that has just messed teams up over and over again in these 30 Neltharian's lairs.
Oh. I have a question. If last minute qualify, are we getting an interview with them too? That would be
I would
be
assume
big.
so.
Oh my gosh, we got a confirmation. Yes.
Wow. Imagine if
my
we
God,
were doing
please,
that, if we
please.
do that interview and then Sheesh and Echo time their keys. Like if Sheesh gets the 30-30 run and Echo time their key, what a oh man, what a beating.
Okay, can you actually do that for us, Matt? Hold on, I'm bargaining.
Okay,
I'm
bargaining
with
with the
production
producer.
that just nobody watching the stream can hear, of course.
Yeah, it's okay. All right.
Okay, we may be able to start our interview early, is what we're bargaining for. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can
start
bring
the interview
that.
early and have maybe one of the players from last minute help us close down the show or close down the cast. That would be big.
That would be very big. Speaking of that, though, Sheesh getting there. Okay, so Sheesh have a 1301 Chargath split. Tettles, as the maintainer of our split sheet this season, how does that stack up against the other teams that have done a 31 Neltharis? A 1301 Chargath. Bearing in mind that Sheesh need to be faster, not just on pace.
Last minute had a 1302. I actually don't have Echo's.
That's
Chargath,
faster. Hang on. I've just run the numbers, and 1301 is faster than 1302.
The math does check out on that. That's a good point.
I've run some other numbers, and I don't think it's enough faster to make up the time they need over the dungeon, so they will need to accelerate from here. But they have 3 deaths on the board so far, so if they can stay clean from here, it's maybe still possible.
Thank you for calculating that so fast.
God, thank God we have Mathness on the
That's
desk
me.
for this segment.
I got the numbers on lock.
That guy's got the numbers and I got the spreadsheet for the times. That's all I'm good for here.
We all have important roles to play.
Yeah.
All right, Sheesh heading up those stairs. Meanwhile, Echo are working on Ularog. 1320 so far through their dungeon. As the boss is about to go down for the first time here at 68%. That's pretty good. I think we're reasonably happy with that.
It's been so this was a team that we didn't really know what to expect. So they were, what seed were they? 11th seed, I want to say.
We're talking about
coming into this.
Are we talking about last minute?
No, I'm talking about why.
Oh, we're talking about why.
We didn't really
okay.
know. We didn't know
Why?
what really to expect with their performance this weekend.
Yeah, this is a team that has a lot of history with TGP, right? This is there's a lot of good reasons to pick them. And Zyro, you explained it pretty well, right? Two teams that won TGP in the past. I'm picking both of them.
Yep.
And I like that logic. They've definitely looked pretty strong, but I would say it was the Neltharis and the Underrot where they've just lost like 3 hours over a weekend, where the rest of the teams were so good that you could not afford to lose 3 hours.
Yeah, not only are they a team that has won a previous TGP, but the core like 3 players, I would say, of Onwo's, IBB, and Yellow have been together for such a long time that it's really hard to, I don't know, vote against them. They're a really good core of players, and I think they had to swap a little bit around this time around, so it didn't end up working out too well for them. I even think they swapped one of their DPS players out for a mage main when they found out that Fire was very squarely in the meta and something that they needed to have like a good player for. So, I don't know, it was a good performance from them. They gave themselves a fighting chance coming into the last day today, but the runs today just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, this has been a rough day for them and a tough weekend as well. They were fighting for their survival yesterday, barely achieved it over Sloth. I think also a good time now to shout out All Good as well, who were the team that departed from our tournament on Friday. If you missed that, there were a lot of cool runs, including from All Good. A lot of great performances from the teams that have been eliminated so far, and All Good busts out a Brewmaster as well. There's their little player card you can see. Definitely some players to go and check out. And if you haven't watched it, the VOD from yesterday and the day before, absolutely both good content if you want to see some great dungeon running.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what's funny? One of my friends that's been pushing up keys, getting into the mean streets of the IO games in the past couple of weeks.
What are you talking about?
Hey, you know how it is. Sometimes you just got to get that IO. But yeah, he was actually running keys with Behance yesterday. Like Behance was getting right back into it.
Yeah, that's
not phased by the day one elimination, getting right back into it on live keys.
That's the joy of like M+ is that there are so many players. You would assume that after playing in a tournament like this, you would just be like, okay, I'm gonna go for a walk tomorrow, right? I'm going outside. But nope, it's well, maybe it's that, but then it's get back home and blast some more keys on live servers. Be like, okay, that's cool. Now let me log on to whatever pet character I've got that I want to do some keys on.
Dude, I had some friends who were doing time trials, and then right after time trials ended, like next Wednesday or whatever, we're already back keying on live again.
That's what NA's Last Hope did after their win last weekend. Dorky and some of the other dudes in their team just logged on and did some live keys. Evade was trying to key. They're like, oh, okay. Evade, let's get it.
So this is actually big for the Nell Slayer. In the 30s, about 17 minutes is timeable. They're going to be a little bit below that. That double pull really caught them up a ton. That 7:38 Rockmora split sucks. Oh, okay, we're fine.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. They beat it. No 1% this time around.
1658 owns. Very good. Very good.
Acceptable. Very acceptable.
Yeah, Echo on 0 deaths so far. They are making quick pace through this dungeon. Next pull, though, is a scary one. Even for Prot Warriors, the physical damage of these Nashers is immense as they set up this pull. One of the things so it looks like Clix is setting up for a nice little rescue here, perhaps. No, okay. We're just hitting the mobs in a nice, safe position. And it's going to be a life grip on Now rather than a rescue to move him forward. And in they go, all the way forward, grabbing all of the mobs here, except for that bottom lasher pull. This is not something I've seen before.
This is not something you would ever even want to attempt if you were just running this key for fun. This is a wild pull. So many things that can ruin you here. One of these Metamorphosis casts gets off, turns into a grab, or instantly interpulls. They have the displacements and stuns to make sure those don't go off here. You don't want to be anywhere near melee. You don't want to get hit by that Stone Slam that does pretty much one-shot damage on this key level. And of course, you don't want to get nibbled by any of these grubs too. They do melee if you have aggro on them. So gotta keep an eye on that. They're doing a good job, though. Of course, the Lurker also resetting aggro when it burrows, but now doing a good job to get aggro on them after they jump out. New grubs need to be interrupted. Do they have the stuns for them? They're still casting. Do we have any displacements? Okay, good. They've got them. Ooh, a little scary.
This comp doesn't have a lot of stops for these grubs, so it's actually pretty important to know that things like Fear don't really work on the grubs. So you have things like, in this comp, Shockwave is okay. The grubs spawn every 30 seconds. And so it's like, yeah, DB, Shockwave, and then Blinding Light, I think, are like the only real consistent grub stops. Whereas if you had a Guardian Druid, you would be able to in-cap roar every set.
Yep. That's assuming they spawn together, right? Sometimes they can spawn all over the place, which would make it even more annoying to deal with. But I think they were all standing relatively low together to bait cast, which was pretty nice for them. And even though the pull was dangerous, it's dealt with very cleanly by them. Only a couple of Lurkers left at the last couple of percentage here. And we're going to be engaging Neuraxis here with great time here. Remember, this is, if I remember correctly, we're saying this is about a 4-minute 30 fight on 29, so give it like 20 seconds extra. I think they might just barely have time for this somehow. This is going to come down to the wire if they're able to pull these last two bosses off.
Oh, look at Sheesh in the top left. They are about to fight Forge Master without pulling any of the trash from either side of the room here. So
this pull, by the way,
this is a demonic pull that they are about to do here. Tettles, can you give us a Forge Master split that we might be looking for out of them? What sort of times other teams have gotten out of this boss? Perhaps last minute's Forge Master split?
2550.
Okay.
But they had
more count,
much more count.
Yeah.
A lot more count. So So Last Minute only had to do one pull after Forge Master, where Sheesh, I think, is going to have to do 2 or potentially even 3.
I think in the past we've seen them fight that stuff after last boss as well, right?
Yes.
And it looks like they're on that same route here. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the timer for them as they continue working on the boss, even though they've got to make sure they don't pull those mobs from the side. And now they form up in a nice little line. And they're trying to make sure that they don't spawn these swirlies so that they'll
Oh, we
hit
got a meld.
anybody. Oh, beautiful meld.
Oh, no.
They've skipped the first 2 Aegises. This is actually really good for them.
It was Wildy and
Very,
Viz
very
that
nice.
time. Yeah.
Something of note, they popped their Lust here at about the 2050 mark. That means they actually won't get another Lust inside the timer they need in order to knock off either Echo or Last Minute. So, it's gonna be tough for them to get through this in the time they need.
I think that... Oh my god, Wildy's dead.
Oh, Wildy, that's a cauterize.
That's okay.
It's there to be used.
Yeah,
it's there to
that's
be
fine.
used. It's acceptable.
Boss is almost at half here, so we're nearly... We've got probably, 4 more Might of the Forges? I'm looking at the
Something like
defensives
that,
here, and it's getting a
yeah.
little bit sketchy looking. We're going to have
AM
Zephyr this
for one of them.
Okay.
Okay, only the Zephyr.
And Neltharion Trinket goes out on Wildy there, keeping him alive.
All right, so target Stove.
Beautiful.
Oh, big meld from Stove. It's too easy.
Oh, that is huge.
That's
for
exactly
them.
what they need.
You guys talk trash on the caster curse in chat. That's the blessing right there.
The caster blessing coming in from Tettles.
40%
We have to do that about
now
70
on the
more
Forge
times to make
Master.
up for all the curses.
This is getting very, very dangerous. Obsidian Scales charge is coming out here. They've got an altar time as well. It looks like they're going to be able to live through this one. Next Aegis comes out. This one is just going through. More dots now on the whole group.
How did they get out of
Not
here?
the
Is
good
it,
dots.
oh, it's what? Andy Human Wild Charges, Speed, Rescue
They've
Stove,
got Rescue Grip,
and then Wildy.
and then Wernstone.
Oh, Wernstone. That's what it is. Good point. Oh, good call. I was trying to figure out what the last way of getting out was.
Meanwhile, Echo in the top right, working their way through Neuraxis. They
I
are
gotta
on
split through
pace
us.
for a very quick Neuraxis here. This is going to be really good for them. Uh-oh! Oh, sheesh! We've walked too close
pulled
to one
trash.
of the lava flares.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
New plan. Focus boss. Okay. Focus boss. And then just die and go back to the start of the dungeon that way. That's the new plan now.
Do they have the time for that, though? Oh, no,
we
Andy
don't
goes
have time
down!
for Andy to die now.
On the Might of the Forge! Okay, this is actually good. The boss will be casting. They need to get the res off now. This is going to be tough.
Kick the lava
AM's
flare,
popped.
kick the lava
Wildy goes
flare.
down as well. They've got no battle reses. It's over!
And just like that, it is over for Sheesh. No chance for them of entering the top 2, which means that both Echo and Last Minute are now safe. The only question is which order are those two teams going to be in? The answer is going to come down to this run from Echo. If Echo can time this key, they will be in first place. Otherwise, it will be a second place, which they'll be happy with because they'll qualify through to Global Finals. The top 2 qualify to Global Finals, but of course, Echo coming into this weekend as favorites will be sad about not getting first place if they can't clutch out this run.
But here's the deal with this Echo run. So they pull a little bit more trash than other teams at the end of the dungeon, but they do consolidate it into one pull. So that one pull is going to take a little bit longer. But teams that have been close to timing this dungeon have had like slightly higher than a 25-minute Neuraxis split. Now Echo is absolutely smoking that, not even close to the time that is gained by doing a slightly larger Dominator pull. And so I think that Echo is on a very safe pace to play. If they play safe and they are able to stay alive, they are able to time this key.
Of course, in the top right-hand corner, again, no implications for placements in our competition, but at least it'll make you feel good if you're a Y fan in the top right corner here, able to get this 30 Ruby Life Pulse done in very minimal attempts. Impressive for them to get it done and bring themselves closer to the top 3, but they're still going to end in that 4th spot. Very good performance from them, but just not quite enough.
Echo starting off this pull. 4 breakers, 1 Dominator, 1 Scorpion that the Dominator is riding on top of, and a polymorphed Trapper over to the side is what they've got here. This will get them to 100% count, but it is going to do it dangerously. But you know what? They're used to dodging quad breaker from that pull in the middle of the dungeon, so...
They also Gosh, that pull is insane. They also have one of those mobs that can turn into a Charskin, the Demolisher. So Zalia's going to be saving his Hodge for whenever that cast starts at 50% of HP on that Demolisher. He's going to Hodge it, and then it's not going to transform into the Charskin. Instead, it's just going to get stunned and stay as that Demolisher.
Yeah, that's 100% what the... Okay, so we have the Y timer coming in.
We need to finish the
Congratulations. They've gotten that 30 ruby completed. So well done to them. But we are now just in one dungeon left of our day. Dominator down. Spiteful Shade also down. We just have 4 breakers and 1 trapper.
I think you're just focusing the trapper here. Nothing else really matters all too much.
Even cleaving, making sure you focus down the one mob you had CC'd so it's even with the 2 breakers. But there's no real danger for any of the range characters now that the Dominator's dead, right? It's pretty much all on right now, tanking these mobs up. You do get a few Jagged Discs as well, but nothing that Zalia can't heal through.
Last couple of breakers are going to die here, and look at their timer. They are going to have 6 minutes for the last boss here. It's just going to come down to execution. They're going to have 6.5 minutes even. That's going to be wild.
Okay, listen, I'll say what needs to be said. They just need to make sure they get the Dominator skip done properly. And then we have the boss.
No, nothing could ever happen with the Dominators.
Nothing could ever go wrong on the skip.
Yeah, we will see what
here's
goes
the
on here.
incorporeal.
Incorporeal spawn, that's
Okay,
good.
they got the incorporeal. That's good. That's good. That's really good.
Okay. Boss pull comes in. The pre-Zeph for the boss's steps here. A little bit of efficiency.
We're good.
And here comes the start
the
of the fight. Yeah,
Plenty
more than
of
6
time.
minutes. More than 6 minutes to deal with this boss. This boss, if it lasts 6 minutes, that's very bad news. If this boss lasts 5 minutes even, that's bad news. But they have the time to kill the 4th ad if they need to, which I think they might.
Here's the sitch with their Lust. So they're saving it for 4th ad. They are playing kind of different than how Last Minute was playing on this boss, where Last Minute was just like full sending everything on pull. Echo, with the 6 minute advantage, know that they can really slow play this boss and just like make sure that they end up lusting that 4th ad, even though it's going to be desynced from their offensive cooldowns. Even though it's going to be a lot worse for boss damage, it's going to be a lot safer.
Yeah, that's absolutely they should be thinking. The only reason to go for damage on boss over safety is if you think that lets you skip the ad, right? If it lets you skip the 4th ad, and killing the 4th ad is not safe or possible, right? Which maybe would be the case, but I much prefer just killing the ad. I think they've got the damage for it. I think they can, with the combination of Bop in this group from that Paladin, plus using one of the spikes, I think they'll be okay. Yeah, now is on something here. This is wild. He's been critting. He's on first place.
Okay, listen. Okay, it's a little fake. It's a little fake. They didn't use their 2 minutes on pull. The
No, that's
PI
real dead.
just
That's real
now
dead.
coming out now.
That's
Breath
real
of
dead.
Eons also will be coming from clicks as well. And it's important that they desynced it like this. Like you guys mentioned, they want to use the Lust on the 4th ad, so it only makes sense to use the 2 minutes on the 2nd ad, so that they'll be back up for the 4th ad. Okay, now they're pulling head of a tank. Ooh, everything is right in the world now.
We got no beacons, 0 beacons on this group too. So that's why they're lusting the 4th ad, right? Because they know that they're not going to have like just the cooldowns or the damage to be able to burn that ad just inside of 1 crystal spike. They know it has to be Lust.
Yeah, I love this. With Lust, they definitely can do that. They can 100% kill that ad with the Lust available, so it's just going to be a question of execution. This is going to be the 3rd ad that they're going to deal with here soon. It doesn't spawn until about 50% energy in this phase, though.
So typically this is dealt with by 2 minute CDs or... Oh my gosh, mirrors. This is typically dealt with by 2 minute CDs or like you're sending beacons into this one. Without beacons and without 2 minute CDs, I'm kind of concerned about the ability to be able to kill off this Charskin in a timely manner.
They can bust this. They can bust this.
They're busting. Okay, they're combusting this. This makes sense.
It'll be up for the next ad too. Combust should be enough with just passive damage sources from the other groups as well. Plus, this is the one where you get a very safe 2nd spike on, and the 3rd spike will spawn in a little bit here for them, so it should be okay. They're gonna get a couple ticks from the ad walking, but again, nothing that Zalia can't heal them through. We got another spike here. Just gotta make sure we don't spawn it on the ad. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, nice.
Another Zyro, something you were pointing out earlier about them having their cooldowns desynced on pull is Mirrors is actually going to have Void Eruption and Power Infusion for this ad.
Yep.
It's
for the
not,
fourth
that's
ad.
not something
Everything
that's
lines
common.
up here.
Yeah.
Everything lines up here. They delay on purpose so they can have it for this fourth ad here. And the idea is that they really want to make sure they burn the boss off
Oh
before
my
the
God,
fifth
now.
ad even starts to spawn.
And now he's clicked his reflect
Ooh.
early here, it looks like, as well. So he may not have it for the next Molten Crash. This is
I
potentially
think you
gonna be
have
some
to do that
danger
to
for
sync
him.
it properly to get it for every single one. Sometimes
Maybe,
you do have to
okay,
do it that way.
It looks like it's not got too much left on its cooldown here. So, all right, we're chilling. The wall charge comes in, and here comes, beautiful lineup on this Crash, actually. Exactly what he has to do. So
He's doing
very
so
well
much damage.
timed.
All right,
Here we go. Here's the fourth ad. This should be the Lust and the 2 minutes. There it is. Power Infusion. Breath being popped in a second here. This ad should not be long for this world. It should get burned almost instantly here.
Yeah, if it
The
stands up
question
and it
for
breaks
them
these
is-
spikes, it will be very bad news because Dark Rule doesn't always spawn another set of spikes here.
They're
But
good,
the ad has gone down. They've dealt with the fourth ad. But here's the problem. The boss is still at 32% health. It's about
We
to,
don't
and
know
actually they got the spikes anyway, so they would have been fine. That spike does sometimes spawn and bail you out if you do it wrong, but
So-
When does this fifth ad actually spawn?
I have never
Because
seen
there
this
might be a way to
here
game
this
this.
far.
You need to spawn these spikes in a way so that you can have the third one far enough away from the ad spawn that you can still get behind it for the magma wave. And then you might actually be able to stun it with the first spike after the fifth magma wave. This actually
you don't-
should line up really well here.
You don't get an ad here. I think it gets desynced all the way
At
off.
all?
Yeah.
Does
I'm
it get
pretty
desynced
sure
all the
it
way
gets
off? Okay, then it's easy.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's ever seen a sixth ad, and they
This-
never will.
This is amazing. We are going to levels of this boss fight that were previously only theoretical. The 5th minute of the Dark Rule encounter, finally, for the first time, we have synthesized
They got
it in
the ad.
lab.
There's the ad. They got
There's
it.
an
Oh, there
ad.
is. Okay.
So they have 2 spikes up. They're going to hit the Zephyr here for these first couple of steps. Now Dark Rule is at 9%. Is this ad going to get... There's a skull marker on it. It's taking some damage, but Dark Rule is taking more damage.
They don't need to
are
hit it.
committing to the boss. And yeah,
They're going to
as
win the
long as they
weekend.
kill this
They're going to win the
boss here-
weekend.
Well, here comes the
They're
magma
good.
wave, though. The ad is about to stand up here and walk into their spike. This magma wave, though, is
You
also...
sack. Whoever's on just sacks. Who cares?
Oh, they're good. They're good. They're
Clicks,
good. They're good.
okay.
They're good. They're
They've
good.
done it. Wow. Incredible work here from Echo,
Oh,
and that is
wow.
going to be all they need. Even with Clicks dead, they can get through this. The last reflect comes in.
Echo.
Wow.
Oh my god, they won.
What a finish to what a weekend. Seriously. Echo. They move into first with this.
Dude.
We all doubted. I think it's fair to say that there was a lot of doubting with Echo coming into this one. They still come out on top.
Dude, the
don't know
worst
how to
part's
do
going to
it.
be people who didn't watch the weekend are going to be like, oh yeah, Echo won again, and they're just going to have no idea
Right?
what a weekend we just witnessed. Uh-oh.
Seriously. Well, I mean, that doesn't take anything away from last minute. That was still an incredible performance for them in Group C, but man, Echo just doing Echo things. What more can you say, you know?
That
Yeah.
has to be one of the most clutch things I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, that dungeon run was just on another level with the Dark Rule so well planned out as well for not skipping, right? Just committing to that ad and killing it, and then that last the mythical 5th ad was the one where
Okay.
they finally were able to commit to boss.
The 4 breaker pull is actually what kind of saved them that run. If you looked at their Rockmore split was really far off the timer. But it's that 4 breaker pull that they do after Rockmora, and it's that pull that they do after Neuraxis with that
And before Neuraxis
with all of
as
those
well, right?
breakers.
Like into Neuraxis with the
Yes.
the Crocs and stuff. Doing that in 1 rather than 2 slightly bigger pulls. Yeah, I mean,
Bro, they were pulling like they were playing with a bear.
and you know what? I was watching Now's health bar. It looked like they were too. It was an incredible display of tanking from Now. Very well played by Echo, and a deserved first place for them, but a deserved global finals for last minute as well. They've looked so strong this weekend, and I mean, in many of these dungeons, they looked better than Echo. The Nelth Slayer is just going to be that one where Echo managed to clutch out the 30 that last minute weren't quite able to get, but last minute are going to be a scary force in the global finals for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there it is. There's our 6 teams in the global finals, mandatory and perplexed from Group A, NA's Last Hope, and legendary from Group B, and now we know Echo and last minute from Group C. And I don't think we've had a finals for TGP or a TGP in general that's been as stacked as our global finals is going to be this time around. That is going to be an amazing weekend. Imagine one of these 6 teams being eliminated each day going into Sunday. It's hard to take.
Who even is the weak link in these 6 teams? Is there one?
I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see what the weekend looks like.
Bro, we just watched something that could have been the global finals this weekend. Like,
yeah, I agree.
We literally just watched something that was competitive enough to be the global finals.
Yeah, I mean the Great Push has been getting better every time, I think, but this one feels like, I mean, comp diversity aside, in terms of drama and tension, this one takes the cake for me. There you go. Once again, Friday, August 18th, starting 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's going to be the Great Push 2023 Global Finals. Look at that lineup once more.
Okay, one of the big things, too, going into the Global Finals is I feel like all of these teams are on such a similar level that it might be something as simple as, like, some teams are a bit more favored or less favored in specific dungeons or on particular affixes, and what the dungeon pool looks like for them might actually make a large impact.
It could be. Just taking a look at that last fight from Echo and Neltharian's Lair one more time.
Dude, they got here, and I thought they were going to be like 2 minutes under. They actually ended up only being 45 seconds under the timer as well. So they needed all of those big pulls to work out for them to build enough time.
It's a hard boss.
Yeah, that boss took a lot longer than I thought it could safely take. I thought this was one of those bosses that's kind of like riding a bike, where if you're going too slow, you're less stable. But no, this was they actually just had the stability plan with that Lust and all their CDs on the 4th ad, and that was brilliant. Really well done.
Well, it's crazy. We were mentioning it a little bit during this encounter here, but we really were in uncharted territory there. Even back in Legion, this was not a key that teams were able to really push to that high of a level. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was the lowest key in terms of like overall of Legion to be pushed up. So we didn't really get to see what happened on this boss when you were in combat with it for 5 minutes, like Echo was here. We didn't even know if that ad was going to spawn.
TGP teams have told me that seeing a 6th ad is almost impossible in this fight.
Yeah.
Which, after seeing the sequencing there, yeah, it made sense.
Yeah, I believe it.
I didn't think he queued into that ad. I actually thought
that was the 5th ad we just saw, though, right? So that
was the 5th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
At the end, yeah. So we still don't know what happens after that. We'll have to send another adventurous team into the uncharted territory of the
8-minute Dargle?
The 8-minute mark on Dargle, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Who else wants to give it a shot?
I think Spell Reflect will solo the boss by then, man.
Well, just don't press Spell Reflect. Just go in there, 4 tanks, 1 healer, and just, I guess you die to the ads, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Very hard to test. Guess go in on a low key. Just don't do DPS. See what the spell queue is like. Anyways, what a run from Echo, and what a boss fight. What a great way to cap out our weekend as well, because these high keys, the push, we've seen such a good mix of the execution, the exciting different pulls, the strategy of the dungeon, but we ended it off on just an incredibly technically intensive and throughput intensive boss fight. Look at those health bars, look at clicks, with the Zephyr up still getting sent down to like 2% HP before getting top tier. Incredible.
Right. And speaking of incredible, we have Mira's with us now. I believe you can hear us. Can you hear us okay?
Hello, yeah.
Hello. Wow, congratulations, first of all, on winning the
you.
weekend. Incredible feat of strength there in all descriptions. But tell us about that last fight. What was it like from the player perspective going through that Dargle on the +30?
I mean, I can say we did not really believe in the 39 Iron's layer because we had procced this dungeon like in practice, and we were like, man, we're not gonna time it really, I guess. And somehow we managed, but we had a lot of proc on this last boss, so we kind of knew what was happening. But it's also, the boss is a bit RNG, so it's like overall a bit, I don't know. The boss is very weird, let's put it that way, I guess.
Whose idea was it to pull all 4 of those breakers into that one pull with a Prot Warrior? That seemed insane.
Well, you're talking about the middle of the dungeon with the
after Rock Mora pull.
Yeah,
okay.
Actually, that was the Guardian Druid strat, and we said if you can't do it on Warrior, then we lose, I guess. So we just made it work on Warrior, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Fair enough. Who's next? Go ahead. Question.
Zyra, you got any questions?
Yeah.
I'm still thinking. I don't know, I'm just so used to
silence.
having Miraz on for our interviews. It's just like, this is a normal conversation for us now,
Well, I got one then. Okay, so Miraz, there was a little bit of chatter going on before the weekend began. How Echo maybe hadn't had the practice that they wanted to coming into this. There were doubts. People were saying, oh, what's going on with the team? They're dying a little bit more than usual. All that. What's your response to that? Obviously, you came out on top. Did you feel less practice coming into the weekend? Did you feel you were able to catch up over the weekend? Kind of take me through the last 3 days.
I mean, I can definitely say it did feel like we were less practiced because we kind of lost 6 days to Robin having power outage in Malta and him not being able to play. But it's obviously, we were like kind of planning to play, of course, but planning a power outage is not really that easy, let's say. So we were kind of like 6 days of practice behind. And then sadly, because we set the raid days for our guild exactly 4 days in this week. So we also had basically evening raid 5 hours every day for the last 4 days before the cup started. So I think overall,
wow,
we kind of had those are called like we were a little bit getting cucked by power outages. Let's put it that way. We were hoping that it's not happening anymore, but yeah, it was a bit sad.
How about that last minute team? What was it like on Friday and Saturday, seeing them coming ahead with the runs and like the one shots of those keys in the first few days, and especially Sheesh and you came into the weekend as the favorites, but last minute was the one that was putting all them up early on. Was that worrying at all?
Oh yeah, I mean I must say big props to them. I'm sad they're not at the interview right now, but yeah, like big props to them. I think they played incredible. Like. They beat us basically on every key apart from the Brackenhead, I think, right? In terms of like terms of speed and dungeon prop kind of in a way. So I think they are doing really good and they will be a big contender in the finals for sure.
All right. So that kind of leads me into like my last question for you here before we let you go. Are they going to be the biggest threat to you guys going to the global finals now? Is there another team you're concerned about playing against? Who's going to be, if you guys are number 1 in global finals, in theory, who's number 2? I assume you're not going to put yourselves at number 2.
I mean, that's an awkward question, no? But in general, I don't know. I think most of the teams are really insane. I must say, like most of them are like very well practiced. The meta will probably not change, I assume, with the changes that are about to happen next week, right? So I don't think too much practice will be lost for the team. So I don't know. It feels like so far I've not seen a team where we'll be like, man, they are not good. Let's say in quotations, I guess. So I think everyone is a contender to win this for sure. I mean, you saw this weekend. I was very surprised.
All right, cool. Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. Apparently we have Hearthjacks now. Is this thing on? Is this thing? Hello?
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
All right.
Well,
Hello,
we can let you go, Miraz. If you have places to go, things to do, you can head out. Thanks for answering our questions and putting on a great performance this week. I'm looking forward to seeing you again in the global finals. That's Miraz, ladies and
Thank you
gentlemen.
very much.
And
the props
we
to
also
the
have
last
Hearthjacks
minute,
here.
boys.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just want to say props to the last minute, boys, and I hope it will be a nice interview with you guys. Yeah.
I think it definitely will. All right. Well, Hearthjacks. Another DPS joins the call. Tettles has something for you right off the bat. He wants to talk.
How do you feel about the meta? So you played mage for a while, right? You were like rank 1 mage in season 4 Shadowlands and in season 1 of Dragonflight. Now that it's rotated to a mage meta, how are you guys feeling about that?
Yeah, that meta was definitely good for us. I'm afraid a little bit how it's gonna shake up coming to the finals, since we're gonna be playing after the nerfs, and we might have to change some stuff a bit. However, well, I'm still confident I will be able to play different classes, and I hope we'll do great.
Cool. How are you guys feeling right now? I mean, it's obviously you're going to be feeling amazing, but I imagine the adrenaline's pumping for you guys after coming in your pretty much first ever competition together as a team and just knocking it out of the park. Almost winning the whole weekend, if not for Echo just barely snatching it away at the last second. I imagine your emotions have to be pretty nuts right now, no?
Yes, we're definitely very happy about how it all turned out. Well, we wish we would have ended up first, and well, definitely big congratulations to Echo, who did an amazing performance in that Niltarn's lair. At the end, we didn't expect that at all.
Crazy.
You guys just went in and one-shot it out of nowhere. But yeah, generally very happy.
I want to ask a bit about the map pool, because you guys came in and looked really good. Was that a case of like, were these good maps for you? Were you happy about these dungeons showing up, or do you think you could have done this on whatever maps we threw at you? Right? Was there some good affixes here? Sanguine looked pretty strong for you guys, and that Underrot, I think especially, was kind of insane Sanguine management that we saw yesterday. Did this hit your affixes in your dungeons well, or are you guys just this insane every dungeon, every affix?
Well, we were generally pretty happy, and I would say lucky with the dungeons we got. However, a whole Sanguine appeared in a previous group, and we just assumed we wouldn't get it, and so we like started practicing it at some point, and we just stopped very quickly. So that was a bit unfortunate, and we ended up with a pretty bad timer. Other than that, we were very happy to see the Brackenhide with those particular affixes that we actually practiced a while back. So yeah, we're generally very happy.
How in the world did you only have 11 million healing in the 30 Underrot? Like that was, we were doing some like research on it. That was just like the most unreasonably low amount of Sanguine I think I've ever seen.
Well,
Or do you not
well,
want
big shout out to Kira, who the tank who took most care of it. I think he did an amazing job with it. We were, just mostly focusing on other stuff. Well, hard to say. It was a very good run, and well, we did our best.
All right. Well, before we let you go here, I want to hear a little bit about how the team came together, because it all seemed like it happened kind of quickly here. So, how does one go about forming a team that performs this well this quickly?
Well, we've all known each other for quite some time. Particularly me, Kira, and Yargi. We've been playing together for like multiple years now. And we all I feel like we just clicked, and we had a similar mindset, and we did good practice, and it all worked out.
All right, awesome. Well, before we let you go, any shout-outs you want to make to the viewers, to your friends in the world of Warcraft, anything before you head out?
Yes, definitely. First of all, big shout out to the Polish community. I don't know if you guys knew, but 4 of us are Polish in the team, and we had a lot of support for our friends. And also, shout out to Hotels and Dradnos and their podcast.
I'm picking you guys to win next time.
All right. Well, awesome. Thank you for joining us, Hearthjax. Congrats again on the amazing performance for the team this weekend. And
I'm very happy to be here, and thank you.
Yes,
all right. There you go. Hearthjax from Last Minute, ladies and gentlemen. Echo joining them in the Global Finals, qualifying out of Group C in what was, I think, in my opinion, the most exciting final day we had for a group in TGP so far, but the excitement is far from over. Oh no, in fact, some would say it's going to ramp up to a whole new level on August 18th when we start the TGP 2023 Global Finals itself. That is going to be great. I am so excited. This has been the best TGP ever, just in terms of like sheer excitement for me. I have had a lot of fun watching.
This weekend felt like Global Finals already. I don't even know how it is.
Yeah.
I was just watching every single day. It just got more and more stressful somehow, and it's like I don't even know how we're supposed to eliminate teams on days 1 and 2 during Global Finals. That is going to be absolutely crazy.
Well, thankfully we don't have to. It's the rules. It's not us. I wouldn't be able to do it. Isn't that nice? Well, there you go. Here's our calendar. Don't forget, Global Finals on the 18th of August, of course, but next weekend, starting on Friday, we have the Arena World Championship Finals. That's going to start on the 11th, go through the 13th. So if you're into the PvP side of World of Warcraft, which I think we all kind of are at one point or another. I don't know if I've ever met anyone in WoW that's never PvP'd seriously at some point. That is serious about the game. Inevitably, there's going to be people in this call, though, that Okay, yeah, I see Zyronic pointing at himself. All right, well, that's, you know, it's never too late. Never too late to jump in the arena. I'm just saying. It's pretty fun. It's going to be fun to watch, too, so do not miss that. And then, of course, on August 18th, once again, the Global Finals get started. That is going to be pretty great. And that is going to pretty much do it for us here in Group C at the Great Push. Before we go, any final thoughts from our casters here that are still hanging out? Dratnos, Zyronic, Tettles. Any final thoughts before we close out the weekend?
I'll take this first. I just really want to shout out the teams. Like, it's really not easy to put in the amount of time and effort it takes to actually get up here and be on broadcast and actually perform at such a level where you're doing 28s, 29s, 30s, 31s even potentially on broadcast. And week in and week out, we are having these absolute world-class caliber teams perform at such a high level. And even we're having to eliminate teams that are still world-class. And like, it's just a big shout out to all of the teams and all of the players that competed. Big shout out to those guys. I know that time trials also are very, very challenging to even qualify for broadcast days. And so this event owns. I love the TGP. I think the TGP is such a sick event.
It's ironic.
Man, dude, I feel like I say this every single season, but the competition keeps getting leveled up, and I have to keep saying it, right? Like, we said it multiple times in the past 30 minutes already. Like, this weekend already felt like we had our Global Finals, and then we actually get a real Global Finals 2 weekends from now. The level of competition, the commitment from the players, the skill level, it just keeps going up and up, and it's really awesome to watch.
That's right. Dratnos, what do you have to add to that?
Level of competition's taken. Shout out to teams is taken. I will take shout out to the fans, everybody who's been watching the last couple of weekends. We hope you've enjoyed it. We have got a unbelievably exciting Global Finals that we are cooking up for you, so make sure you tune in for that. But most of all, thank you for watching so far for as much or as little as you have of the weekend. This is here for you, so we hope you've been enjoying it. I certainly have, at least from this side of the desk, so it's been a pleasure.
That's right. Well, you took all my stuff now. I'm supposed to be thanking the fans and talk. Well, anyway, I'll do it. I did. I got wrecked. I set myself up for that, though. I played myself, as they say. Well, on that note, thanks for watching, everybody. It was a great weekend. Can't wait to see you all again on August 18th for the Global Finals. Make sure you catch the AWC Championship next weekend as well. Until then, play a lot of World of Warcraft. Be good to each other out in those keys. Even if you're depleting, I'm expecting you to be friendly, all right? It can happen to anyone. Stay safe. Take care. We'll see you next time.